Our hero was sitting on the ground while his parents' former employer waved some document in front of his face, shouting that it was time to pay their debts. Death does not absolve one of one's obligations. The guy didn't understand why he should do this. His mom and dad had died because of this company, so let them pay him compensation instead of demanding a debt that didn't exist. These memories often tormented him. Now Li Yi had blacked out again, and his colleagues were shaking him like a rag doll to bring him to his senses. They ripped the protective mask off the hero, and the young man began to choke. The radiation could turn him into an awakened one, but the odds were 1 in 1,000. Why did it have to be him? And yet the guy didn't die. He began crawling on the ground, cursing the workers who had put him at risk, but weren't in a hurry to take off their own masks. And once again, it was unclear why this world was so cruel, who had made up these rules, and why some people considered themselves better than others. The monster was very close. It was an insectoid preparing to feast on our hero, who was completely helpless against such a beast. But even as a massive claw pierced him, Li Yi could think of nothing but why all this was happening to him and not to someone else. As he was dying, the young man still couldn't understand why he had to endure all this. But that wasn't the point. The point was that he hadn't died after all. The guy's eyes widened. He thought he wasn't that weak if he hadn't passed out yet, but then he immediately felt that he had, after all, woken up. The system reported that the merger with an unknown organism had begun. Data analysis was initiated to check compatibility. Li Yi collapsed to the ground. A new message stated that the Dark Shadow system had been activated. Soon the young man would learn exactly what that meant. But for now, the past day flashed before his eyes. The young man was an experienced interdimensional miner. That morning, he had set off with his colleagues for the mining site. The job involved risking his life to mine energy stones in another dimension. His protective suit reduced the effects of radiation, and that morning things were going well. His boss told him that at this rate, in a couple of years, he'd be able to pay off his parents' debts and eventually save up for a small apartment of his own. The young man promised to do his best. In reality, the young man planned to leave the company as soon as he paid off his debt. The work was too hard and dangerous. They loaded up the vehicles and drove to the portal. The radiation exposure offered a chance to become an awakened, but was more likely to simply kill him. Li Yi drove, thinking that under different circumstances, he would never have agreed to put his life at such risk. His colleagues began discussing the hero's fate. Many sympathized with him because of the death of his parents 3 years ago. Instead of compensation, the young man had been saddled with a debt. One of the men added that the debt amounted to $1 billion and felt sorry for Li Yi. The second remarked that he was simply a weakling and should have sued for damages. The first insisted that it would be better if the corporation paid with its life, but his friend replied that an eye for an eye was too foolish. Money would solve the problem better. Our hero just listened to all this but didn't rush to join the conversation. There wasn't the slightest point in it. Hearing that he had been called a weakling, Li Yi also remained silent, but his eyes flashed with rage. It was an unfair accusation. They got out of the car. The guy thought that sometimes a person becomes weak, not of their own volition, but simply because the whole world has gone mad. At the entrance to the energy stone quarry, the commander gave his final instructions and announced that it was time to begin. Suddenly, there was a sound of crumbling rock. It seemed a cave-in had occurred in the mine. It was a complete surprise. None of the workers had ever encountered anything like this before, even though they all had several years of experience in this mine. Panic set in. There couldn't be an earthquake here. Nothing like this had ever happened in other dimensions, and the miners quickly realized that the most likely cause was the appearance of monsters. The men decided they wouldn't be working today. They had to head back. Rumors were circulating that humanoids had been spotted in this area, creatures even more dangerous than insects. The squad leader yelled that there was no point in talking such nonsense. 3 years ago, the area had been completely cleared of the awakened and monsters. He started to threaten the workers, but before he could finish, a huge monster took the man's life in literally a second. His colleagues froze in horror. No one dared to take a step forward or backward. It all happened too quickly. Li Yi shifted his gaze from the inspector to the monster that had killed him. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. It was a huge humanoid. Several more of the same were already approaching the spot where the group of miners was located. The monster had pierced the man right through, and the workers scattered in all directions. Some of them managed to escape to a safer distance, but most perished just like the squad leader. Li Yi was also running for his life. He needed to pick up the pace. There were about 17 kilometers left to the exit, but covering that distance on foot wasn't so easy. The young man glanced back to assess the situation. He couldn't decide whether there was any point in running at all, or if it was futile. Meanwhile, the humanoid monsters were going wild. The miners kept screaming. There was little chance of surviving such an attack, but there wasn't much more of a chance of making it to the portal either. The monster hurled one of the men forward, and he literally knocked Li Yi off his feet. The situation was growing increasingly tense. The impact against the rocks was so strong that for a moment, our hero simply couldn't breathe from the pain. His body left a fairly large dent in the rock, and cracks spread in all directions, but the young man still managed to get back on his feet. At that moment, he saw the surviving workers climbing into the truck. Someone had already started the engine. Li Yi shouted for them to wait for him too. The truck had already started moving toward the exit. The guy began waving his arms to get his colleagues to slow down and pick him up. His plea went unheeded, but the escape plan was thwarted by a massive humanoid that immediately attacked the vehicle. Sharp claws pierced the roof, as if it were made of paper. Fortunately, they didn't hit anyone. How they were going to get out of here now was completely unclear. The body of the van was punctured, just like the roof. Grabbing two miners, the monster leaped away with giant bounds. Our hero looked in that direction and realized that the other humanoids were now focusing on the overturned van. Several had already closed in to feast on the workers when an explosion rocked the area. Li Yi was unharmed. The flames did him no harm thanks to his protective suit and mask, but fear completely paralyzed the hero. He watched in horror as the huge creatures burned. They screamed deafeningly and were clearly afraid of the fire, fleeing from it. It seemed that this was exactly how one could try to save oneself, by scaring off the humanoids with burning torches. There were a few of those lying nearby, and this didn't escape the young man's notice. A plan began to form in his mind. Suddenly, another monster appeared as if out of nowhere and swung at him, intending to dispatch Li Yi just as quickly as his companions. And yet the young man continued moving toward his goal. Dodging these hellish lunges, he managed to reach the torches after all. As soon as the flame was in the miner's hand, he felt an incredible surge of confidence, deciding he wouldn't give up so easily. The hero began swinging the torches in all directions and shouting for the humanoid to get lost. And it worked. The huge creatures froze. Now there was no doubt that they were truly afraid of fire. He needed to share his discovery with the surviving miners, so Li Yi shouted loudly so his colleagues would hear what he had to say. He recalled how 10 years ago he first saw news reports about these monsters, back when portals to other dimensions first appeared on Earth. Insectoids, humanoids, and beasts poured into the human world. Only the awakened, those members of the human race who had also mutated due to radiation, could stand against them. The emergence of these people with superpowers made it possible to resolve the issue of the portals and subsequently harness the energy resources of other dimensions. But the miners were not awakened. They were ordinary workers for whom it was not so easy to survive in such a situation. Li Yi shouted for his colleagues to move faster. They had no way to escape the monsters or fight them, so the young man ordered them to quickly gather anything that could burn. They needed to scare the creatures away. He shouted again that the monsters were afraid of fire. One of the miners pointed out that their torches would soon go out. What would they do then? Li Yi shouted that they needed to make their way to the storage room. There was fuel there, and they would be able to hold out until help arrived. He ordered the miners to huddle as close together as possible and back up until they entered the room. Little by little, the plan began to work. The humanoids hesitated to attack people armed with burning torches. When they reached their destination, our hero asked one of the men to quickly pour fuel at the entrance. The man agreed. The miner kicked one of the fuel barrels with his foot. It wasn't full, so it fell easily to the ground, spilling its contents all around. Now, a fairly large pool of fuel separated the people from the monsters. Not knowing what would happen next, the humanoids began to advance into it. Now all the miners had to do was step back and throw their torches to set this flammable barrier ablaze. The fire flared up, the flames rising like a wall, singeing one of the monsters. The rest recoiled in fear. The man who had been helping our hero throughout the ordeal approached Li Yi and thanked the young man from the bottom of his heart. He added that if it weren't for the young man, everyone here would already be dead. The young man replied with a smile that he was always happy to be of service, and if they needed anything else, they should just ask. Then Li Yi looked back to survey the area, and a huge stone statue by the wall came into view. It was massive and very imposing. The young man sighed, saying it looked simply stunning, especially given its scale. His colleague explained that Inspector Wang had found it. Apparently, the deceased had wanted to take the artifact out of here and sell it on the black market, which is why the sculpture was here. Then communication was restored, and the miners were able to send a distress signal. Meanwhile, our hero wondered how old the statue was. It looked ancient. The men reported that they had been attacked by humanoids in Sector 7. They wanted to know when the rescue team would arrive. They were told that help would arrive in 2 hours and to take care of their own safety. That was too long to wait, but the signal cut out again. Several times the man tried to shout that they didn't have that much time, but now no one could hear him. Only static came from the communicator. The surviving miners realized they were trapped, and now they looked at each other in confusion. They began discussing what to do. There was only an hour and a half of power left in their suits. They could try to drive out of there in a truck. No one wanted to die, and many of them had children. Li Yi had no parents, no wife, and certainly no children, but he didn't want to die in another dimension either. His suit's charge was at 61%, and our hero was really hoping that help would arrive sooner than announced. One of the men behind him suddenly told everyone to be quiet and listen carefully to what he had to say. Passing a baton from hand to hand, the scoundrel announced that the suit's power wouldn't last until help arrived, so someone would have to sacrifice themselves. With a terrifying smirk, the miner added that most likely the elderly or orphans would have to sacrifice themselves, and with a menacing look, he approached Li Yi and his companion. Pressing the weapon against our hero's forearm, the man said that in our world the young man had nothing to tie him down, so there was no point in him returning. The baton moved toward the protective glass, and the scoundrel ordered the young man to hand over the battery from his suit. The young man merely cursed. Our hero managed to parry the attack with his hand, protecting the glass from damage, which only angered his enemy even more, and he swung again. While Li Yi writhed in pain, a few more of the miner's accomplices approached. They mockingly suggested he put up a fight. They couldn't wait to have some fun. One of the men grabbed the young man, while the other lifted his protective glass, saying they would help him get a little radiation and become an awakened one. And then he would save everyone. The mask was flung aside. The young man tried to crawl toward it, promising that if he did awaken, the first thing he'd do would be to kill these men. The scoundrels roared with laughter, realizing that the idiot wasn't that lucky. The odds were 1 in 1,000. So he'd simply serve as a battery donor for them. Another burly man with a pickaxe turned to another group of colleagues and asked which of them was eager to be next. Immediately, one of the miners pushed 2 of his comrades forward, shouting that they should take it from them, not from him. It turned out that the move didn't even impress the villains. They rushed after him to grab and seize the suit. The guy turned out to be quite nimble and managed not only to run to another truck, but also to start climbing inside. The man grabbed the steering wheel, deciding that if they were going to die, they would all die together. There should be no special treatment here. It turned out that the truck he had climbed into was the very vehicle that was supposed to haul the statue away. The monument began to sway. The next second, the sculpture crashed to the ground, and the truck headed toward the fire. The others tried to stop it, realizing that if the escape succeeded, they were finished. The massive statue extinguished the fire as it fell. The truck also helped put out the flames, and the humanoids rushed at the people again. Li Yi tried to get up. Contrary to expectations, the radiation hadn't killed him. The young man looked at the statue and suddenly asked in surprise why it was laughing. Instead of answering, the giant continued to bare its teeth. Our hero decided it was a hallucination. Even a piece of stone was mocking him. One of the humanoids tried to attack Li Yi, but was stopped by a blow from a massive fist. The statue had decided to protect the young man, or maybe it was just his imagination. Now the young man looked at the wounded monster and tried to understand how such a thing was possible. Then the creature attacked again, and this time the miner's only thought was, why on earth did he have to put up with all this? The blow from the massive claw pierced Li Yi right through, but he didn't die instantly. Memories flooded back to him. He remembered the malicious faces of his relatives, who after his parents' death had only shouted and chased him away, declaring that they were under no obligation to help an orphan. The bosses of the deceased at the corporation were just as ruthless. Upon hearing that Li Yi wanted to investigate his parents' deaths, they simply brushed him off. All the complaints and lawsuits were thrown in the hero's face. He was told that if he wanted the truth rather than monetary compensation, then that's exactly what he would get. The man was determined to drag Li Yi through the mud. His clueless mom and dad had broken the rules, which led to the accident, so now the kid had to compensate for the losses. To keep from falling completely, our hero braced himself with his hand on the asphalt. He refused monetary compensation, wanting only to know the truth. His parents' former boss kicked him with such force that Li Yi flew to the ground. The scoundrel commented that he should have obediently taken the money and kept quiet. Now, once a month, the guy will have to pay a certain amount to cover the damages he caused. If he doesn't, He'll really regret it. Saying that Li Yi had only been given a chance because he looked so pitiful standing in a puddle in the rain, the man walked away. Now the young man was doomed, at least that's what he thought, and that might have been a huge relief. At the last moment, he was suddenly overcome with rage. Yes, he had become weak, but who said that weaklings had to die quietly? The hero sank his teeth into the monster. The humanoid howled in pain and flung its victim far from itself. Blood spattered in all directions. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, the young man thought only that the monster stank absolutely disgustingly. Suddenly he realized that something enormous had lifted him into the air. The shadowy creature cackled, thinking that Li Yi had gained strength. But he had simply decided to have some fun before dying. Our hero declared that at least he had bitten the monster. And what could a useless statue, one that was simply falling apart, possibly do? The monument replied that right now it was the only one who could help the young man. But to do so, he would have to grant it access to his body. The young man replied that he'd rather die than let some freak control him, especially one as strange as this. The monument merely laughed in response. It amused him that a man would rather die than submit. It raised one of its limbs above Li Yi, saying that a foolish little man had no choice but to comply. The dark shadow system activated. Our hero's body changed. Now he resembled a demon, something halfway between a statue and a monster. Then the creature bent toward the ground, and a black shadow began to separate from it, rising higher and higher. It completely mirrored all of Li Yi's movements. A massive foot hovered over the humanoid, asking if he was the one who had destroyed the statue. In the very next moment, the monster was crushed, and the boy declared that he wasn't going to let such actions go unpunished. Now the shadow hero looked more like the body's owner than the sculpture that had taken him over. The remaining humanoids rushed into the attack, and Li muttered under his breath that it was getting too noisy here. He activated his enormous shadow again and ordered that this unfortunate misunderstanding be corrected immediately. All the monsters vanished in less than a minute. Dealing with them was no trouble at all. All the shadow had to do was click his teeth, and the massive beasts simply scattered into pieces. They really did stink to high heaven. The shadow settled back on the ground. It was time to deal with the scoundrel miners. Li Yi headed toward the enemies, having first cut off their escape route. The men began begging for mercy and making threats at the same time. Then a voice in our hero's head asked what he would do if he gave it control. The young man headed straight for the scoundrels who had tried to kill him. They whined that they were just trying to survive, that it was nothing personal. They fawned, arguing that without their help, Li Yi would never have become an awakened one, so he should thank them for their assistance. This infuriated the guy to the limit. His eyes flashing, he asked how exactly his colleagues wanted him to thank them. The men fell to their knees, saying they didn't need thanks. It would be better to pretend nothing had happened and just let them go. Pulling back his black shadow ropes, Li Yi replied that he would not only release them, but also help them a little. With a sharp movement, he used the shadows to simply rip the masks off his enemies' faces, repaying them in kind for what had been done to him. Blood gushed from the miners' mouths. It seemed none of them had been lucky enough to wake up. The scoundrels had simply perished. After taking the batteries from their protective suits, our hero headed toward the rest of the squad. The men were afraid that the same fate would befall them. The old man shouted that he hadn't done anything wrong at all. Li Yi simply tossed 2 batteries at the miners' feet and told them that now they could use them without any problems. No one would stop them. A shadowy ghost of the monument appeared behind him, and Tio whispered that it would be better to get rid of unnecessary pity and sympathy. He added that they could kill the hero, but the guy disagreed. He looked ahead confidently. Declaring that he had no intention of heeding useless advice, the hero headed for the exit. The monument reminded him that circumstances wouldn't always work out so favorably. Outside the cave, there were a great many humanoids. Upon seeing Li Yi, they all rushed toward him. This came as a surprise to the boy. The monument ordered him to hand over control of his body, or else try to fight this trash on his own. The shadow assistant noticed that the boy's legs were already trembling at the mere sight of the monsters. Let him think carefully. Without the monument's help, he was nothing. Instead of continuing this tedious conversation, the young man charged at the humanoids. He easily dodged their blows and struck so quickly that he killed the monsters one after another. His speed had improved. His strength had increased just as dramatically. Now the hero could tear the humanoids to pieces with a single blow. He managed to notice every movement, so the creature's numerical superiority was also no problem. It seemed that the guy's vision had become sharper and more comprehensive. Even his field of view had increased many times over. As a result, every one of his attacks yielded excellent results, while the monsters were unable to inflict any damage on the hero. Li Yi thought that he was now like a true awakened one. A normal person simply couldn't react like that. Besides, the shadow system was helping too, though the monument kept reminding him that he needed to use it more effectively. This infuriated our hero. His eyes flashed, his fingers clenched into a fist on their own, and Li Yi roared that he'd had enough. The humanoid was sent flying far back by the blow, and our hero realized with surprise that he possessed a great deal of strength. But to destroy all his enemies? One body wasn't enough. It was a shame the guy didn't have a weapon. As soon as he thought of this, dense streams of black energy from the shadow system appeared around his fist. Li Yi looked at one of the monsters and thought that it would be best to get a sword or a dagger. Almost immediately, the shadows rushed to the center of his palm. A bright pink glow appeared there. Something was happening. A second later, our hero held a rather large shadow blade in his hand, a pleasant surprise for him. Now the monster's attacks posed no threat to him whatsoever. The young man was confident he could dispatch them with a single swing of his sword. And so it happened. Now the young man charged forward, killing the humanoids one after another, his eyes burning with excitement. The ability to kill monsters and the awakened was a wonderful gift from the shadow system. Li Yi felt truly powerful. Two enemies jumped out at him at once, but the young man decided that since he was now an advanced himself, he shouldn't dodge, it was better to counterattack. He was fast enough to dodge, but sometimes even that speed wasn't enough to keep things running smoothly. It turned out that he could strengthen the blade by transferring some of his own energy to it. Now Li Yi's effectiveness had increased significantly. After dispatching the nearest humanoid, the guy charged toward where the rest of the monsters were gathered. He flew forward, inspired by the idea that he now possessed incredible abilities, even though he could have easily died. When not a single monster was left alive, our hero lay down on the ground, and a moment later he suddenly began to laugh. Soon the young man was roaring with laughter as he lay on the ground, with his arms spread wide, surrounded by the bodies of his defeated enemies. A system message appeared stating that the evolution had been successful. Li Yi had now reached rank E. The young man was in a hospital room but had not regained consciousness. The doctor explained to the nurse that this often happens with awakened advanced individuals. It's part of the adaptation process. The girl was surprised by this news, but she became curious about Li Yi's level. Her colleague suggested they talk about it once the patient woke up. They needed to move to the next room, but the nurse found herself staring at our hero. He seemed very handsome to her. A spirit that had lived in the monument rose above Li Yi's body. It lamented that it had ended up with such a weakling. Why couldn't it have gotten at least a B-rank body? He looked at the young man and thought that he was incredibly lucky, having managed to adjust the activation and parameters of the shadow system on the first try. Li Yi opened his eyes and, seeing the spirit, asked what it wanted. The monument was just ranting about how this body wouldn't be able to withstand even a tenth of its power. The monument explained that he was the Lord of Chaos and Order from the ancient world, the ruler of the prisons of countless worlds. He ordered the body to be handed over. Once the throne was restored, the Lord would generously reward the little human. Li Yi didn't believe a single word. The creature was repulsive to him. The hero thought it was some kind of cockroach. The Lord of Chaos read these thoughts but decided that the main thing now was to get the body, not to argue. The young man frantically tried to figure out exactly what this spirit wanted. The wildest thoughts and assumptions swirled in his head. The young man didn't know that the creature in the shadows could read his thoughts. Fear and revulsion appeared on the monument's face as it read the possible scenarios. Shouting that he'd had enough, that it was all just the ravings of a madman, the Lord of Chaos brushed Li Yi's fabrications aside. He grabbed our hero by the collar and declared that a half-dead dog would be a better choice than this weakling. The spirit flung the hero away from him, shouting that if he didn't reach a higher rank within 3 days, he would be torn to pieces. Li Yi realized he was no longer in the hospital. It turned out the Lord had transported him to the underworld to level up at the insect lair. He informed him that every member of his clan has the right to undergo this trial once. Since his body had now been renewed, this opportunity was available to him again. An armored beetle appeared ahead. The creature seemed somewhat familiar to Li Yi. The spirit explained that the shadow system grants the hero access to the Lord's knowledge. Instantly, that very shadow blade appeared in the young man's hand, and he began to ponder the peculiarities of this system. He didn't have long to ponder. The hero was forced to fight to survive, and the leaping and swinging of his weapon didn't take long to begin. In a matter of seconds, the hero managed to land numerous strikes. He hadn't even expected himself to be able to move so quickly. Now it was time to assess the results of his efforts and the performance of this shadow dagger. Li Yi froze and looked at the beetle. The monster continued to roar hideously, baring its fangs. There were no visible injuries. Then the young man decided he had to attack its blind spot its back, and he pushed off to make a leap. The blow failed to pierce the protective shell. The dagger flew off to the side, dragging the young man with it. The hero landed quite successfully, but he still didn't know how to deal with the insect's super strong armor. His musings were interrupted by the beetle's attack. It struck just as quickly and clearly understood that its opponent was defenseless. At the last moment, Li Yi managed to put his blade in his place, after which he tried once more to plunge it into his opponent's body. Not a single scratch remained on the shell. The shield was very sturdy. The Lord of Chaos hissed something about having been given a completely useless body. He asked if brute force was really necessary, suggesting it might make sense to change tactics. The young man replied that his battle concerned no one but himself. The young man made another attempt to strike the shell, but instead hit one of the monster's limbs. The armored beetle swatted him away with a claw, and Li Yi was sent flying back a good 10 meters. The opponent was very strong. The young man was thrown against the stone wall of the gorge. The blow was so powerful that blood began to flow from his mouth. Immediately, he noticed he was covered in some kind of green slime. The shadow spirit ordered the weakling to get up immediately. He was right, a little more, and the insect would have simply finished off our hero, but the latter realized that he had, after all, found the enemy's weak spot. Li Yi decided that if he severed all of the monster's limbs one by one, victory over it would be only a matter of time. The plan came together almost instantly, and now the young man knew exactly what to do next. His eyes flashed. The monster roared. It was as if it sensed that in an instant it had become much more vulnerable than before. The young man braced himself for a new attack and whispered that he would now show who the real weakling was. The Lord of Chaos sensed something familiar. He was surprised that this body had proven so capable that it had learned to use shadow intuition. Li Yi launched another spectacular attack and severed the front leg the creature had been using to strike him. He was very pleased, but the spirit didn't understand why he should expend so much effort for the sake of some paw belonging to this armored beetle. Our hero explained that this would give him the opportunity to carry out his plan and reach the monster's most vulnerable spot. The insect tried to retreat and recover, as if sensing its imminent demise at the hands of this small but clever opponent. Meanwhile, Li Yi decided that to carry out his plan, he needed a more powerful weapon and activated its creation. A rather long sword appeared from the shadows, perfectly suited for the attack. The boy darted toward the monster and, finding himself beneath it, simply slashed open the abdomen of this enormous insect. Once on the ground, he looked up to see if his hunch about the weakest spot had been confirmed. The monster's head, covered in streams of yellow slime, fell right onto the young man, a sight not for the faint of heart. But the desired effect had been achieved, and our hero repeated his lunge with the long sword, full of determination. Soon a crystal appeared at Li Yi's feet. He had defeated the armored beetle. The Lord of Chaos laughed, saying it was merely a Y-rank monster. Why was the man so out of breath? The young man felt a surge of strength. His progress toward breaking through to the next level was only 0.2%. But the spirit explained that he had obtained an energy stone, which was good for accumulating experience. The young man decided to keep going and took a few steps toward the cave, but suddenly heard something there. He couldn't make out anything, and the Lord of Chaos suggested using shadow intuition again to look. The hero asked what kind of skill that was. The spirit advised him to concentrate shadow energy in his eyes, and the ability would activate on its own. He had already done this with the beetle, but hadn't even noticed. Immediately, a notification appeared stating that the hero had unlocked the first-level shadow sense, and his eyes changed slightly in appearance. There was another insect ahead, and Li Yi activated the skill just in time. Some spikes were hurtling straight at him. They were accompanied by a pale green glow, and the young man barely managed to jump up. Otherwise, he would have simply died. The spike was large and so sharp that it pierced the stone wall, and a greenish cloud of poisonous smoke emerged from the point of impact. He immediately had to make a few more incredible jumps, but the guy simply didn't have time to make out what exactly was flying at him. He sensed movement around him and dodged intuitively, all the while cursing the skill, calling it completely useless. The very next moment, he had to perform what was practically a somersault to survive. The projectiles themselves remained invisible to the hero. Then he ducked several more times in different directions, straining to see what was flying at him from all sides. The spirit replied that it wasn't a useless skill, but that the man lacked strength. So Li Yi declared that he would increase the amount of shadow energy in his eyes. The spirit remarked that this was getting more and more interesting. Some E rank was masterfully controlling shadow energy like a true pro. Li Yi identified the two monsters, a distortion beetle and a stinger beetle, both E rank. It didn't take long to review the information. The Lord of Chaos noticed that the young man now had the information he needed, and he asked him to wait a little longer. It turned out there wasn't just one or two of these creatures here. There was a whole swarm of them. The spirit noted that there was even a saying about this. If you spot one cockroach, it means the darkness is teeming with them. Our hero readied his weapon again and took a few steps back, preparing to defend himself. The insects advanced with a vile hissing. These beetles looked simply repulsive. He didn't even want to look in their direction. Since the enemies were approaching from both sides, Li Yi took up a defensive stance, which pleased his shadowy friend. The monument praised the little man's intuition. Meanwhile, the young man decided that this time he would use two types of weapons in battle at once. He activated his shadow sense over a wide area and shouted at the monsters that they'd all better get out of here right now or die. A quiet voice behind him whispered that no one had ever unlocked the second level of this skill so quickly. When the shadow becomes your follower, the enemy's heartbeat turns into a funeral march. The worthless E rank knew how to pleasantly surprise. Along with the new level of the Dark Shadow system came access to the knowledge archive and the ability of shadow manifestation. Meanwhile, Li Yi threw himself into battle with all his might. It even seemed to the young man that the insects had begun to move more slowly, and he realized that this was a manifestation of the new shadow skill. Now the system highlighted all the enemy's weak spots in purple, and for good measure, sent notifications with the information. The second level of the shadow sense worked perfectly. Once the weak points were detected, breaking through the defense was no trouble at all. The hero decided to test the new shadow spikes technique as soon as he realized that all the weak spots of the stinger-bearing bugs were on the underside. For every monster killed, he received a percentage toward a D-rank breakthrough, but it wasn't very much, and the young man grew a little annoyed. He decided to finish this task quickly so as not to waste his time and look for a more effective way. He decided to finish off all the monsters at once and immediately charged forward. His level began to rise more rapidly. Li Yi rushed forward, piercing the beetle's defenses in the abdominal area. Now he didn't even need to aim. Everything happened instinctively. The guy hadn't expected that the second level of shadow sense would improve his accuracy so much, and he was very pleased with it. Suddenly, a new enemy attacked him. The hero dodged but still didn't understand what that green glow was. It was a distortion reaper beetle. The spirit noticed that the man had good reflexes, but his brain was slow to process things. This conclusion was premature. Li Yi activated his shadow manifestation and instantly immobilized the opponent with a lasso. He immediately began searching for the insect's weak spot, ordering it not to move, or else it would be worse. It became clear pretty quickly. He needed to aim for the monster's jumping leg. Then it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. At the same time, the guy was attacked by beetles shooting spikes, which complicated the task, but not too seriously. Li Yi activated a sharp rope from the shadows and shouted that the insects wouldn't have as much fun shooting without their butts. He destroyed all the enemies at once, simply by pulling all the rope loops toward himself. His level progress increased significantly. Soon, flying creatures followed his comrades. They all also fell victim to the sharp rope of the shadow manifestation. The spirit caught himself thinking that the man finally looked befitting of the power he had received. Though his poses looked repulsive, he fought with dignity. The gift granted by the Eye of Shadow enhances reflexes and strength, but most importantly, it grants control over shadows. However, this gift consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy. That was the price. Rank E was still too low. It was difficult to control such power. Everything before Li Yi's eyes suddenly began to blur. He had reached the limit of his capabilities. The young man thought that he had only just gained this astonishing power and couldn't falter so easily. He had to keep going. He still had a little time left, and the power of his vengeance was growing with every passing moment. It was time to show what he was made of. Our hero remembered the officials from the company where his parents had worked. They had dared to hide the truth about their deaths. Not only that, but these people had forced him to become a miner and risk his life to pay off fabricated debts. Li Yi was determined to take revenge, and all this simply because the young man was an ordinary person. He began to hack at the insects with relentless ruthlessness, even fury. Over the next 10 minutes, the young man raised his level by half. It seemed there was now no force capable of stopping him. Now that he had gained power, he simply had to develop it and make the scoundrels regret everything. Li Yi fought like a madman. Determined to drag the corporation into hell, he fought as if possessed. By the end of the time limit, he had nearly reached 100%. The spirit assessed the result, noting that human malice blended perfectly with the system of the dark shadow, and even fueled it. Soon the young man stood atop a mountain of defeated monsters. He was practically at his goal, but both time and enemies were running out. With just a few seconds left, and a little over 2% remaining to achieve the desired result, the Lord of Chaos realized that the hero had decided to unleash all his shadow energy. He asked if the hero wasn't afraid that his body wouldn't hold out and would explode. Li Yi replied that if he could become stronger, then he was obligated to do so. With a cry that there was no turning back, the young man lunged at a new swarm of insects that had appeared just in time. A second before the timer ran out, our hero gathered the maximum amount of energy and prepared for the final leap. He managed to destroy the monsters and, at the very last moment, finally achieved the coveted D rank and did so in the most spectacular way possible. The man landed on the ground and realized the mission was complete. Now it was time to assess the result. Wiping the last bits of green slime from his face, Li Yi couldn't believe he'd pulled it off. The monument announced that the guy had gotten incredibly lucky. Amid the insect remains, our hero spotted a weapon. The Lord of Chaos explained that this testing ground had been used by his people for trials, and the dagger had been left behind from those days. If one were to apply human standards to the blade, its power would roughly correspond to an A rank and excellent specimen. Li Yi approached and picked up the weapon. This dagger was more like a two-handed sword in size. Were those people giants back then? The spirit replied that not exactly, but compared to his shadow powers, all these daggers and blades were mere toys. Using a shadow rope, he lifted an entire arsenal and invited the young man to verify that this statement was true. The monument remarked that it would be better to use this metal in a different way, and our hero immediately realized that it would be better to sell the weapons. Li Yi knew that only an advanced D rank could handle sales, so he said it was time to head to the registration hall. The relevant organization operated practically without days off, but our hero's abilities were rated at E rank, and he began to protest. The girl at the registration desk replied that although his physical stats were good, no significant energy fluctuations had been detected, which was why he had been assigned that rank. The young man grabbed the slip of paper and began to read. The administrator added that he was registered as a minor, so he would receive a 15% pay raise. On the street, Li Yi noticed that the shadow system was simply excellent, but people didn't appreciate it. The spirit explained that this was because they couldn't see the shadow energy fluctuations. The hero decided that this was perhaps for the best, but there might be complications with selling the equipment. The only option left was the black market. All shady deals took place there. The Lord of Chaos remarked that it sounded promising. The visitors sensed the miner's arrival by his scent. It seemed they were good at reading people. Guests like this hadn't been seen here in a long time. Li Yi surveyed the assortment. His spirit was indignant that these ridiculous little people would attach stones to metal and call it a divine weapon. Some guy started trying to kick Li Yi out, saying that a miner might break something, and with his salary he wouldn't be able to cover the damages even in 100 years. The hero asked why customers were treated with such disrespect here. The salesman pinched his nose and declared that a poor, hardworking man was a dubious customer. The guy replied that he didn't like the merchandise on display, then pulled out his dagger and ordered them to call an appraiser. Just then, a couple more customers showed up. They asked what the salesman's rank was, and it turned out to be only D. They were the ordinary girl Su Qing and the advanced D rank Zhou Ting. The beauty didn't understand why she'd been brought to such a place. The seller greeted the regular customer and asked what he had brought this time. The customer replied that he wanted to sell a dagger from another world to buy a car for the girl. Zhou Ting showed the Wind Howl blade and added that it increased the owner's strength stats. The dealer remarked that it was an excellent item. That's when Li Yi recognized the advanced practitioner's companion and called out Su Qing by name. The girl froze in surprise. After the guy's parents died and he was left in debt, the beauty rejected his advances and told him she didn't want anything to do with such a loser anymore. Zhou Ting asked if the girl knew this man, and she replied that he was just a fan after all. She was a celebrity, recognized everywhere. How could she possibly know some minor? Then the snob started yelling that the establishment standards had fallen. How could they let in a lowlife who would just go and talk to a celebrity like that? He swung his sword and shouted at Li Yi that the garbage collectors were down the street. He should take his junk and get lost. Zhou Ting struck the dagger our hero had brought, but something clearly didn't go according to plan. The result was unexpected. The Wind Howler's sword shattered into pieces. This simply couldn't happen to a truly valuable weapon. Our hero calmly replied that the junk here wasn't his artifact at all, so it wasn't clear yet who should be chased away. Su Qing began accusing her companion of deceiving her, since he had claimed the sword was very expensive. In a fit of rage, the advanced practitioner lunged at Li Yi, shouting that he would now show the young man his place in this world. The young man easily dodged, hissing that his opponent was moving too slowly and his energy wasn't strong enough. The advanced fighter's reflexes were quite good, but he still couldn't land a hit on our hero. He made one attempt after another, trying various techniques, but nothing worked. Li Yi didn't take any damage. The guy dodged masterfully. He was much faster than his enemy and on top of that possessed certain hidden advantages. Zhou Ting tried striking with both his feet and fists, but couldn't understand why an ordinary miner, who didn't even possess an E rank, remained out of his reach. Li Yi watched the proceedings calmly. The man's attack was far less dangerous than the swarm he'd had to fight just a short while ago. The advanced fighter was ready to burst with rage. He wanted to teach this little miner a lesson at any cost. And once again, nothing came of it. It was time for our hero to demonstrate his own shadow-based art. With a sharp rope, he immobilized his opponent's fist. It was invisible to the man, but it prevented him from striking. Joy Tin shouted that the miners should go back to the hole they'd crawled out of. He was preparing to attack again. Li Yi replied that in that case, the mangy dogs should also go back to the alley they came from. He made sure the rope was tightly wrapped around the attacker's fist and yanked it sharply. The young man collapsed to the ground. Ting slowly tried to get up. Su Qing rushed to his aid, the girl beginning to worry about her fiancé. With burning eyes, our hero noticed that Mr. Zhou liked being called a dog. That was good. The advanced fighter immediately lunged at the offender, shouting that the scum must have completely grown tired of living. He didn't get a chance to attack. Several men entered the room, and Boss Wang ordered everyone to stop immediately. The shop owner, Wang Defu, pointed out that even though Tin was a longtime customer, fighting was not allowed here. Su Qing pointed at Li Yi and claimed that this actor had broken Joy Tin's blade, which was why he had started getting upset. The man stared intently at our hero and asked thoughtfully, "Who is this miner?" He stepped closer and asked if the sword in the young man's hand had indeed broken Mr. Zhou's blade. The young man replied that the aggressor had struck first. What was his fault if his sword had shattered into pieces as a result? The shopkeeper asked the expert if that was really how it happened. He whispered that the boy's blade was unusual and that they could handle it the old way. Tin replied just as quietly that yes, he would take the money, and Wang would take the goods. The merchant spread his arms wide and walked toward Li Yi, saying that he trusted Mr. Zhou, so he would take responsibility for resolving this issue. He asked permission to examine the sword, and the young man handed the weapon to the man, unaware of what this might lead to. Wang Defu's eyes bulged in surprise. It seemed the blade our hero had brought here was a rarity to him. It turned out that wasn't exactly the case. The sword simply weighed about 100 pounds, and the young man held it with ease. There was a chance he was an awakened one too, so the merchant decided to test the waters. With a smile, he asked where such a simple miner could have obtained such a weapon. It was a great rarity. Li Yi asked when it had become necessary to verify the identity of the seller and the origin of the goods on the black market. The man chuckled, saying he was just curious if he didn't want to. He didn't have to tell him. The hero realized he was being tested. He said he'd found the sword while digging. There were no secrets here. Wang smiled, deciding that he was indeed dealing with an ordinary working man. The merchant said that Li Yi's sword was sturdy but not magical and had no gems. It was worth about 100 bucks, whereas Zhou's blade would have been worth a couple of million if it hadn't broken. Wang smiled and said he would buy the guy's sword and cover the costs, but the miner would have to reimburse Mr. Zhou for the 2 million. The man assured the laborer that he was doing him a favor and added that he would persuade the boss not to be too angry. Tin replied that since the shop owner himself was asking, he would agree. Su Qing reminded him of the promised car and the fact that a poor miner simply didn't have that kind of money. The guy asked his girlfriend not to worry. If the poor man sold his organs, he'd scrape together the necessary money. Li Yi calmly asked when they had managed to work out such a scheme, and the security guard moved toward him with a menacing look. Our hero smiled, flashed his eyes, and asked those present to simply enjoy the moment. A dense purple glow enveloped him enough to blow the store to smithereens, and the guy said it wasn't him who needed to worry. The other guards also rushed forward. The boss ordered them to thoroughly maim this insolent brat. They turned around with the guests to head to the tea room, not even suspecting that the battle's outcome would be nothing like they expected. Only when one of the thugs flew past and slammed into the wall did the shopkeeper and his accomplices take notice of what was happening. The shop owner ordered the manager to be more careful. If the miner damaged anything in the inventory, he wouldn't be able to pay for it. Meanwhile, Li Yi was demonstrating to Wan's security guards with sharp kicks how real men should fight. Zhou looked in horror at one of the burly men flying straight at him. It was not a pleasant sight. The awakened man realized he couldn't stay on the sidelines in this situation. He was bursting with rage. With disgust, he kicked another guard away, and the man began to fall in the opposite direction. Ting Zhou simply kicked the rest of them aside like balls to protect his girlfriend, who was screaming in terror. The veteran noticed that working in the mine hadn't been in vain. The kid had some real strength. Li Yi looked him in the eye and told him that now it was Zhou's turn. His opponent realized that while the kid had certain talents that allowed him to beat all sorts of losers, he'd better not be asking for trouble. He had already gathered enough energy to lunge forward and immediately attacked, shouting that against a D-rank warrior, a miner was still just a snot-nosed kid. Instead of responding, our hero simply raised his hand, palm up, in which the outline of shadow energy, invisible to the others, had already appeared. He struck Zhou with such force that the latter didn't have time to finish his attack and simply collapsed to the floor. Li Yi remained standing. A shell flew past his shoulder, a small explosion pierced the air, but the bullet missed its target. With a scream, one that not even his father had ever made when hitting him in the face, the advanced fighter leaped to his feet, vowing to kill this nobody for this. His energy projectile hurtled straight at our hero. The advanced fighter had poured all his energy into it. He was simply enraged. The young man wasn't afraid. He held out his hand again to deflect the attack using shadows. An explosion rang out, and clouds of smoke spread throughout the room. But Li Yi continued to stand calmly in the middle of the room as if nothing had happened. Ting Zhou's jaw literally dropped in surprise. His attack was supposed to incinerate the miner, but the man seemed to have some kind of invisible shield or something similar, saying that since his father hadn't dared to teach the bastard a lesson, he would do it for him. Li Yi headed toward the advanced warrior, who shouted for the miner not to come any closer. It was too late. A shadow web had already entangled our hero's opponent, something he hadn't even suspected. Su Qing was surprised that some poor guy had defeated a D-rank warrior. Zhou exclaimed that the guy wasn't just a laborer at all. He was an advanced miner, clearly of C or B rank, and he was taken aback. Li Yi replied that he was a certified E-rank miner. Ting whispered that it was simply impossible. Our hero raised his hand to strike, but the advanced miner threatened to complain to his friend Panther, who had his own gang, if he laid a finger on him. The guy knew of several such groups. One was called the Sharks, the other the Black Panthers. The young man began beating Zhou. He was simply furious because he remembered that the Sharks were involved in his parents' deaths, and the Panthers were no better. Su Qing screamed, and Li Yi continued to kick her boyfriend, sending him flying to the opposite end of the room. The deceiver herself got her share. She was kicked so hard that the girl flipped over, landing on her back. The guy kept beating the guy until his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Our hero replied that what he hated most in this life was trash like the Sharks and Panthers. They'd better not stand in his way. He forgot that there was another awakened one in the store, his master, who, shouting for him to go to hell, attacked Li Yi from behind. The attack was not meant to succeed. Using a shadow weapon, the young man easily parried the blow, and the man flew backward, realizing he had lost. Tin tried to settle the matter with money. He shouted that he had 100,000, and it would be better to just forget what had happened. There was a misunderstanding. Li Yi started slapping him again, saying that his thick skin was worth only 2,000 per slap. Tin shouted that it was 5. No, he'd give 1,000,000. Lifting his opponent up, our hero asked why they shouldn't use their own rates, since they were all lovers of high-interest loans. He asked him to estimate the cost of 50 slaps, which were due to the advanced user. The man pulled out a credit card and croaked that he'd give 5,000,000. That was all he had. Li Yi noticed that the card belonged to the Yanji Group, the very same firm that had killed his parents and saddled him with debt. He could get to them through Zhou. They'd squeezed enough money out of him over the years, so the hero let the enemy go, who assured him that even if the guy beat him to death, he wouldn't be able to pay anymore. Su Qing immediately ran up to her boyfriend and asked if the young man was okay. She still didn't understand how Li Yi had become so strong. Zhou slapped the girl, saying it was her fault. She had convinced everyone that he was just an ordinary miner. The man who had been awakened grabbed his phone, thinking he wouldn't just hand over his money like that. His eyes were burning. The man he was calling had just taken care of a couple of fighters. It seemed that murder was a routine matter for him. Zhu told Panther that someone had stolen the sword he was going to give him, and was even threatening the gang. The leader asked for details, and he was seriously angry. The gangsters had just pulled off a robbery, brutally taking out the security guards. One of them asked who was calling. Panther said they'd done a good job leaving no unnecessary witnesses, and that it was little Tin Zhou calling just in time. Since he'd just remembered that he was part of the gang too, it was time to meet. Whether he lived or died made no difference. After those words, laser beams destroyed the remaining guards. A short while later, Li Yi went to the employment agency. An employee immediately asked how he could help. Our hero explained that he was an advanced E rank and was looking for a suitable mission. Then two rather unpleasant men showed up, saying there were no missions here for trash like him, unless he was a suicidal guy. The others started whispering too, saying that for an E rank, the kid was way too cocky. He should just sit quietly and be grateful they were giving him food. Everyone immediately started joking that no team needed trash like him. He should go out on the street and look in a trash can for colleagues. The young man calmly listened to all the taunts, but he wasn't about to leave. He had something to say to these bullies. Besides, the 5 million that Joe had transferred to his account had been immediately deducted by the sharks as debt repayment. Taking the job was now a priority. While the hero was thinking about this, someone entered the building, and it immediately became so quiet that literally every step could be heard. The more advanced ones tensed up and began discussing how this was what B-rank energy actually felt like. You could sense it even with your back. As the girl walked through the hall, many whispered that they couldn't even move, that it was hard to breathe. It was her aura at work. The beauty looked quite sweet, and just by her appearance, it was hard to suspect she possessed such strength and power. Everyone except Li Yi was frightened. One guy asked hoarsely what an advanced practitioner of such a rank was doing in a place like this. Our hero thought that this girl's strikingly strong energy was completely devoid of any intent to kill. Either she was hiding it, or she truly lacked such qualities. The masked beauty's assistant announced that a D-rank advanced miner was needed to work in the D-rank Beast Abyss. Perhaps someone was interested. Li Yi stepped forward, and everyone was surprised that someone with an E rank could even move while suppressing such a strong B-rank aura. It was simply impossible. The guy gave a sly smile and said that it looked like he was exactly the person they were looking for this position. An agency employee informed Miss Quinn from Longman Street 3rd that they had plenty of D-rank options, but the girl was interested specifically in our hero. She thought the miner wasn't so simple since he'd been able to withstand her aura, so she said there was no need to look further. This miner would do. The agent said that was impossible. The man had arrived late and hadn't registered. He wasn't even in line, which was against the rules. The advance flashed her eyes and declared that she set the rules here and had made her choice. The man bowed and apologized. The girl headed for the door. Li Yi followed her. Everyone else wondered if this was the first time the advanced one had made such a personal visit. They were curious who this miner was. In the Beast Abyss dungeon, right at the entrance, there were countless minotaurs, quite ferocious ones, it must be said. One of the main damage dealers in the party was a bard. He was a sort of support who cleared the way for Queen and Li Yi. Thanks to his flute playing, the monsters' heads literally flew to pieces without any effort on the part of the rest of the group. There were also several swordsmen who finished off the minotaurs that were a bit slow on the uptake. The monsters didn't stand a chance. If any of the beasts dared to attack, they came face to face with the massive spiked shield of the warrior leading the squad. Moreover, the minotaurs didn't realize until the very end that they were facing such well-trained people and continued to charge at the squad. Li Yi appreciated the training and teamwork. Quinn was surrounded by true professionals, and she was the center of it all. It seemed everything was going to go smoothly. But that was only if you ignored the details. Our hero decided to tap into his sense of shadow and get a feel for how things really stood. The squad had been moving forward fairly quickly. Now they had stopped, trying to figure out where to go next, each lost in their own thoughts. The minotaurs were below. This dungeon of the Abyss of the Beast was clearly more difficult than the D rank it had been classified as. The hero wondered if the others could sense their presence. A spirit appeared and reported that Li Yi's shadow vision had reached the 2nd level, and he could see much more than the trash he'd set out to raid. The squad pressed forward. Our hero decided that maybe the others didn't know about the monsters, but Quinn simply had to sense them. He wondered why she was silent. The bard quietly whispered to the commander that the star crystal she needed was inside. The girl looked at the miner and ordered him to follow her. The guy thought that she knew about the danger and had chosen him, the miner, anyway. The aura was growing stronger, the danger mounting. Li Yi couldn't figure out if she didn't care about their lives or if she was so confident she could protect the team. He stood at the edge of the chasm and realized that the only way to find out was to jump, just as Quinn had ordered. Both heroes plunged downward, though Li Yi looked far more confident than his boss. It seemed she hadn't quite assessed the situation correctly. They landed quite successfully. Now they needed to look around to figure out what to do next. The young man frowned. The monster was right in front of them, and it was clearly the dungeon boss at the very least. A massive D-rank minotaur roared deafeningly. It was ferocious and powerful, and in a highly aggressive mood. Behind the leader, a crowd of ordinary minotaurs gathered, all of them, their eyes gleaming, were just waiting to attack the people who looked helpless and tiny. Li glanced at his companion, who had gripped the hilt of her sword. He was eagerly awaiting the moment when the B-rank warrior would spring into action. Everything around the girl began to glow red-pink. It seemed she intended to pour the maximum amount of energy into the blade. Suddenly, Quinn's expression changed. She was clearly frightened and could no longer hide her anxiety, remaining frozen in place. Finally, she ordered the miner to go first and fight. Taken by surprise, he nearly stumbled, reminding her that he was E-rank. Instead of answering, the squad leader pressed her lips together and trembled. It was clear she was struggling to find the right words. Finally, the commander fell to her knees and told the young man that she couldn't move. If he defeated the monsters and cleared the dungeon, he would receive $1 million, and she would provide cover. Our hero tried to protest, but the beauty began tearfully begging him to just do what she asked. Li Yi sighed and replied that for that kind of money, he might try to carry out the order, though he wasn't sure he could. The young man summoned his shadow dagger and decided that since he had no choice anyway, he'd have to do a little work with his blade. He moved forward confidently, leaving Quinn behind. The girl hadn't expected her persuasion to work so easily. The Minotaurs also immediately rushed forward to attack the man who had dared to disturb their peace. Li Yi hadn't even managed to strike a couple of times before he realized that the monsters weren't interested in him at all. They were running straight toward the squad leader. The beauty stood in the same pose, but now she was even more frightened. Deciding that at this rate she would soon be left without a reward, the guy rushed to her defense. It turned out there was no real need for that. The girl was quite capable of taking care of her own safety. A flash of light sent the monsters flying backward, crippling many of them. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought he'd underestimated his colleague a bit, but that was for the best. At least he didn't have to worry that she'd die. At that moment, another Minotaur leaped at Quinn, and it was clear she hadn't yet gathered the energy for another defensive move. Then Li Yi summoned that very same huge sword he had tried to sell in the shop and rushed to intercept the monster. With a single move, he managed to stop its attack. The enormous monster was now falling backward, but it was clear that this was far from over. The guy asked Miss Quinn why she was drawing the monster's attention to herself. He was curious to know what the secret was. Instead of answering, the girl ran further down the tunnel, shouting that she was leaving these minotaurs to him. Well, the hero couldn't do anything about her, so he set about hacking at the enemies. It wasn't exactly too difficult for him. In a couple of minutes, he had taken down everyone in the area and was getting ready to tackle the next wave. Meanwhile, the squad leader was running for her life. It seemed she wasn't so much afraid of the monsters as she was eager to get her hands on the crystal. The beauty had ventured deep enough inside and now believed she was out of danger, not noticing the monster that had followed her here. As soon as the girl caught her breath, she heard a roar behind her and looked back in horror. It seemed the plan had failed. The advanced rank mage stood there, trembling with fear, but still asked the Minotaur why he wasn't afraid of her. Instead of answering, the monster swung his club. It seemed that the aura of a B-rank advance was nothing to him. Li Yi was there too. He couldn't understand why Quinn was scared, since she was clearly capable of fighting back against the Minotaur. Suddenly, the commander screamed and raised her hands to her face. The bracelet on her wrist cracked and glowed pink where it had broken. Immediately, the energy flash we were already familiar with appeared, its radius of effect growing larger and larger. This simple trick sent both the monster and our hero flying far backward. The boy suffered no damage, but the monster lost its combat power. Li Yi noticed that the bracelet on the girl's wrist had cracked in another spot and was now simply falling apart, unable to withstand the strain. It suddenly dawned on our hero that the commander was using a protective item, and all these attacks were not her doing at all. He asked if the advanced one really had no combat abilities at all, and she shyly lowered her eyes. The girl asked him to keep this a secret when they returned, and Li Yi raised his sword again and declared that he would charge an extra fee for this. Our hero was also curious as to why the monsters in this dungeon were attacking only his commander, and showing no interest in him at all. No answer came, so the young man was forced to use his shadow vision skill again. Nearby, he spotted a bard. The bard was well camouflaged, so he was invisible to the naked eye. It seemed the Minotaur's behavior was due to his performance. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a girl's scream calling for the miner's help. Another Minotaur was about to attack. Shouting that this was a never-ending problem, the young man swung his sword. He was forced to fight in such a way as not to injure Quinn with a move that had a wider area of effect. Wondering how long this would go on and what could be done in this situation, Li Yi prepared to fend off another wave of creatures. Suddenly it dawned on him that the shadow sword was very fast, and there was a way to end this much more easily after all. The bard's target was Quinn, so why not use her as bait? He summoned shadow chains to bind the monsters and prevent them from reaching the girl. Now he needed to resort to a trick. Our hero loudly declared that since the commander was without her protective gear and wasn't a combat type, she'd have a hard time without his help. The Minotaurs couldn't move, but they hadn't noticed that yet. Meanwhile, the guy was heading toward them, saying he wanted to clarify something. Quinn shouted for him not to leave her for long. She also didn't understand why he had suddenly decided to report on all his actions. The girl was left unattended and watched anxiously as Li Yi fought the Minotaurs. The bard decided that since she was so helpless, this was a perfect opportunity. He thought that since that damned miner had nearly ruined his entire plan, it was time to stop relying on monsters and kill Quinn himself, especially since she was defenseless. The villain crept up behind the unsuspecting girl. He drew a long stiletto and was already preparing to strike. The shadow sword proved faster than the blade. The bard's hand never managed to complete the move. Our hero appeared as if out of nowhere. Quinn and her would-be assassin were both very surprised, and the man, moreover, was left without an arm. She fell right before the villain's eyes, and he didn't immediately grasp how this could have happened. Tears welled up in his eyes. While the bard clutched his wound, our hero explained to the commander that his colleague had used infrasound to orchestrate the Minotaur's attack on her. The man, whose name was Luden, laughed, admitting he'd been too careless and hadn't expected a miner to outsmart him. But that didn't mean Li Yi had already won. The bard immediately used some skill that required a large amount of energy. He drew it from the wounded monsters. Waves of red glow rose from each Minotaur. Those of them who were able to rise gave all their strength to the advanced one. He knew how to control living creatures. The bard managed to create a massive cluster of red energy that gradually took the form of a gigantic Minotaur. He shouted that he wouldn't hold back anymore. Li Yi whispered that Luden's aura now matched the C-class. Quinn guessed that he had grown stronger thanks to the monster's life energy. Right at our hero's feet, the ground split open and streams of burning lava appeared. This, too, was the bard's doing. The girl explained that such a skill could have appeared after leveling up. The advanced one hadn't demonstrated such abilities before. The guy thought that such a trick was even enviable. In fact, Luden's cheating deserved respect. It was quite something to level up so easily. The C-class lava Minotaur roared. Li Yi and Quinn had little chance against it. And besides, they shouldn't forget about the bard himself and his special skills. For a few seconds, our hero tried to assess the possible outcomes, but soon realized it was a waste of time. The enemy attacked using a broadsword, but because of the lava, the area of effect was much larger, and the damage was widespread. A purple glow struck the advancing group. The young man managed to shield himself and the commander with his sword. The attack was so powerful that an explosion erupted. For a few seconds, it was completely unclear what exactly was happening. Both heroes were thrown backward. Thankfully, they weren't killed, but they were hurled along with rocks and debris for a good 10 meters. Queen began to choke. Li Yi thought that S rank was beyond his own capabilities, but there were other ways to fight besides direct confrontation. The girl noticed that the miner was injured and asked anxiously if she could help in any way. The enormous Minotaur, glowing with lava, began to approach again. The young people took each other's hands. It seemed our hero already had a plan in mind. He squeezed the beauty's fingers tighter and assured her that everything would be fine, as long as she followed all his instructions. The next second, Li Yi rushed forward, shouting to his girlfriend to try not to fall behind. She was scared but obeyed. To Quinn's surprise, the Minotaur didn't budge, letting them slip past. She asked if the miner could also command monsters. Our hero replied that he had no intention of revealing his secrets. In fact, he had used shadow ropes, but the beauty didn't need to know that. The monster continued to roar but couldn't pursue them yet. The girl asked what they were going to do now. Li Yi replied that she needed to get as far away from there as possible as soon as she could and hide in a safe place. They moved a little further into the maze, but it was time to split up because the guy couldn't control the shadows from such a great distance. He ordered the commander to keep running without stopping, while he would buy her time by holding off the enemy. Then he would definitely find Quinn. Her main concern was to get through the maze and not get into any new trouble. The beauty moved forward, and Li Yi thought that he was concerned not so much for the deceiver's well-being as for the 1 million reward she had promised. Meanwhile, the C-rank Minotaur was shaking his head from side to side, trying to figure out where his victims had gone. A question rang out from behind him. Was the monster looking for him? It was the miner, and he clearly wasn't scared. The bard, in the form of a monster, spun around and swung his axe, shouting that he needed Queen Xian. Where was she? The blade struck where Li Yi had been just a moment ago, but the young man managed to parry the blow with his sword just in time. Sparks flew from the clash of metal. Our hero jumped back behind Liuden again and suggested that the man figure out for himself where the girl had gone. The miner intended to attack from behind and struck with all his might, but nothing happened. Li Yi realized with horror that there wasn't even a scratch left on the Minotaur's back. Its skin and the muscles beneath it were as hard as rock. To make sure he wasn't imagining things, he struck the monster's leg again, and the result was the same. Liuden turned around and laughed maliciously. This sword wasn't doing him the slightest bit of damage, so the miner found himself in a precarious position. In retaliation, the Minotaur punched where Li Yi had been standing. Rocks flew in all directions, and the young man miraculously managed to jump out of the way. Our hero had also pulled out his sword. To his credit, the weapon remained intact and undamaged. He needed time to think. The young man decided to lure his opponent into a more secluded spot and counterattack there. Liuden ran after him, shouting that the miner knew nothing but how to run away like a rat, while our hero gathered his thoughts. He decided to use his sense of shadow to identify the enemy's weak spot and strike. The Minotaur was already very close and had not the slightest doubt that he would emerge victorious from this confrontation. The young man realized this was his chance and simply leaped to the side, ending up behind the monster. That was exactly where the source of the purple glow was, revealing the monster's most vulnerable spot. In the very next moment, our hero leaped higher and swung his sword to strike the right spot. He didn't manage to strike. It turned out that the bard's instincts and intellect were in no way inferior to his own. Liuden spun around, rendering the miner's attack completely pointless. The boy froze in place. The opponent didn't even give him a chance to swing and, shouting that he had immediately seen through the boy's trick, counterattacked. The young man could barely get back on his feet. He was impressed by the power of the C-rank warrior and now didn't know how to hold out. There was already a dent in the rock behind him from the blow, and the Minotaur had already launched a new attack, shouting that the rat had nowhere to run now. In fact, Li Yi already knew his opponent's weak spot and was now simply biding his time for the most opportune moment. He activated the shadow ropes. The Liuden screamed that it was foolish to hope the dagger would harm him. Liuden attacked, not even suspecting that this time it wasn't a regular weapon awaiting him, but a shadow weapon. When the Minotaur was on the ground, it became clear that Li Yi had to act now or never. The gash in the monster's back was quite large, but the lava inside it was too hot. Even for a shadow, it wasn't that easy. Our hero was surprised and still hesitated to strike. He got as close as he could, but couldn't get within striking distance of the enemy. With nothing to lose, the guy jumped down. Liuden turned out to be smarter than one might think and knew exactly how to protect himself. The Minotaur turned around and said he didn't know how the miner had managed it, but the man had indeed found his weak spot. The monster noted that it wouldn't help anyway. 2,000 degrees was too high a temperature. He should tell him where Quinn was and perhaps save his own life. Our hero replied that he would never trust a traitor who had decided to betray his own kind. Shouting that he was asking for death, the monster prepared to attack the miner again. He was furious. It suggested he try the taste of its axe, then struck. The young man managed to dodge, which angered the bard even more. Amid shouts that dodging in his position was laughable, Li Yi struck with his shadow blade, also using the ropes. The strike missed its mark, and our hero laughed, noting that the enemy himself wasn't above dodging attacks. A new loop of the shadow rope shot straight toward the monster's neck, but Liuden had no chance to see it. Soon, a whole swarm of shadow blades gathered around the fissure with lava in the back of the hesitating Minotaur. And once again, the temperature was too high for them to strike the enemy's vulnerable spot. The shadows simply burned up, disintegrating under the heat of the molten lava, not even reaching it, right there in midair. The enemy burst out laughing. All of Li Yi's attempts to reach his target seemed simply laughable to him, and the young man was in no mood for jokes. Meanwhile, the monster swung his axe again, vowing that this time he would kill the insolent youth. Our hero jumped back, but had to use up almost all his shadow energy to avoid being burned. It seemed he couldn't do without Queen's help after all. Li Yi leaped at his opponent, deciding that even if he burned to a crisp, he wouldn't let anyone take possession of his body. He decided to take the risk, because if he killed an S rank, he would gain so much experience that he could only dream of such an opportunity couldn't be missed. So the miner simply charged at the monster's back, surrounding himself with a shadow barrier and arming himself with a shadow spear. He raced forward at tremendous speed, confident that he could break through. He had enough strength. The hero nearly burned to a crisp, but he convinced himself that in this case, the end completely justified the means. And then it happened. The spearhead reached the gash in the Minotaur's back, despite the high temperature of the lava. Luden roared. His health points had dropped to almost zero, but at that very moment, Berserker mode activated, and all his stats doubled. He shrugged his shoulders, and that was enough for Li Yi to fly off to the side. It was terrifying to imagine what would happen when the enemy turned around and charged into battle. The young man was slammed against the rocks with such force that for a moment, he didn't even realize what had happened. The Minotaur roared that he hadn't expected such a thing from a pathetic miner. But there's a limit to everything. The heat made it hard for our hero to breathe, so he just stood there and listened, as the monster promised him instant death right here and now. Suddenly, our hero's expression changed. It was as if he had regained his senses and even recovered. For some reason, the amount of shadow energy had surged dramatically, and now Li Yi felt confident he could withstand another attack from the enemy. The Lord of Chaos appeared and explained that this energy had always been within the boy's body. It simply hadn't been necessary to release it until now. Li Yi was fortunate enough to activate a new shadow skill right then, and now the shadow energy had fully restored him. The Minotaur sensed the opponent's terrifying aura and realized that this was not just about healing. Something more was at play. Deciding that he couldn't let our hero awaken new abilities, the bard swung his axe again. The blow missed its mark again. The young man leaped back with such speed it was as if a hurricane had swept him away. The monster assessed the miner's new stats and continued his advance. Now he too did not hesitate with his attack. And again, nothing worked. Liuden couldn't believe that some E rank could display so much strength. Something was clearly wrong here. With a scream that would flood everything here with lava, the Minotaur set about carrying out his threat. Li Yi realized these weren't just empty words, but he was curious to test his new abilities, so the hero didn't run away. A torrent of flame and lava surged straight at him, but not a single muscle on the miner's face twitched. Meanwhile, the bard in the form of a Minotaur roared that he would burn the boy to ashes, then spit on him and trample him. It turned out that this confrontation was far more interesting than the previous one. The monster looked at Li Yi with disappointment and fear. He stood right in the lava, taking not a single scratch, as if it were just an ordinary puddle. The young man was extremely pleased. If the entry-level Shadow Awakening offered such capabilities, what would happen once he leveled up the skill? The guy looked at his enemy and asked the boiling guy if he could turn up the heat a bit. It had gotten a little chilly in here. The miner joked that his opponent had gotten a little carried away, but now it was time to put an end to the fun. Aiming his spear straight at Liuden's chest, Li Yi declared that now it was his turn to have a little fun. The Minotaur grew angry and with a roar leaped toward his death. The young man had already begun his attack and had no intention of stopping halfway. He enveloped himself in energy, which allowed him to withstand the high temperatures. Both shadow blades were also ready for battle. The miner immediately put them to work, leaving purple trails in the air as he moved so quickly. Our hero landed several powerful blows and descended, receiving a notification that his shadows had been enhanced. All his stats had improved by 200%. Li Yi managed to completely sever the monster's arm. Now it simply stared at what had recently been its limb. The Minotaur roared with rage. Now he wanted to take revenge on the guy even more, but first he needed to recover. Meanwhile, the hero decided to work a little on his sword technique, so he practiced to slice through the giant's arm. Using both blades, the miner turned the stone flesh into a scattering of shards. The weapons worked not only effectively but also spectacularly. Luden was unimpressed. Releasing 2 streams of lava, he regenerated, growing new arms right before the stunned Li's eyes. Soon both were already holding weapons. Our hero watched what had happened and thought that as long as there was lava, fighting such an opponent would be very difficult. The young man was impressed by such healing power, but worst of all was that it rendered all his attacks pointless. The hero activated his dark vision and noticed that the enemy's energy streams were gradually weakening. At this rate, he wouldn't last long. The Minotaur ignored this remark and launched an attack, shouting that now he should try the taste of his axe one more time. The monster unleashed a whole series of blows, but Li Yi managed to parry every single one, and on top of that he was actively swinging his sword himself. Luden continued his lunges again and again. It seemed he would only stop once he had killed the miner. The young man, however, remained completely calm. His attacks were gradually tearing the monster's body apart, but it paid no attention to this. At some point, the bard suddenly realized he could no longer lift his axe. He asked in fear what was happening. His body began to shrink. The lava was getting smaller and smaller. Li Yi explained that the enemy had completely exhausted its energy reserves. He pointed his sword at the Minotaur and ordered it to prepare for death. It should not expect mercy, for there would be none. The enemy asked him not to rush into such decisions, since he and Li Yi were on equal footing, to which the young man replied that there was a catch. Quinn had promised him 1 million for his safety. Then the bard declared that money was no object. If the miner handed over the commander, he would receive 5 million as soon as they returned to the city. Our hero was far from stupid, so he refused. He didn't want Liuden's men to finish him off as soon as the money was handed over. He wouldn't be returning to the city. The Minotaur shouted that nothing of the sort would happen. He wasn't the kind of scum who broke his own promises. In response, Li Yi merely smirked, then thanked the bard for refreshing his memory. Once Qin Xian's father, Shao Shang, got his hands on the man who dared to offend his little daughter, the leader of the Longmen Third Guild would pay him more than 5 million. Luden thought he'd rather die than fall into Shao Shang's hands. Besides, the organization wouldn't spare his family either. He picked up a fragment of a prison from another world, intending to pull off some trick, shouting that no one dared to judge him for such a decision. Immediately, the Lord of Chaos appeared. He was very interested in the object in the Minotaur's hand, or rather, its origin and how the monster had obtained it. Once upon a time, there had been a portal between the Beast Abyss dungeon and another realm, but then it shattered into pieces, and everyone became prisoners of this dimension. Li Yi tensed up. The bard burst out laughing and declared that it was our hero who had forced him to resort to extreme measures, so now he should get what he deserved. It was a mistake to display the shards so carelessly. Using shadow energy, the guy easily snatched the artifact. The monster was left with nothing, but worst of all for him was that the bard had been distracted and lost his vigilance. Our hero not only got his hands on the portal fragment, but also got as close as possible to his enemy's vulnerable spot. With a single flick of his wrist, the miner plunged his shadow dagger in, and Luden howled in pain and terror. He knew it was the end. Li Yi jumped down so that the giant wouldn't harm him in its death throes. The young man moved very quickly. The impact of the monster's body hitting the ground caused the shadows around the young man to waver, but he didn't bother to worry about it. The job was done. After the bard's death, a rather large crystal rose up from the lava. It was almost as big as the miner himself. The young man thought it was no wonder so few energy cores dropped from ordinary minotaurs. They were all here. His level of shadow vision had increased. Suddenly, our hero's expression changed. He heard some strange sounds, and the walls began to tremble. The spirit explained that without the lava minotaur's energy, the dungeon couldn't exist. It was about to collapse. Soon, everyone inside passed through the portal and found themselves back in their own world. They had been frightened by the earthquake. Quinn and Li Yi were there as well. The girl said she was happy that they had both survived and offered the hero a job at her father's company. She was impressed by his skills. The hero declined and asked that his abilities be kept secret. The commander asked the same and gratefully handed over the promised money. Then the young man remembered that he wanted to sell his sword, so he asked if anyone in the guild might need such a weapon. Qin Xian noted that she didn't sense any magical energy, but the material was quite unusual. She would take the blade for appraisal and be sure to contact the miner. Li Yi waved cheerfully in farewell and walked away, adding that he would wait for a call. He understood that the girl must be well-versed in weapons and artifacts. He walked through the city at night, thinking that the beauty could have bought the entire set if she had recognized the sword's true value. But the hero had already received 1 million, so he was satisfied. Back in his room, the young man began examining the fragment of a portal from a prison in another dimension. He found it fascinating. The Lord of Chaos promised that if the man collected all the shards, he would raise his abilities to S rank. The spirit thought he needed to recover quickly. The guy was the key to the gate, and since fragments had started appearing, the spirits might still be alive. One day, all of them, the spirits, would enter the final confrontation and take over the world. But it was too early for Li Yi to talk about that yet. He decided that, for now, the hero must become as strong as possible. Then they would discuss the details. The young man's stats were quite good, and now he had access to the shadow knowledge base, and his abilities had leveled up. Soon, Li Yi headed to the territory of the company that had killed his parents. There was heavy security there. The premises were patrolled by several advanced C rankers and even one B ranker. Overall, it wasn't entirely clear why such precautions were necessary. Our hero assessed the situation and realized that, with his current abilities, he wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of things just yet. It was a rift classified as E-rank, nothing special, but for the young man, it was vital to find out what had happened and why he was being guarded. He remembered how after his mom and dad died, the NG groups gave him 200,000 to sign a waiver and keep quiet forever. Since Li Yi didn't respond to the offer, the mustached man decided the amount wasn't enough. A few more pitiful wads of cash appeared before our hero, but he hissed through clenched teeth that he wanted the truth, not financial compensation. The mustached man put his arm around the young man and told him that it had been an accident. There were no other reasons for the deaths of his parents and the other minors. Our hero shouted that this was impossible. Both his parents were awakened S-rankers. They couldn't have died like that. He wanted to go there and check for himself. Security arrived and tried to explain to the boy that anything could have happened in another world, which is why entry into the rift is now prohibited. Li Yi wouldn't let up. He shouted that it was just E-rank territory, that he would go there and find out everything as mom and dad might still be alive. The man, like his colleague, decided that the orphan just wanted to shake down as much money as possible, and his fist hovered menacingly in front of the hero's face. Just then, the head of the organization, the high-ranking A-Rang Ning Donghao, entered the room, and everyone bowed in respect. He ordered them to immediately stop laying hands on the boy and shaking him, and let him explain what he wanted in a civilized manner. The head reminded the employee that he had ordered him to comfort the victims' families. Was this what comfort and compensation looked like? Donghao handed Li Yi some money and asked him to take it. It wasn't much, but it would help him get by. The young man replied that he didn't want money but the truth. The manager reached out to help him up and promised that an investigation would be conducted and the orphan would be informed of the results. King Xin, the spirit, took on an energy-saving form and replied that no matter what race you are, there's always a risk of being deceived and robbed. He advised Li Yi to gather all the fragments if possible. This would help determine what had actually happened, since the rift was the entrance through the destroyed portal. The young man sank into deep thought. The last thing he wanted right now was unsolicited advice. The spirit could see these thoughts, but tried not to react so as not to ruin everything. Overall, the young man was inclined to do as the spirit had said. Noticing that the Lord was furious, the hero reminded him that he hadn't said anything out loud. Let him deal with it however he wanted. Suddenly, our hero's phone beeped. He'd received a notification about a mission invitation. This was interesting. The administrator asked why the veteran had taken so long to get there. It was a D-rank chemical zone, and the guy was scared, but he lied and said it was a long way to get there. The man nodded and asked him not to delay. The raid would begin soon, and the team was already assembled. Someone called out to Li Yi. It turned out that his Uncle Hao was also supposed to go on this mission. They hadn't seen each other in a very long time. The man hugged the hero, remarking that he'd grown so much in the 5 years since his parents' death, he'd shot up like a weed. The team consisted of advanced C-rankers, and they were unhappy that they had to wait for some E-rank minor. The administrator explained that they would have to dig. Their goal was to find a snow crystal and bring back 60 kilograms of samples. Li Yi thought there were a bit too many high-level advanced members for a D-rank dungeon. Something was clearly off here. Our hero also sensed the presence of other awakened ones beyond the portal. It looked like the mission was going to be an interesting one. He didn't know that someone was watching them. The creature whispered with satisfaction that all the toys were assembled. It was the blood leopard, and now he was looking forward to some excellent entertainment. The game had already begun. The squad members passed through the portal and moved forward. The older man asked why Li Yi wasn't wearing a protective suit, and Li Yi explained that he had awakened. The others heard this and started laughing stupidly. To them, an awakened minor was utter nonsense. Uncle Hao asked him not to argue with the guards, to which his nephew replied that he wasn't that stupid, and besides, he wasn't angry. The young man surveyed the area and decided that the vegetation was perfect for hiding. It seemed as though everything had been arranged specifically for a stealthy attack. Li Yi asked his uncle to walk a little faster, and they pulled slightly ahead. The young man felt a strong urge to kill right there. Finally, their enemy's patience ran out, and he detected their presence. The energy beam was quite dense. The hero tried to figure out if someone was spying on them or had just appeared by chance. The guards behind them were unhappy that they were moving slowly. The miners were now constantly slowing down, sensing trouble. This time, Uncle Hao suggested they speed up. Li Yi thought this was a great opportunity to observe the others and the enemy from the shadows. A plan began to take shape in his mind. The young man grabbed the old man's arm and told him to hold on tight. He intended to use shadow speed. They shot forward like lightning, zigzagging as they went. The guards were amazed at how fast the miner could move. In reality, our hero realized it was time to leave these people behind and think only of himself and Hao. One of the men was about to follow them, but his colleague pointed out that there was no need to worry. If those two died, it wouldn't concern them. From a tree behind them, the blood leopard watched the group. He was trying to figure out whether they sensed the threat or not. The guards showed no signs of alertness, and the assassin thought that if everyone was as dim-witted as these three, the game might get boring. One of the men told the boss that he felt threatened, that they were being watched, and that something was wrong with the mission, to which the boss replied that they were C rank and the dungeon was D rank, so there was no need to get paranoid. The second guard also told the boss that he sensed something strange and that it was giving him the creeps. He suggested they return to the portal before it was too late, but the squad leader asked his colleagues to calm down and not panic. He didn't get to finish his sentence. The fears of the other two advanced members were fully confirmed, and now both were terrified. Red lines appeared around the boss's neck. He began to choke, and both advanced members jumped back. The squad leader recognized the bloody leopard. The villain shouted that the game had only just begun, and they were already trying to run away. The man asked to spare his brother, saying they could come to an agreement, but the leopard pointed out that the three of them had been harassing the Black Leopard gang for a long time, so that wasn't an option. He tugged on the red energy threads. His victim was dead in a second, and the killer laughed, saying that the talks were off. The remaining brothers hadn't expected things to happen so quickly. They froze in horror and could only mumble incoherently. The second brother came to first and lunged at the enemy, shouting that he would beat him to death. The leader tried to stop him. Red energy threads entangled the man's fist before he could land a blow, before he could even get close to Leopard. Soon the entire group was securely immobilized. The killer laughed, saying it was all very pathetic, but he wouldn't fight. In the very next second, the second brother met the same fate as the first. He didn't even have time to scream in pain. The remaining advanced fighter couldn't believe his eyes, but quickly realized that the same fate might soon befall him as well. With a cry for help, he ran off. The killer laughed behind him, saying that now the hunt would be much more fun. Meanwhile, our heroes were far enough away to take a break. Uncle Hao asked his nephew why he had decided to leave the other advanced ones behind. The young man asked if the man had offended anyone lately, or if he might be having problems. The man replied in surprise that an ordinary miner doesn't get involved in such matters. When asked why his nephew had asked about this, the young man replied that this mission was a death trap. No one was supposed to return from this cursed place. Hao exclaimed that this frightened him. Li Yi asked him to tell them if he knew anything, and a surviving guard appeared from the grove. He immediately accused our hero of sensing danger and running away, claiming that because of him, his brothers had died. The miner replied that the boss hadn't been so useless after all and had helped the killer reveal himself. The man yelled that it was unacceptable to speak in such a tone. When asked what was going on, Li Yi made a characteristic gesture and said that the man would die soon. The man tried to protest, but the red lines we've already seen wrapped around his body, and only a raspy sound escaped his throat. The blood leopard stuck out his tongue in delight and remarked that he hadn't expected an ordinary miner to be so interesting. Our hero had already activated his night vision, so the enemy's appearance wasn't much of a surprise to him. The old man recognized the blood leopard. He appealed to him to spare the ordinary miners. What good would more deaths do? Li Yi tried to identify the enemy's weak points, but there were none. Meanwhile, the killer informed him that he didn't have to cross his path to die. He accused the man of getting drunk a few days ago and blabbing about how he had survived. Hao began to assure him that he would take that secret to his grave. The leopard raised his hand and began wiggling his fingers, hissing that he had believed in only one truth his entire life. Saying that only the dead can keep secrets, the killer pierced the old man's shoulder with a red beam. Li Yi managed to shout a warning, but failed to hit the heart. Even such a wound was dangerous. The young man cursed viciously. It seemed now was his turn to intervene. He activated both shadow blades and leaped at Leopard to attack. The latter stood motionless. Lee managed to dodge the red threads, and the opponent replied that he was pleasantly surprised. Now it was clear how the miner had managed to shut Tinjo up. The assassin then added that he was far more agile than that brat, so this time the kid didn't stand a chance. Their two streams of energy collided, and the shadows did their job. The young man managed to dodge the new attack. The leopard shouted that if our hero wanted to die first, that was fine. Instead of answering, the young man activated a shadow enhancement for defense. They clashed again. The enemy managed to be faster than Li Yi, pushing him back. Even the shadows didn't give the young man an advantage. The blood leopard was very strong. Still, the miner managed to hold off the onslaught, which greatly surprised his enemy. The latter asked how such a thing was possible. No answer came. The villain lunged forward, slamming Li Yi into the nearest tree. The impact made the young man's bones crack. Uncle Hao cried out in fear, but his nephew advised him to stay back. They needed to change tactics. He would definitely lose in close combat. The leopard licked his lips hungrily and told him not to worry so much. They were both going to die today anyway. Reactivating his shadow vision, Li Yi replied that it remained to be seen who would die and who would live. He created a multitude of shadow daggers and immediately sent a whole swarm at the enemy. Dodging them was impossible. But Leopard didn't even try. He created threads and calmly watched as the blades fell to the ground, failing to reach their target. He asked confidently if that was all the miner was capable of. Li Yi was already flying at him with his sword raised and shouting that it wasn't. The assassin remarked with a smile that the kid had some great tricks for a miner, but there was one nuance to consider. The opponent waved his hand and red threads sliced his blade to pieces. After that, Leopard realized that Class E was no match for him. Just then, the ground cracked open, and a bald, advanced-looking figure leaped out, declaring that the bloody leopard was about to be sent to hell. The man's body resembled a snake and immediately coiled around the opponent, who laughed, saying he'd been waiting for him to show up. His eyes flashing, the killer replied that close combat was his specialty, and that all his advantages would now become weaknesses. The red threads once again did all the dirty work for the leopard. His opponent didn't even realize what had happened. Filled with a sense of self-importance, the maniac spread his arms wide in a theatrical gesture. The shreds flew dramatically in all directions. The young man watched what was happening and couldn't understand how this was possible, since the intelligence report had classified Leopard as only a Class C. He grabbed his uncle, shouting that they needed to focus on escaping. Maybe they could return to their world before they died. Leopard laughed and asked quietly if the kid was really so stupid as to think they could go back. Nevertheless, he decided to play along a little longer. The nephew and Hao ran through the night forest. Our hero kept bandaging the wound, but his uncle begged him to leave him behind and save himself, saying he was just wasting time. The boy ignored these words and asked what the miner had done that made Leopard ready to kill everyone here. The man grew serious. He was silent for a moment, then explained that it was because he might have discovered the truth about the hero's parents' death. This information puzzled the young man. He asked him to repeat it, and the hero's lips even turned pale. His night vision kicked in involuntarily, and Lee asked again what Hao had just said. The young man calmed down quickly too. He needed to extract every bit of information he could from the old man. The old man replied that at first he wasn't sure, but after Leopard showed up, he realized that Kui Shihao was clearly involved. It was that mustache guy from the NG group. The guy's father had told Hao that he was conducting dangerous experiments, after which he died, literally the very next day. Li Yi grabbed the old man by his clothes and asked why he hadn't told him anything sooner and had done nothing for so long. The old man began to cry, saying he had made a mistake, but that he was just a simple miner and had to feed his family. The young man loosened his grip, and the uncle fell to the ground. Now the hero wanted nothing to do with someone who had allowed his parents to be slandered. Hao stood up and explained that he felt guilty, but mostly for having recently let it slip in the bar. He didn't get to finish. The blood leopard's red silk threads had already done their work. Li Yi noticed them too late. He suddenly realized he would never learn the details from the old man. The miner tried to say something else, but now our hero could no longer hear anything. He was paralyzed by horror and despair. Uncle Hao's last words were a plea for his nephew not to hold a grudge against him. The miner begged him to forgive him. Blood spattered onto Li Yi's clothes. His face showed no emotion anymore. What was happening came as a shock to him. Leopard smiled as he realized he had figured it out. Standing before him was the son of those two S-rankers. No wonder the boy's face looked familiar. He launched his attack, promising that he would now reunite the family. The enraged miner also charged forward, shouting that this would never happen. The battle began. Both opponents moved very quickly and delivered blows of incredible force, but neither achieved their goal. However, the more time passed, the harder it was for Li Yi to hold his own against a stronger enemy. Soon he sustained his first wound. The assassin asked how terrifying it was to watch one's own blood and flesh fly in all directions. Our hero replied that these bloody silk threads were not invincible. Let him not get his hopes up, for he had already torn several of them. The young man summoned his massive sword. He had already realized that when the leopard attacks, it becomes most vulnerable. With a single swing, the miner freed himself from his bonds and rendered the killer completely helpless, at least for the moment. Li Yi managed to wield his blade and activate the shadow ropes at the same time. Now the threads were useless. The opponent hissed in surprise, realizing he'd traded damage for damage. It seemed this kid was actually worth something. By this point, our hero had expended nearly all his energy. He suddenly realized he had reached his limit. The leopard smirked, deciding that it had all been a bluff, and he had already decided that the time had come for some real fear. The threads rushed toward Li Yi again, but this time he looked doomed and didn't even try to do anything. Suddenly, the killer remarked that he could have finished it all in one go, but the miner was only E rank, so he wouldn't rush. The runt lifted the guy into the air and spread his arms, now inviting the hero to simply come over and kill him. The miner said nothing, continuing to stare at his enemy with hatred. The killer smirked, noting that no one had ever managed to kill anyone with just their eyes. Leopard added that he was always very pleased when ants like Li Yi thought themselves capable of great deeds. The villain smirked, noting that he could reveal one more secret to make our hero's thirst for revenge even stronger. Uncle Hao had left out half the truth. The boy's parents had died in another dimension, but not as a result of an accident at all. Baring his sharp teeth, the killer revealed that he had personally had a hand in these people's deaths. He had simply reveled in his own grandeur. This revelation was the last straw. Never in his life had the boy wanted to survive and settle the score so badly. Leopard appreciated that look and declared that he recognized it. The father had looked exactly the same when he killed the hero's mother. The villain recounted with relish how the man had burned with hatred, watching helplessly as his wife was cut to pieces. Li Yi called out to the bloody leopard, who suddenly realized that his own threads had begun to burn him and grimaced in rage. The young man managed to break his bonds. Energy burst from him with terrifying force, and he called the monster's name once more. Shrouded in shadows, the miner moved forward to deal with his parents' killer once and for all. Along with him, the Lord of Chaos was approaching the leopard. It seemed these two were no longer helpless. Li Yi looked the villain straight in the eye and promised to cut him to pieces no worse than a seasoned butcher. His shadow mentor was pleased. It turned out that the man had now gained the ability to accumulate energy outside his own body. Immediately, a notification appeared stating that the young man had leveled up, unlocking a new skill and improving all the others. Li Yi was now C rank. Leopard was surprised. He realized the guy had managed to recover. Furthermore, shadow walking had become available to the hero, though he hadn't used it yet. The opponent launched another volley of his bloody threads at the miner, promising that he would soon be begging for mercy again. The young man replied mockingly that someone else needed to pray now. Certainly not him. He used the shadow step and found himself behind the enemy, whispering that the enemy should pray himself, for the shadow had already achieved its goal. Leopard couldn't understand how the boy's powers could have grown so quickly. His speed was mind-boggling. However, it would take some effort to kill him. The assassin launched a counterattack, confident that Li Yi wouldn't be able to dodge it. Our hero leaped upward and suggested trying something new. He activated the control of the shadow daggers. The villain smirked and hissed that this move was useless against him. The red threads were at the ready. Li Yi used the shadow step as a teleport. A sword was clenched in his hand, raised for a strike. The attack came quickly. The hero asked if the enemy liked this turn of events. The enemy laughed, saying he liked it very much, because those toy knives were incapable of piercing his defense. It turned out that things weren't quite as they seemed. Li Yi's sword bypassed the woven energy net and grazed his opponent's arm. The young man braced for a new attack, shouting that it was impossible to attack and defend at the same time. The blood leopard simply lacked the speed and energy for that, and that was precisely where his weakness lay. The threads vanished, and now our hero swung his blade with such fury and speed that it was hard to track his movements. The result was not long in coming. His enemy was seriously wounded and was gasping something about how this was impossible. Li Yi stopped and looked at his bleeding opponent, who couldn't believe he had lost to a miner. Our hero pressed his sword to the man's head and ordered him to tell the whole story of what had happened in the mine. The bloody leopard bared his teeth and hissed that he would only tell the young man's mother about it. The blade shot upward and then plunged downward, severing the assassin's arm from his body forever. He let out a piercing howl, but this scream did not move Li Yi in the slightest. He was determined to continue. The young man looked at his enemy and coldly declared that his patience was not infinite. He should speak immediately. Leopard realized there wasn't much to tell. It was all Qi Shihao's fault. He had been conducting experiments that the hero's father had found out about, and he had paid the price for it. An assassin had been hired, and the incident had been disguised as an accident. Upon hearing the culprit's name, the young man felt an overwhelming hatred. Leopard burst out laughing and asked if now that the kid knew the NG group was behind it all, he'd dare to do anything about it. The villain added that he was certain Li Yi would let him go, but those words had already left his lips by the time his head was severed from his body. Li Yi walked away without looking back, promising that the same fate awaited everyone involved in his parents' deaths. It wasn't long before our hero found himself at the headquarters of the company implicated in the murder. In the pouring rain, he watched the entrance. Qi Shihao emerged from the building. It seemed he intended to go somewhere, so Li Yi had to follow him. A spirit appeared and reminded Li Yi that even though he had now risen to C rank, he shouldn't go to his certain death. It explained that an A rank was somewhere nearby, and the young man simply couldn't help but sense it. He nodded calmly. The young man explained that the head of the NG groups, the advanced A-rank Ning Donghao, had also gotten into that car. The hero explained to the Lord of Chaos that he wasn't crazy enough to confront his enemy right now. Li Yi sped along, chasing the car. He added that he wasn't entirely sure he could trust the information he'd received from Leopard. It needed to be verified. Leaping across rooftops, the miner thought that he simply had to uncover the truth. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Even if a rang was involved, Ning Donghao would answer for everything too. The car arrived at the Black Panther's warehouse, and Li was very curious about what Qi Shihao had left here at midnight. The gang leader shouted for the boxes to be unloaded carefully. It was experimental equipment. The mustached man asked if that old miner, Hao, who talks too much, had been killed. The gangster glanced back at him with displeasure. He explained that there was no information on the whereabouts of the blood leopard, and the fragment of the portal to the otherworldly prison that he had used had vanished, so the question remained unanswered. Shihao asked how that was possible. Wasn't the killer an S rank? He was told that this time, the mission was guarded by as many as 3 S ranks. Anything could have happened. The mustached man shrugged and ordered the equipment to be set up as soon as possible. They were in the final stage of the experiment, and a mistake was now unacceptable. The thug asked if the money was ready and was told not to worry about it. Li Yi listened intently to every word. He realized the killer hadn't lied and that Qi Shihao was indeed involved. A surge of energy revealed the young man's flash of hatred. This did not go unnoticed. The leader of the Black Panther's gang glanced in the direction where the young man was hiding. The man immediately attacked with a burst of flame, asking who was there. Fortunately, our hero was skilled in shadow movement and shifted out of the way just in time. The mustached man asked what was going on. The gang leader noted that he had sensed an intent to kill, but it could have been his overactive imagination. Hiding behind a nearby box, Li Yi sighed, realizing he'd nearly been caught. He could only hope that his C-rank abilities would be enough to survive and get his revenge. The next day, our hero headed to the Queen Group Association, which ran the organization from Longmen 3rd Street. The spirit asked why they had come here instead of looking for available work again and signing up for a mission. Li Yi explained that he intended to obtain the third portal fragment, so he shouldn't get too clever. They needed a weapon. Right at the entrance, an administrator met the guy and asked how she could help him. The miner said he wanted to see Qin Xing. The girl replied that if he didn't have an appointment, it would be difficult to arrange. A couple was walking by. It was Su Qing again with yet another date, and the girl shouted that the miner didn't belong there, and certainly shouldn't be calling the young lady by her first name. The girl asked young Master Qin to throw this laborer out of here. He stinks, and he gave the order. Li Yi wouldn't let himself be pushed around and asked loudly if this was really how guests were supposed to be greeted at such a respectable organization. Su Qing laughed, saying she didn't see any guests here. Her companion muttered something about how even the dogs in his family were more noble. Our hero thought that if all members of the Qin family were so despicable, there was no point in meeting Qin Xian. He turned and headed for the door, realizing that if he were to leave the building under these circumstances, it turned out no one was going to let him walk out of here just like that. Young Master Qin gave the order to beat the insolent man, And the guards, their eyes ablaze, rushed after the young man. He used his shadow step. It would be foolish to let them hurt him for no reason at all. A second later, Li Yi had the boar by the neck, lifting him up as Su Qing screamed loudly. The girl threatened that if he didn't let go of the young master, he wouldn't leave here alive. The young man's patience snapped. He hurled the insolent man straight at the pesky beauty, saying she was making too much noise. The young man headed for the exit, saying that he would forgive the insults today, but only out of respect for Qin Xing. Her brother leaped up, flames blazing around him. In a rage, the young man shouted that the miner had gotten too big for his britches. He immediately rushed into the attack, declaring that he would kill Li Yi right here and now. The young man merely smiled and prepared a shadow counterattack. Their eyes met. It was obvious that a fight to the death was about to begin, the outcome of which was still completely unclear. At the last moment, the young men were separated by a masked man, Queen Xian's assistant, whom we already know. She appeared herself, saying that someone was making too much noise, which was unacceptable in an organization like this. The beauty's brother yelled at the miner that he was a dead man, that no one dared cause trouble for his sister. The girl tensed up slightly. She ordered them to leave the guy alone, but that was not at all part of the angry daddy's boy's plans. So the girl asked them to throw him out. And it wasn't Li Yi at all. The assistant grabbed his cousin Qin Xian by the collar, who still hadn't figured out what was going on. The young man started babbling something about family ties and how one shouldn't jump to conclusions. Su Qing was out of luck again. She tried to explain something about the dirty miner, who had dared to call the lady by her first name, but she just looked pathetic. Her eyes flashing, the girl realized that this man was her friend, so why shouldn't he address her as usual? Qin Xing ordered the guards to throw that vile couple out of the building and never let them back in. Su Qing began begging her not to do this again, since she had only been trying to defend the family's honor, nothing more. The beauty threatened her cousin that if he disgraced their name with such relationships again, he would pay dearly for it. He nodded, indicating he understood. Then Queen Xing finally turned to Li Yi, saying she hadn't expected his visit, after which she smiled and invited him to sit down. She apologized for her distant relative's behavior, and our hero reassured his friend that you can never be sure of other people's sanity, but that everything was fine. The secretary met the girl at the office door and told her that the president wished to see her. The girl apologized and promised she would be back soon, asking Li Yi to wait for her there for a moment. He nodded with a smile. Qin Jian asked the assistant the reason for the visit, and she replied that the gentleman hadn't explained. He had simply ordered her to summon his daughter immediately. The door closed behind them, and immediately our hero felt a burst of colossal energy, very powerful. Someone entered the room and called out to the young man. It seemed that this energy was part of his aura, nothing more, nothing less. Intelligence reports indicated that this was an A-rank individual with a host of advanced skills, Mr. Quinn himself. Seeing the ability to paralyze with fear and the ability to restore energy from natural sources, Li Yi was impressed. His eyes flashed. A mental attack was already coming at the boy, one that was difficult to resist even with the help of shadows. The hero explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He was just a miner. The man was surprised that this kid wasn't feeling the proper effect of inner fear, so he wasn't in a hurry to believe him. He intensified the pressure, saying that it seemed as though things weren't so simple. The young man was clearly downplaying his status. A torrent of yellow energy engulfed Li Yi so completely that he was practically invisible, leaving only a silhouette. The boy had no choice but to demonstrate his abilities to survive. Mr. Quinn informed him that one must be at least B rank to withstand his attack. Father Jian roared that he wouldn't allow anyone to deceive him or his daughter. He demanded the young man immediately reveal his purpose for coming and why he'd concealed his identity, or else he'd regret it. Just then, the girl burst into the room and accused Qin Shaoshang of deliberately sending her away to test her friend. This was unacceptable, and she grabbed her father by the ear. He tried to persuade the beauty to behave appropriately and give him a chance to save face. But Jin Yin wouldn't hear a word of it. She was seriously angry. Li Yi felt uneasy that the head of such a powerful organization couldn't control his own daughter. The girl returned to the hero and apologized, explaining that Quinn always checks on her inner circle. He replied that it made sense, as he was worried about Xian. These words surprised the beauty, as if the guy had known her father for a long time, even though that wasn't the case. Li Yi explained that he could hear the man's thoughts without much effort. Quinn had raised his little princess for 18 years and wouldn't let anyone harm her. Xin grew even angrier and shouted at Xiaoshang to leave her and her friend alone for at least a few minutes. The girl handed our hero a card saying it was a deposit. The sword was made of a special material and the client was still examining it, but had already transferred 1 million. The young man thanked her but said he hadn't come for that. Then he showed her a shard of the portal and asked where he could find one. Shin reported that there used to be quite a few such fragments, but recently someone had started buying them all up, so now the artifact could be considered a rarity. She added that their organization would soon hold an auction, and Li Yi could try his luck there. Most likely the lots would include fragments. Our hero thanked her. The spirit behind him was indignant. Some man had decided to stand in his way. I wonder what purpose he has in collecting the fragments. The assistant handed his father a dossier on Li Yi. He was unremarkable, had recently awakened and attained E rank, but no energy had been detected in his body, so he remained a minor. The man couldn't understand how the young man could then withstand his attack. It seemed he had been hiding his true abilities for a long time. There was no other explanation. The phone rang. The voice on the line began to press Xiao Shang for how many more swords he could offer. It seemed they were talking about Li Yi's blade. The old fox reported that he didn't have any specific information and needed to consult with Xiyin, but he wondered why the weapon had sparked such interest. It seemed that research had uncovered something interesting. The man wanted to know all the details. The voice on the line said that the material strength was so high that it could make their army invincible. The leader's face stretched in surprise. Xian's father thought that our hero was indeed a tough nut to crack. Even the weapon he used was special, if not unique. Meanwhile, Li Yi walked around, examining the interior. There were many intriguing artifacts, and he had little doubt that fragments of the portal would be found there as well. In the hallway, Su Qing was once again trying to charm the young Master Zhou. She had lost her job and hoped he could help her. The blonde glanced at the miner, who was supposed to be dead, and wondered what the bloody leopard had wanted to deal with so long ago. Zhu decided to find out what was going on and called out to Li Yi, asking what an ordinary worker had forgotten here. The guy stopped. Then he looked back contemptuously at Su Qing's companion and replied that his memory didn't seem to be as good as it could be. Our hero took a few steps forward and asked if the enemy had already forgotten the slaps he'd given him. Ting hissed at the miner not to dare approach him. He didn't know that the Black Panther gang leader was standing behind him. The man declared that Zhou was indeed on the verge of bringing shame upon the organization and told him to pull himself together immediately. He approached Li Yi and declared that striking his man in the face was the same as striking him in the face. Panther swung his arm to strike, saying that now was the time to fall to his knees and ask for forgiveness. The floor beneath the young man's feet cracked and split. So much energy was in the gang leader's hand as it came down on his shoulder. And yet the young man continued to stand calmly, replying that the gang leader shouldn't even dream of him kneeling before this scum. Black Panther praised the miner for his strong character. This even earned his respect, unlike Tinzhou. Just then, Queen Xian appeared with her assistant and greeted the gang leader, saying that on their turf, he could easily buy anything that caught his eye. The man had also come to the auction, so not wanting any trouble, he pretended to simply give Li Yi a friendly pat on the shoulder. The girl understood everything and added that he could spend money here, but if he wanted to fight, he shouldn't expect any leniency. Panther smiled, replying that he was glad to see her, and continued to act as if nothing had happened. He and his companions headed toward the entrance to the hall, while our hero made his way over to his girlfriend in a stunning red dress. Sin asked if the guy was okay, and he nodded. It seemed nothing could spoil our hero's mood today. Panther asked Zhou who this guy was and how they tracked him down. Zhou replied that he was a miner who'd brought the precious sword that had caught the boss's interest. Tin added that the guy had apparently taken care of the blood leopard. Upon hearing this, the man began shaking him like a rag doll, demanding to know if it was true. Just then, another man approached them and asked what they were talking about regarding the leopard. It seemed the question was on many people's minds. Panther explained that Li Yi had been the assassin's final target, but he was alive. While no one knew where the villain himself had gone, he was likely dead. When asked if the miner could have killed Leopard, Su Qing laughed, saying that he was a pathetic E-rang and such a thing was impossible, but the others didn't see it that way. Just then, the young man felt a familiar surge of energy. He saw Kui Shihao, there was no mistaking it. Yusach recognized the guy right away too. Now neither of them could take their eyes off the other, and the rest of the world seemed to cease to exist. The man remembered what a piece of trash our hero had been to him before, but now he made a much more serious impression. And all because he was standing next to Qin Xinyi, and they were clearly friends who could believe such a thing? Shihao grew wary. Meanwhile, Li Yi and his girlfriend walked further down the hallway. The guy asked where the girl was taking him, and she replied that her father had asked to see him. The miner asked fearfully if he would have to endure another panic attack, and the beauty smiled, saying that her father wouldn't dare do such a thing with her present. Shihao blocked Li Yi's path and whispered that he hadn't expected to run into him at an event like this. The young man simply walked around him and continued on his way, saying that he was just an ordinary miner and therefore unworthy of the honor of speaking with such a high-ranking guest. Suddenly, the mustached man raised his hand and said that the young man's parents had been eliminated by order from above. He had wanted to help them, but in this case, he was powerless. Li Yi replied that one could try to wash away dirty hands, but the knowledge of the truth would remain in the heart forever. The hero added that Uncle Hao had sent him to deliver a message. Paper can be burned, but knowledge cannot be destroyed. Black Panther remarked that the boy was asking for a beating, but the mustached man stopped him, noting that they were on Queen Shaoshang's territory and therefore couldn't afford to do such a thing. The villains agreed that they would find a way to eliminate the boy, since he knew so much and wasn't afraid to speak up about it. Meanwhile, Zijin brought our hero to her father, who was watching the auction opening on a screen. The girl told Li Yi that she would go to the auction, and if an interesting lot came up, she would call for the hero. He thanked her. The young man greeted him and asked why Mr. Quinn wanted to see him. The man didn't beat around the bush, and immediately asked if the young man had any more weapons like the sword he'd given to Xian. Li Yi thought the boss seemed very interested, but decided not to reveal his hand just yet. He replied that he had one blade available right now and could get 2 more a little later. Mr. Quinn clearly intended to get everything at once. He announced that on top of the promised 5 million for the sword, he would add another 40 million to acquire all the weapons. The hero replied that 15 million for a blade was a perfectly reasonable price, but they both knew that swords weren't just for trade, sometimes they saved lives. When asked how much the miner wanted then, he replied that 25 million for each sword would suit him. It was a high price, and the friend's father didn't expect his guest to dare suggest such a thing. He looked at him in surprise. The old man slammed his fist on the table, realizing that this was too much when Xian appeared, saying that the item our hero was interested in had been put up for sale. The girl urged her father not to delay, and he meekly agreed to transfer 70 million to the account immediately. Xian led Li Yi to the edge of the balcony, saying that the item the young man wanted to buy was right there, or at least that's what she thought. By then, the first bids had already been made. Someone offered 65 million, and the next bidder raised the price to 100 million. A blue crystal, a fragment of the portal, was indeed lying on the red cloth. Someone shouted that they were willing to pay 150 million. Li Yi was surprised to realize that his friend was right. Well, he had enough money to buy at least one fragment. When the next lot appeared, our hero bid 30 million for it. For a start, the price was quite reasonable. In the neighboring box were his enemies, who didn't like the fact that the youngster was going to buy one of the fragments. The mustached man immediately raised his paddle and nearly doubled the price. He wanted to see how much money the young man had. In response, the young man added another 10 million, but that was practically all he had. Mr. Quinn and his daughter noticed that the lot wasn't worth that much money. Surely Li Yi didn't want to spend everything he'd just received on it. That wasn't reasonable. Li Yi didn't answer because all his attention was focused on Kuai Xinhao and on preventing him from getting the fragment. Suddenly, an interesting thought occurred to our hero, and he asked what the relationship was between the Quinn organization and the NG group. Xin didn't comment on the question, so the guy slyly asked which of the two companies had deeper pockets. Mr. Quinn replied that there was no doubt about the correct answer, but why should he help our hero? Li Yi replied that it was simply because he had something. Immediately, ancient swords made of that very ultra-durable material appeared in the room as if out of thin air. The man said he would buy these 2 blades at the agreed-upon price as well. But that still wasn't enough to compete with other buyers. The hero had promised more. Shin's father stared intently at the young man, trying to figure out if he was capable of keeping his promise, since the origin of his weapons remained a mystery. The auctioneer struck the gavel twice, and then Xian intervened again, shouting that if her father hesitated, she would cover Li Yi's expenses. Was that really what he wanted? The girl took the young man by the hand and dragged him into the hall, saying that they couldn't let the villains buy the fragment. Our hero followed her. He still couldn't fathom how people lived for whom 70 million was comparable to pocket change. Nevertheless, he raised his paddle and shouted that he was willing to offer 100 million for this lot. Xiaohao knew that without this shard, their experiment was on the verge of failure, so he doubled the bid exactly. The guests in the hall began whispering that these two had lost their minds, raising the bid higher and higher for a fragment that clearly wasn't worth such sums. Black Panther asked the mustachioed man what they would do if the kid won the auction. The villain replied that he didn't have the necessary knowledge anyway. And yet the villain got scared and decided to take control of the situation, raising his paddle and shouting that he was ready to pay $1 billion. Now everyone present began to break out in a cold sweat with anxiety. What if this portal shard really was that valuable? Sin whispered that the villain was probably just provoking them. Li Yi thought the mustachioed man wasn't reckless enough to risk that kind of money without good reason. The girl's father asked the young man to think it over carefully. The price was already $1 billion. Could he really bring him weapons worth that much? The daughter shouted for him to stop interfering. She would personally cover all the expenses if necessary, so he shouldn't spoil the fun, and our hero should place his bet as soon as possible. He didn't have to repeat himself twice. The young man raised his paddle and announced that he was ready to pay $2 billion. Now Qi Shihao looked annoyed, while Li Yi looked at him cheerfully with the gaze of a winner. The auctioneer counted to 2, and the Black Panther couldn't figure out where the kid had managed to get so much money. The villain's eyes flashed. He decided that his rival, Qin Shaosheng, was involved. There was simply no other explanation. After counting to 3, the auctioneer banged the gavel and announced that the lot had been sold for $2 billion. Jin was very pleased with herself and pulled Li Yi into the room. He couldn't understand why the beauty was so happy. He asked what was going on, and the girl replied that she simply loved watching the bad guys lose. Her father wasn't quite as pleased because the price of this victory turned out to be substantial, and he wasn't the type to throw money around so easily. He asked again whether our hero could actually obtain enough weapons to cover that amount. Li Yi replied that the more valuable the blade, the higher its price. He could bring something more interesting to compensate with quality rather than quantity. Then the young man added that he could do the opposite, after which he snapped his fingers loudly. The room filled with swords. Now it looked more like an armory. Jinyin began looking around in fear. There were over 100 blades here. Mr. Quinn was delighted. This more than covered his expenses. Li Yi's strength of character simply amazed him, and he immediately began thinking about how to make use of the young man. Besides, his abilities clearly went beyond the E rank. The man decided to broach the subject gently, but his daughter beat him to it. Xian asked the young man to call her the next time something interesting happened. Her father immediately grew nervous, realizing that this was dangerous. He said he would walk his daughter home, and she waved goodbye to Li Yi. The young man thanked Mr. Quinn. The man replied that he had some parting advice. The young man was clearly no ordinary person, but the NG groups weren't pushovers either. They shouldn't be underestimated, and he shouldn't rely solely on himself. He hinted that they shared common goals and a common enemy, so he suggested that the hero get in touch if necessary. Li Yi nodded. Meanwhile, the Black Panther was informed that Mr. Shaosheng and his daughter had just left the auction. He informed Qi Shihao of this, adding that the only one currently guarding the shard was that young boy. The mustached man replied that they should wait until the boy left the area of Longmen 3rd Street. It was dangerous to attack here. Panther smirked, saying that just in case, he had ordered his assistant to summon 3 C-class experts. Li Yi headed home. On the way, he spoke with the Lord of Chaos, sharing his hunch that Shaosheng had gathered quite a bit of intel on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given such advice. The young man added that he wasn't opposed to such a patron at all, to which the spirit replied that Mr. Quinn was merely an A rank, while he was offering the hero the chance to become an S rank by collecting the fragments. The young man didn't reply. It was clear he didn't trust his shadowy companion very much, and the spirit began to get indignant. Our hero's stream of thoughts was so dense that it simply drowned out all of the Lord's own thoughts. Then Li Yi noticed something strange ahead. He instantly sensed a threat and grew wary. It turned out that the apartment he had rented was on fire, and the residents were rushing to leave the building as quickly as possible. Everyone was running away, frantically trying to find their loved ones, while the young man just stood there staring at the house where he lived. The phone in his jacket pocket began to ring. It seemed that what had happened was no mere coincidence. Li Yi answered the call. It was Mr. Kui. He reported that he had noticed Black Panther's men following the young man. The hero thanked him and said they had already proven themselves. The man suggested he hide while he sent backup, but the young man thanked him again and refused, saying he could handle it on his own. 4 advanced agents were approaching him from the building. One of them was Tinzhou, whom we already know. He declared that now our hero had only one way to save his dog's life, to fall to his knees and beg him for forgiveness. Li Yi replied irritably that the Black Panther had clearly underestimated him by sending these wretches to their certain deaths. Tin laughed, saying it was a pure bluff. An E rank couldn't stand up to 3 C ranks, so the only corpse here was the kid. The young man cheerfully asked why then. The blood leopard hadn't managed to kill him. Perhaps there were some theories. One of the more advanced ones suggested that the guy was hiding his true strength, but Joe mockingly explained that he was just an ordinary miner. Someone shouted that Li Yi definitely had no combat skills, after which the opponents rushed at him. The man with the sword was already reaching for the young man's neck to slit his throat, but the young man continued to stand calmly. The young man vanished at the last moment using shadow teleportation, and the assassin failed to carry out his plan. He didn't even realize how Li Yi had ended up behind him and counterattacked, saying that he really was just an ordinary miner. The remaining two C-rankers began to panic. They had already realized that there was a hidden meaning behind our hero's words. Zhou ordered them to calm down and attack together. This would be a difficult task for the enemy. The guy dealt with the attackers in a matter of seconds and didn't let Tin escape, noticing that he too was in a different world. So why was he afraid of a simple miner? He looked closely at the advanced fighter's face and asked why he had felt the need to play with fire. Zhu was gasping and wheezing. All he wanted right now was for Li Yi to take his hand off his neck, and as soon as possible. Our hero flung him away from himself, saying that Kui and the Black Panther wouldn't let Tina go just like that anyway. He was doomed. The throw landed in the burning apartment, engulfed in flames. Zhou tried to figure out where the miner got such strength from. His mind simply refused to accept this fact. Li Yi added that the same fate would soon befall the rest of the enemies. Xian and her assistant were already running toward him. The girl, out of breath, asked if everything was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. He just felt like having a little something grilled. The beauty asked what he would do now, and our hero replied that since the enemy had made his move, it was now his turn. Xian declared that in that case, she would help him, and this decision was not up for discussion. The scoundrels had to get what they deserved. Li Yi was surprised by this turn of events. He wondered why his friend was so eager to help, and she replied that the Black Panther gang had crossed her path long ago. Then she added sheepishly that they had dared to hurt her friend, and she didn't have that many friends. Realizing that she was referring to him, our hero smiled. He was pleased that the girl considered him a friend. He declared that in that case it was time for them to figure out exactly how to kick those vile scoundrels' asses. Xian led the guy into the house, noting that there were plenty of empty rooms. He could take any one of them until he found a new place to live. Li Yi chose the first door he came across and replied that this room would suit him just fine. The girl immediately declared that he could take any other room, but not this one. She tried to stop the young man before he went inside, shouting that something was wrong with that room. It turned out that the interior was decorated in shades of pink and littered with stuffed animals. The miner simply sighed admiringly, saying it was very girly. The hero added that it was very cute anyway. The beauty explained sheepishly that she didn't want anyone to know she hadn't said goodbye to her childhood. Li remarked in surprise that he had always considered it normal for girls to decorate their rooms that way. He added that it was way cooler than pretending to be a cold, aloof girl. The beauty was stunned. No one had ever thought of her as cute and cool before. Muttering that it was time to pick out a room, Xian tried to push the guy further down the hallway. He giggled, to which his friend grumbled that she was starving from dealing with him and that this was no time for laughter. In response, the guy simply reached out and literally plucked a decent little assortment of food out of thin air. Saying that this should help, Li Yi handed the food to his friend, who was shocked by how quickly he solved problems. She began to examine the miner from all angles and ask where he had gotten the food. Not only were there weapons there, but food as well. An interesting combination. The young man replied that he knew a few magic tricks, and Xian immediately asked him to teach her too. Suddenly, the guy sensed they weren't alone. A Rang's presence was clearly felt. The girl's father was nearby. So Li Yi headed for the window, noting that they would talk about the tricks a little later. For now, he needed to take care of something. The guy pointed out the girl's father, who was hiding in the bushes, and asked her to do something about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. The girl preferred to influence her loving parent with a scream. This time, every single neighbor heard Xiaosheng's name. Before drawing the curtains, Li Yi thought that he probably didn't need to fear any enemies here. This was Queen's territory. The spirit was right there. They now had 3 fragments, and the time had come to unite them. The connection formed on its own. The fragments seemed to strive to merge into a single energy field. Something resembling a portal to a prison in another world appeared, but without the remaining fragments opening it wasn't so simple. The Lord of Chaos had his own way of doing this, and he called Li Yi to follow him. The hero asked first to explain what kind of other world they were heading into. They found themselves in a desert, and the young man asked again, why there were so many insectoids, humanoids, and other monsters here. The spirit replied that they were all prisoners of this prison. One could consider this other world whatever one liked, but that would not change its essence. Trying to shield himself from the wind, Li Yi continued to question his shadowy mentor about the prisoners in the prison. He didn't understand who had created it. The Lord of Chaos replied that the boy would receive more information once he obtained and pieced together all the fragments. They approached the foot of a huge black tower, bound in chains as if it were a prisoner itself. The spirit explained that this was the Heavenly Tower, the greatest structure in this world. Nothing else like it existed. It was intended for training, so if our hero was determined, he could take the risk, but the price was his own soul. Li Yi nodded, and they went inside. The young man was curious about what the training entailed. It turned out there were 6 floors, and the first was the easiest. The spirit warned that he would have to defeat a shadow wyvern. The miner asked what was special about this monster. They entered the next hall. The young man couldn't figure out where the enemy was. He didn't sense the monster's presence. Then his gaze caught something interesting by the wall. It was a small creature, its tail and paws resembling those of a gecko. An orange eye stared intently at the tower's visitors. The gaze was rather heavy and suspicious, but the monster's size made Li Yi laugh. It really was more of a gecko than a dangerous wyvern. The young man was about to pet the cute little creature, but the spirit advised him not to. Soon the hero would have nothing to laugh about. And yet the boy kept reaching out to the cute little monster. He didn't think it could do him any harm at all. Something made Li Yi stop at the last moment. He looked the wyvern straight in the eyes. It returned his gaze with equal intensity. The adversaries seemed to be greeting one another. The next moment, an explosion of shadow energy sent our hero flying into the air, nearly turning him upside down. The young man instantly jumped up and looked up to see what the wyvern looked like now. After awakening, the monster became C rank, with all its stats increased 6-fold. The Lord of Chaos informed him that he had highlighted the weak spots, but Li Yi didn't quite understand how he should proceed now. He asked if the enemy's stats had increased so much, how could he defeat it? The spirit replied that the monster's level was adjusted to match the trainee. The wyvern had already opened its toothy maw, but our hero still hadn't managed to do anything. Only after the monster attacked did the young man snap out of it and leap upward, landing above it. He prepared his shadow ropes and shouted that a larger size meant more blind spots. The shadows rushed after the wyvern, and Li Yi prepared to carry out his cunning plan. His attack failed. The monster's skin was very tough, and it was also immune to shadow damage. The training had to continue, and the young man decided to get closer to the enemy. He crouched down, intending to attack the wyvern from below. Perhaps the creature's belly was less well protected. Both shadow blades were at the ready. All that remained was to close the distance as much as possible, and that wasn't too difficult. The spirit noted that he could only ascend to the next floor after victory, so he'd better give it his all. Li Yi rushed into battle, landing blow after blow, but the monster took no damage at all, merely grinning menacingly, its smile growing wider and wider. Soon the monster's claws grew larger, and it became clear that it had grown tired of the pesky opponent and would soon put its weapons to use. The Lord of Chaos praised our hero for having excellently leveled up his shadow skills, increasing his speed, reaction time, and strength. Suddenly, the spirit asked the wyvern if it was very hungry, and then hinted that a human could also be used as food. Li Yi froze in place. He hadn't expected such a trap. It turned out the monster had expended a lot of energy on him and now needed to make up for it. A massive maw hung over the young man, who was too terrified to even twitch, but knew for certain he didn't want to become a free lunch. He leaped out from under the closing jaws and dashed forward, trying to figure out what to do next. Drooling, the wyvern followed close behind. It really did want to fortify itself with something or someone. Li Yi no longer knew how to save himself. He asked his mentor what would happen if he died here, but the mentor said nothing. The teeth clicked again, and the hero asked if this pet had been vaccinated. The situation seemed unfair to him. Finally, an idea popped into the young man's head. He shouted that if the wyvern was hungry, he had something to offer it. Claiming it was his unbeatable technique, the young man summoned a multitude of roasted chicken legs and sent them straight into the monster's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, the wyvern lunged for the largest one. Now it showed not the slightest interest in the man. The prey was instantly in its jaws. Now he had to figure out what to do next while the beast ate. The process was rapid, and the new drumsticks barely had time to reach its teeth. Yet Li still managed to summon the shadow ropes again. He confirmed that the treat was indeed delicious. then directed his ropes toward the wyvern. Now it was securely immobilized but continued to chew on a piece of tasty chicken as if nothing had happened. It was a victory. A system message appeared stating that the shadow skills had been leveled up and the trainee had cleared the first level of the tower. The spirit clutched his head. He didn't care for this approach, but a message still appeared stating that the connection to the prison gates had been established and access granted. Li Yi didn't like this message. He guessed that this was actually why the Lord of Chaos had brought him here. It turned out that each fragment made the connection to the prison in the other world easier, making it possible to pass through the portal in the future. The spirit intended not just to pass through, but to open the portal, making it accessible to the creatures inside the prison as well. The boy had played with the wyvern, and he was eagerly awaiting the second level. The mentor didn't like his trick with the food, but he was curious to see how Li Yi would handle the next opponent. He suggested not wasting time and testing his strength on the second floor. The guards and stewards would make perfect opponents. Our hero noticed that the spirit looked satisfied and thought that the next level would clearly be no easier than the first. The Lord of Chaos seemed to read his thoughts and said that the boy would see everything for himself now, and then he could decide. They stopped in front of a massive gate. The spirit remarked again that he didn't think there was any serious threat ahead. Li Yi nodded. He was already tired of this chatter, so he simply reached out and opened the door. What he saw was completely different from what he had expected, but the miner chose to keep a calm expression on his face. High above, near the ceiling, a C-rank royal serpent loomed, but that was far from all that awaited the young man behind the door. There was also a lava minotaur and a water turtle, both of the same C-rank, and among other things, a pair of humanoids were present as well. Li Yi tensed up in earnest. The young man looked at his mentor and asked which of these monsters could be considered the staff. There was no answer. Instead, numerous monsters rushed at the hero, but he remained standing, assessing the situation. He couldn't hesitate for long. First and foremost, he had to get out of the snake's attack range. It was the largest and fastest. Li Yi barely dodged the blow, which was extremely powerful. Rocks flew in all directions. Now the exit was blocked, so there was no way to leave the room. He had to solve the problem right there. At that moment, the monster roared and lunged at the miner again. It intended to kill the stranger in one fell swoop. The young man used his shadow step again, but he knew full well that he couldn't keep running forever. The minotaur and other smaller monsters were right there too. The young man was forced to activate his shadow blades. He swung his sword several times, distracting his opponents, and then ran as fast as he could toward the door. To open it, he had to strike the ground several times, but the endeavor was ultimately successful. Soon Li Yi was on the other side of the room's entrance, trying with all his might to close the door. Finally, he managed to accomplish this task as well, though it took a great deal of energy. The boy was barely breathing. He was completely exhausted, and all he could manage was a few curses directed at the spirit. He accused his mentor of deceiving him by saying there were only servants there, to which he received the reply that there was no deception, just that the hero was still too weak. Li Yi began to inquire what chores the minotaur and the snake were doing. It turned out they were fixing the heating and electricity respectively. The cunning Lord of Chaos had also assigned perfectly understandable household duties to the other monsters. The verbal exchange ended quickly. The spirit rejoiced, while the young man simply didn't have the strength to continue the debate. A distinctive signal sounded. The system announced that an A-rank creature had been detected nearby. It was necessary to exit the portal into the outside world. Mr. Quinn had arrived with his daughter, though it was unclear for what purpose. The man got straight to the point and reported that he had heard from Cian that Li Yi was planning to strike a deal with the Black Panthers. Our hero replied that this was indeed the case. The gang leader had been hunting him for a long time, so it was better to make the first move before the other side achieved its goal. In response, the boss of Longmen's 3rd Street said that the gangsters had been provoking his men for a long time, but he hadn't acted. The guy assumed it was to avoid upsetting the balance. His guess turned out to be correct. Mr. Quinn told the hero that the city is run by 3 main organizations, each with its own specific role. That's why he doesn't touch his enemies. The entire well-oiled system would fall apart if even one link were removed, and the economy would go into decline, whereas right now finances are growing. You can act openly in your own interests. Every organization leader would like to rule over everything, but that requires a delicate game of power. Li Yi realized that President Quinn simply didn't want to drag his family into trouble and was waiting for the enemies to destroy each other. He voiced this thought, and the man snorted loudly. It seemed the young man appeared too naive to him. Smiling, Xiao Shang said that he wanted Li Yi and his daughter to become the force that would destroy the Black Panthers. The president is ready to provide the young people with money and everything they need. If they fail, he'll be able to protect them, since officially he has nothing to do with it. The young man remarked admiringly that President Quinn had come up with a brilliant plan in just one night. He was impressed. The man turned away. He was crying because he was ready to do anything for his daughter. He was afraid she would run away with Li Yi and leave him alone. Our hero could literally feel the tension in his girlfriend's father's thoughts. He even wanted to ask him to calm down a little. Xian was also bothered by this mood, and she hurried to usher her father out of the room so they could talk properly. Slamming the door shut, the girl's first question was what Li Yi intended to do next. The young man replied that he was going to take on a new assignment and go on a mission. He wanted to explore the entire alternate dimension. The beauty gave him a sly look and smiled cheerfully, saying she could certainly arrange that. The guy thought that as soon as he gathered all the pieces, the darkest day in the history of the Black Panther gang would arrive. After a while, the assistant introduced Li Yi to the Shadow Gang. That's what he called the specially selected guys they could rely on. The warriors lined up in 2 rows and loudly greeted their leader, Xian. The girl nodded. She turned to her friend and told him she had chosen a name for the unit based on his skill. The young man thanked her for the consideration. He used his sense of shadow to get a better look at these guys. He needed to gather all the information. All the guys in the gang turned out to be C ranks, which significantly expanded their capabilities and scope of activity. The only thing that was a bit concerning was that they were all wearing masks. Xian explained that they had to hide their identities to avoid threats. The girl laughed and added that it actually looked pretty cool, didn't it? Li Yi confirmed that she was right. The beauty asked what they would do next and was told that the first thing they needed to do was get a job or steal one. Our hero explained that he planned to take over all the positions held by the Black Panther gang, and Xian remarked that that was a ton of work. To this, the young man replied that he intended to take only the worthwhile, profitable jobs. He had other plans for the rest. A few days later, a whole stack of papers was thrown at the administrator. The boss was yelling that they shouldn't have let the Shadow Gang take all the available assignments. The leader of the Black Panthers yelled that now they were out of work, which meant no income either. Couldn't they have negotiated with those insolent newbies? The leader grabbed the man by the collar and the man whispered that 5-6 advanced C ranks had been sent on each mission. It was impossible to refuse. The Panther sighed. His team didn't have that many C ranks, and he couldn't figure out where this new group had come from. He shoved the administrator away, realizing that these people were buying up missions to handle their own business in another dimension. All the remaining slots had also been bought up by various people who wished to remain incognito. Panther yelled that the employee could do whatever he wanted, but he had to provide missions for his people too. The man rushed off but promised to do something about it. Li Yi and Xian met again in the room he had chosen. The assistant reported over the phone on how things were going, and the beauty was satisfied. She reported that just as our hero had suspected, Black Panther's people had bought out their spots on the missions at an inflated price. It was interesting how he had known that would happen. The young man explained that their enemies didn't want to miss a chance to get rich during the most profitable time of the year. Seeing the girl's puzzled look, he explained that there are unspoken rules in the mines that only a few people know about. It turns out that all valuable artifacts recovered during missions are stashed away by special handlers, then secretly transported out and sold at the end of the quarter. In the past, the Black Panthers charged for guarding, transporting, and selling artifacts on the black market. Sometimes they simply robbed the workers during loading. The leader made a hefty profit. Even if he had to get rid of unwanted witnesses, it wasn't a problem. Now he has made this business impossible by buying up spots to enter another dimension. The gangsters are ready to do anything, or else they'll lose their usual profits. Xian pointed out that this made no sense, since the gangsters had simply bought spots on the raids at an inflated price. Li Yi stood up and quietly explained that the point was slightly different. He didn't want to make money. He wanted to achieve other goals. Opening the portal, the young man explained that it wasn't for nothing that he'd been running around another dimension quite a bit lately. Xin realized with amazement that this was an entrance to another world. The guy explained that he had studied all the portals and could travel to any location at will. Now all they had to do was track down whoever was paying a high price to buy spots on the missions. That would be the gang member, and his target would be easy to track down. The beauty was thrilled. Li Yi added that he didn't want to tell many people about these portals, only a few close friends he could trust. The girl grabbed our hero by both hands and asked him to take her with him. She simply adores such adventures. You could tell from the guy's face that he really wanted to go with her, but he still had his doubts. Finally, he made up his mind and stepped into the portal, saying that in that case, they would destroy the gang together. The area they ended up in was pretty deserted. Only a single truck was heading toward the exit. The driver complained to his partner that this time they'd gotten some pretty lousy junk, but the other guy reassured him that he wouldn't be left empty-handed anyway. Suddenly, the rocks above the truck collapsed, large fragments flying down. One piece loomed over the road like an iceberg. It turned out it hadn't fallen from above, but had risen from the ground. An identical stone pillar suddenly appeared right in front of the truck. The miners screamed in terror. The thing was, there were more and more of these underground pillars. The men tried to drive around them, fully aware that if one of them popped up under the truck, they were done for. The only pity was that they realized this but could do absolutely nothing about it, and that's exactly what happened. The truck tilted so much that the people and cargo nearly fell out of the bed. Fortunately, everyone was still unharmed. A second later, the truck crashed into another pole that had appeared right in front of it. Sparks flew from the impact. The miners, or rather the hired workers pretending to be miners, jumped out. They needed to check if the cargo was okay. A guy without a protective suit appeared in front of them and reported that the cargo was fine. He raised his hand and added that they would soon have problems of their own. A multitude of stone pillars were already preparing to rush toward their target. His hand dropped, and the projectiles flew straight at the men. They ran in the opposite direction, hoping to escape. They had to move as fast as possible. Most of these people had never even encountered the advanced ones before. The villain laughed, saying that the scum wouldn't be able to escape anyway, but he wasn't here just to waste time. Li Yi watched what was happening. He whispered that he'd play with the thug since the guy didn't want to be bored. Our hero used his shadow step and in a split second was behind the robber. The scoundrel bared his teeth, hissing that he hadn't called a dog here to ruin his fun, so he should get lost while he was still alive. Li Yi launched his attack, shouting that robbing people wasn't exactly an honorable occupation, so he should find another line of work. It seemed that the former miner was no stranger to such incidents, and the hero felt in complete control of the situation. He reached out toward his opponent, who was terrified by the young man's speed. He didn't even have time to cast a stone attack. Our hero had already grabbed the enemy's face, declaring that he wouldn't let anyone play with people's lives here. He dragged him across the rocks, leaving a rather deep trail with his skull. It was brutal but justified. Nevertheless, the enemy didn't sustain any serious injuries and quickly got back up. Realizing that Li Yi was acting foolishly, the area was teeming with his fellow bandits. Cian and the others appeared, and our hero asked if the robber was referring to the D ranks they had already neutralized. Taken by surprise, the veteran even shouted that this couldn't be someone had dared to disrupt their operation. Miss Quinn asked her friend what to do with all these criminals, just kill them, or were there more interesting options? Li Yi replied that killing them was indeed too simple. He had a better idea that would hurt the Black Panthers much more. He placed his hand on the scoundrel's face again. The man screamed in fear and began demanding to know what was going on. Our hero ordered the robber to go to his boss and tell him that everything that had happened was the work of Li Yi from the Shadow Gang. From the raid, the thug went straight to the hospital. The doctor spent quite a bit of time getting him into relatively good shape. When the gang leader heard that everything that had happened was Li Yi's fault, he flew into a rage. But he was even more enraged by the news that the Shadow Gang and our hero were connected. The man once again wondered how this damned miner had managed to become so strong. The assistant reported that all their men looked relatively normal on the outside, but had numerous minor bone fractures all over their bodies. Recovery would take a year. They were also discussing financial matters. The figure was 5 million, 6 at most, when a new message came in. Somewhat embarrassed, the man reported to his boss that their other two teams had also failed to retrieve the artifacts, and Panther flew into a rage. He grabbed his assistant by the collar and demanded to know who had done it. The answer came quickly. It was Li Yi. The gangster hissed that it was impossible. The distance between the locations with the cargo was enormous, and even if the miner could fly, he wouldn't have been able to get there that quickly. The assistant had video proof that our hero had personally participated in the raids. One of the survivors had managed to film him. The young man and his team, working with the utmost professionalism, were clearly visible on the screen. Then the guy looked straight into the camera, as if posing on purpose. His gaze was heavy. He walked toward the person filming and asked if the recording was clear enough. The man shouted for the miner not to come any closer. He was scared to death. Li Yi brought his face close to the camera and addressed Black Panther, saying that his men didn't know how to fight at all. Maybe it would be better for him to come himself. He added that you could insist on maintaining the chain of command for years, But sometimes it was better to just show up and throw a punch. The gang leader bared his teeth. He crumpled the phone as if it were made of paper and hissed that he would personally kill that runt Li Yi. A little later, our hero, Sin, and her assistant arrived at some strange place that looked like a warehouse. The girl looked around in surprise and finally asked why they were there and what they were going to do. The young man replied that he had once followed Kui Shihao. These were the Black Panther's warehouses, and since they had ruined their plans, it made sense to pay a visit here in person. The beauty guessed that the hero intended to carry out a raid, while the gang members were dealing with the problems he had created. The guy nodded. Just then, his cell phone rang in his pocket. He wondered who it could be, considering that not many people knew this number. The observer reported that the gang leader had just left Zone 3. The young man thanked him and ordered him to continue surveillance. Li Yi informed Shin that the Blood Panther had decided to personally lead the next mission, just as he had expected. He was planning to go there himself, but his girlfriend suggested taking her assistant along, since the gang boss was a B rank. The hero replied that there was no need for that. The guy explained that he was going to fight one-on-one, so it wouldn't be right to bring anyone else along. He opened a portal and added that if anything went wrong, he could always return here using it. In the other dimension, goods were being loaded. Workers were scurrying back and forth with boxes under the watchful guidance of the main boss. This time, the cargo was indeed very valuable, so the men were trying to be as careful as possible. Everyone was confident in the success of the operation. Since Panther himself was here, Li Yi and his shadowy gang wouldn't dare stick their noses into their business. The boss was pleased with himself, even with the support of the C ranks. The miner didn't stand a chance against him, at least that's what Panther thought. Then a flash from the portal caught his attention. It looked like something interesting was about to happen, and the villain grew wary. For a while, everything was quiet, but suddenly the man spun around. He sensed someone's presence. One of the henchmen let out a blood-curdling scream. An invisible shadow rope had tightly wrapped itself around his neck. Li Yi appeared, remarking that a B-rank's intuition deserved praise. The thug had sensed his arrival immediately. Immediately, the other gangsters prepared to defend their boss, while the young man continued to hold one of their accomplices aloft. The man was already choking and begging his boss for help. Our hero advised him not to struggle too much, or he would suffocate completely. Panther realized he had no choice but to kill them both, so he fired a fireball at them. Li Yi continued to use the unfortunate guy as a shield. Deep down, he even felt sorry for him. The fire didn't harm our hero. It was clear he was about to launch a counterattack. The young man moved using his shadow gate and declared that a bad leader doesn't protect his people. Is that not a weakness? Panther, enraged, attacked again, calling Li Yi a vile rat who cowardly hid behind others. The fire flared up, but for some reason, once again, everything happened quite differently from what the gang leader had expected. He burned another one of his own men. The unfortunate man's last words were a reproach that the boss had missed his mark. Li Yi was standing behind him again. Next to him was Panther's assistant, who nervously asked his master not to rush the attack. The man bared his teeth and hissed that if there was a chance to kill the insolent man, he wouldn't spare any of the lowly pawns. He activated a fire tornado with a shout, declaring that this time the miner would have nowhere to hide. The thugs and workers scattered in terror in all directions, trying to save their lives, while our hero stood calmly in place. Burning people ran past him, but the shadows protected him well. All that was left was to watch the events unfold with interest. The young man wasn't afraid of the flames or the rocks flying at him, but decided it would be wise to hide from prying eyes for a while. Panther was furious. He began demanding that the young man stop hiding and come out to fight him. In reality, Li Yi understood perfectly well that he didn't stand much of a chance against a B-rank opponent, and the smartest thing to do right now would be to simply leave. He thought this would have a lasting effect on the enemy, especially if he returned a little later. After some time, the gang leader arrived at the very warehouses our heroes had visited a short while earlier. The staff just shrugged, reporting that there were C-ranks and Queen Xian among the robbers, and they couldn't do anything to stop them. Panther was furious and asked again if there really was absolutely nothing they could do. Without waiting for an answer, he simply burned the guard at fault. The man didn't even realize how it had happened. The gang leader only now realized where Li Yi had gotten so many helpers from. Xiao Shang's daughter was involved in the scheme. Let them not accuse him of cruelty now. It was time to settle the score, and the villain was furious. He summoned Kui Shihao and showed him the empty warehouses, declaring that it was all over. Everything he had was stolen. Hundreds of millions, if not more. The mustache man asked how he could help. If men were needed, He was ready to provide all his available fighters. But it wasn't that simple. Even if Qin Shaosheng left the city for some reason, they still couldn't lay a finger on his daughter. The man placed a hand on Panther's shoulder and asked him to wait until the experiment was over. This was a critical moment, so he should be patient. The villain pushed him away, saying that the worst possible thing had happened, so he wouldn't wait and would simply kill Xin and Li Yi. It turned out that going against Kui Shihao's will was very dangerous. A look of fear crossed Panther's face. Behind his companion, a horde of monsters with burning eyes, resembling hellish creatures, appeared. The latter grinned menacingly and announced that if the gangster wanted to play with death, he wouldn't mind starting with him right now. The Black Panther's leader hadn't expected this. He could barely stand, having lost everything and now facing betrayal on top of it all. Shihao reiterated that they shouldn't let some money ruin their grand plan. As soon as the job was done, he would send men, and the entire Quinn family would cease to exist. The mustached man turned and headed for the exit. The gangster thought it was easy for him to say, since he wasn't the one who had lost everything he'd accumulated over the years. The man's eyes flashed with anger again, and he thought he could easily deal with Qin Xian without the NG group's involvement. The red car was speeding down the highway. It was going as fast as it could, and it seemed the passengers were in a hurry. Inside were Jin and her assistant. The girl was sharing her impressions of Li, and she was delighted by his sharp mind and cunning. The assistant didn't say anything but asked the driver to go even faster. Miss Qin wanted to meet the guy as soon as possible, and the girl felt a little embarrassed. She asked Duanao where he'd gotten that idea, to which he replied that she'd woken up just an hour ago and had already mentioned the hero 24 times. Xin said she didn't have many friends, so she was feeling a little lonely. Just then, another car pulled up alongside them, and the assistant grew wary. He only had time to turn toward Miss Quinn and try to shield her with his arm, shouting at the driver to be careful. A bullet shattered the window, and the car swerved sharply to the side. Duan Ao barely managed to grab Xian so she wouldn't be thrown out. A huge truck crashed into another car. The one the heroine was riding in remained relatively intact, as the driver managed to react in time. Water gushed from the truck's tank. The car crash was clearly just the beginning of what was to come. The passengers got out, and soldiers from the Shadow Group immediately ran up to them to make sure the young lady was all right. The girl assured them she was. Water poured down from above like rain. Everyone's attention was fixed on the tanker, while footsteps could be heard behind them. Jin clearly sensed the presence of a B rank and grew wary. She began to realize that things weren't so simple. Panther appeared before her, an assistant holding an umbrella over him. The man declared that he was glad to see Shaoshang's eldest daughter. Duanao immediately ordered his men to protect their mistress at the cost of their own lives, and the guards blocked the gangster's path. The girl remarked that her enemy was far too overconfident, daring to attack her with just a handful of men. Just then she felt a strange dizziness, accompanied by a magical sensation. The assistant reported in fear that it was all because of the water. It was emitting some strange energy. Panther hissed that he would never have dared to oppose her without being certain of success. The liquid that had been poured on them was the venom of a giant spider. Even Uranus wouldn't survive more than a few hours upon contact with it. The guards could barely stand. Xin and Duanao themselves still felt somewhat more confident, but not by much. Noticing the effect of his words, the thug rushed into the attack. All the assistant managed to say was for the young lady to run away. The next second, the enemy's hand grabbed him by the throat with such force that his vertebrae cracked deafeningly. He remarked in surprise that the man was surprisingly resistant to the poison. Apparently, his resistance level was high enough. However, that wouldn't help him survive. A loyal servant always dies for his master first, and flames engulfed Duanao. The girl couldn't run. She sat on the ground and reached out to her faithful assistant, who was burning alive. Li Yi was in his room at his girlfriend's house. He needed to sort out the cargo and take care of a lot of other things as well. After that, the young man decided to practice his weapon skills a bit. He needed to stay in good physical shape. He prepared himself and activated the corresponding shadow skill, then sprang into action, practicing his attack. The young man with the shadow blade moved very quickly. He could only be tracked by a black wave of energy. The guy raced forward, his eyes burning, his hand relentlessly delivering blow after blow with the sword. As a result, all the training posts were sliced to pieces. Our hero literally cut them into neat slices in a split second. The spirit appeared and praised Li Yi's progress, noting that he was now using his skills like an adult. The guy reminded him that he was now C rank. Just then he noticed his phone vibrating. Queen Xing's number was lit up on the screen, so our hero hurried to answer. The Lord of Chaos remarked that C rank wasn't all that great. It was just an ant with a few extra abilities. As soon as Li Yi answered the call, he dropped his sword, which plunged into the ground with a loud clang right next to his foot. Panther was holding his girlfriend by the hair and suggesting they take a look at who was there. It wasn't a pleasant sight. The girl's eyes were closed. It seemed she had lost consciousness, and the thug was grinning smugly and menacingly. The young man's eyes flashed, and he asked what Panther, in his opinion, was doing right now. Panther replied that the course of events now rested entirely on Li Yi. The young man could bring a ransom of 1 billion, and then the girl's life would be spared. That's the first option. There's a second one. He'll watch as the girl is tortured to death. Cian opened her eyes and whispered not to trust the villain. It's a trap. Our hero said he would bring the money. Let him tell him where and when the deal would take place, and he would be there. The leader of the Black Panthers said he would wait for the miner at his warehouses for an hour. The miner must arrive alone. If any of Queen's men are spotted, Cian will die. The call ended, and a spirit appeared, declaring that he didn't advise Li Yi to go there at his current level. It would be certain death. The young man's eyes flashed, and he declared that he couldn't abandon his friend. Besides, it wasn't yet known who would actually die. Half an hour later, the young man was at the warehouse entrance. He wasn't too worried about himself, but he was more concerned for Sin. Inside sat the gang leader with his crew. He praised the hero for his courage and asked where the money he'd requested was. Li Yi replied that he wanted to see his girlfriend first and make sure she was all right. The villain laughed and ordered Mr. Quinn's eldest daughter to be brought there. He looked as pleased as could be. There was the sound of a motor and the grinding of a mechanism, and a crane with a hook appeared, to which a rope was tied. The young man looked at what was hanging from it and shuddered. What he saw made his heart race. Hanging from the rope, her wrists bound, was Qin Si-yin. She was clearly in pain from hanging for so long. Upon seeing Li Yi, the girl tried to scream and warn him of something, but her mouth was taped shut, and only her tone was discernible. The guy looked at her and signaled that he couldn't hear her. He gave the system the command to open the shadow vault. Instantly, thick wads of banknotes appeared before the Panther. Judging by their quantity, it really was 1 billion. The gangsters rushed to check if there was any trickery involved, after which they happily announced that the money was real. Our hero reminded them that since they had received what was promised, they were now obligated to release the captive. That was the deal. Panther stood up, saying that the only reason he hadn't killed the kid yet was because he hadn't seen the money. Was the boy really so naive as to think he could walk out of here alive? Li Yi reached forward and pressed a button on some device, saying he hadn't even thought of trusting the enemy's word. Bundles of cash glowed, sending yellow beams of energy shooting out in all directions. It looked as if an explosion was about to go off at any moment. And so it happened. Fortunately, the young man had already mastered the skill of a shadow sortie and slipped out of the blast zone just in time. When the flames died down and the smoke cleared, the gangsters began peering into the dust clouds, assuming that Li Yi had once again fled like a rat. That wasn't the case. The guy emerged from his ambush and nearly sliced Panther in half with his shadow sword. The Panther dodged and fired a fireball, shouting that these tricks wouldn't do Li Yi any good. Our hero looked at his enemy and reminded him that playing with fire is dangerous when everything around is filled with clouds of dust. He attacked again, and this time he almost hit his target. The thug had to strain to avoid being killed. An explosion rang out. This time it was the work of Panther. Cian was terrified that our hero might very well have died. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating the beauty's face, but she could think of nothing but whether Li Yi was alive or not. Suddenly, a shadow dagger severed the rope the girl was hanging from. She didn't see it, but she felt herself falling. Out of fear, the beauty closed her eyes tight, for landing in the epicenter of an explosion, blazing with fire, is not the most pleasant experience. That didn't happen, and Miss Quinn opened her eyes in surprise. It seemed the landing had been softer than it could have been. She was sitting in Li Yi's arms, who in turn was perched on the back of a dragon, or a creature very much like one. We know it was a wyvern. They were heading toward the portal. What was happening made the gang leader whistle in surprise. It seemed the kid had a couple of aces up his sleeve. The villain watched the boy go and hissed that all of this would be his sooner or later. An assistant approached and reported that more than half of their men were wounded. The boss shouted that it didn't matter. Everyone who could move should follow him. He couldn't let the enemies escape. Finding themselves in another dimension, the men ran toward the training tower. They didn't know what it was, but Li Yi headed straight for it. Cian asked the hero what they should do now. The beauty feared that the Black Panther's men would simply destroy everything there. The young man replied that everything was going according to plan. He wanted to use the gangsters to solve a couple of his own problems. He asked the girl to hide somewhere nearby with the wyvern, and he would take care of the rest. The guy jumped down, shouting that he'd be fine and not to worry about it. He ended up near the door. The spirit asked if Li Yi really wanted these people to help him clear the second level. The hero declared that nowhere was it stated that he had to do it alone. The Lord of Chaos praised the miner for his resourcefulness. The miner replied that without A-class protection, he couldn't handle those monsters. But now a chance had appeared. Just then, a burst of fire flew toward Li Yi, and he realized that the leader of the Black Panthers was already close. He needed to open the doors. So the young man did just that, noting that these guys were a bit impatient, but maybe that was for the best. The thugs continued to close in. They were certain that Li Yi now had nowhere to run from them. He had already started preparing to drag them inside, so he asked why on earth he should run away. Our hero explained that he had already freed Qin Xian and could now have a little fun and spend some time doing as he pleased. He looked his enemy straight in the eye and announced that now was the perfect time to dot all the I's. Panther began to laugh uncontrollably, exclaiming that the kid must have completely lost his mind to say such a thing. He told his men not to be afraid. Li Yi was alone, so they should deal with him first and then look for Xian. The villain promised that he would let his men give free rein to their emotions when they got their hands on the beauty. These words made our hero shudder. He caught himself thinking that he would never allow anything like that to happen. The guy replied to Panther that he wasn't as good at calculating dates and times as he was, but he could definitely say when these guys would die. He threw the doors to the second level wide open and ordered the monsters to step out a little to greet the guests, rather than rudely ignoring their arrival. A multitude of glowing eyes appeared from the darkness. The bandits slowed down a bit. They hadn't expected anything like this. There were snakes, a turtle, and a lava minotaur. All of them rushed toward the tasty little humans with joyful roars. The villains froze in surprise and fear. They had encountered monsters before, but they had never seen so many different kinds at once. Meanwhile, Li Yi leaped in huge bounds up over the monsters' heads, using them as a barrier between himself and his pursuers. The panther wanted to fire a fireball at the young man, but was forced to launch it at the humanoid that had suddenly appeared right there. The monster slowed down slightly, but its skin was thick enough to protect it from fire damage. The man hoped that the flames would at least scare it off and prevent it from attacking, because he didn't have any other weapons yet. For a while, he managed to hold off the monster's onslaught, but then another one joined in, and the task became more difficult. Li Yi didn't want to take the heat for someone else either. He wasn't afraid of the panther's attack and moved close enough to engage in combat. But first, he had to wait out this barrage of fire unleashed by the enraged villain. The guy decided he would need a formidable weapon and activated his shadow transformation skill. Instantly, a huge hammer appeared in his hand. Its size was just enough to deflect the fireball. Shouting that now the panther would explode instead of him, our hero deflected the attack back at the one who had launched it. The blow was so powerful that the hero could barely hold onto the hammer in his hands still. One shouldn't underestimate B ranks. And yet Li Yi managed to carry out his plan. Now he watched the fireball's flight path with satisfaction. The panther moved closer. He could see that the young man was barely standing, leaning on his hammer. The man smiled. The hero had managed to parry one of his attacks, but what would he do with the next one in this condition? Li Yi had indeed exhausted all his energy. He was even staggering slightly and looked utterly pitiful. And yet the young man raised his head and declared that there would be no next attack. If he didn't believe him, he should just look back. This was no joke and no bluff. The second-level monsters of the tower had already dealt with all the members of the criminal gang and were now closing in on its leader. The man followed the advice and looked back. What he saw clearly didn't bode well, and the villain cursed. The monsters had already surrounded him. Li Yi, saying that he'd let his opponent play while he got the hell out of there, rushed toward the portal. Panther had no choice but to fight the monsters. He simply couldn't follow our hero. The guy had once again outmaneuvered the gangster. Shouting at the creatures to leave him alone immediately, the gang leader launched his signature fire attack. At least the flames definitely didn't have the best effect on the humanoid. The monster let out a piercing scream. It turned out that this monster had excellent regeneration. Almost immediately, the situation returned to its original state. Panther was furious like a demon. He roared that he would tear Li Yi to pieces the moment he came into view. Meanwhile, the young man, accompanied by the spirit, headed through the portal toward the second-level core. The monsters were busy, and the floor could be considered cleared. Our hero asked if the Lord of Chaos had lied to him again about there being armor here capable of withstanding A rank attacks. The spirit replied that he had no reason to lie. Suddenly, the young man stopped. He had spotted something quite interesting. It was a humanoid kneeling on the ground. The spirit explained that this was Ji-mi, a second-level steward who apparently had simply died of old age. He asked Li Yi to give this creature a proper burial, since the matter with the Black Panthers had been resolved, and Li Yi agreed. The young man was ready to get started right away. His shadow patron thanked him for his responsiveness but noted that it would be better to do it on the way back. For a while, both were silent. The Lord of Chaos looked intently at the steward, as if expecting something. After a few seconds, he suggested they move on. The promised armor must be ahead. Suddenly, Li Yi heard something strange. His face took on a wary expression. He couldn't fall into a trap again. Right in front of them, a knight hovered in the air. His bright cloak fluttered dramatically in the wind like a banner. Our hero asked if this was the shadow armor the spirit had promised, and the spirit began to mumble something incoherent. The young man began to examine the armor, noting that it looked quite nice, not at all as ugly as he had expected. His shadow mentor thought it would be better to get armor of a higher level, but Li Yi had little chance of passing the third level without reliable protection and good preparation. Our hero immediately picked up on some hesitation in the spirit's voice and asked what was wrong. Perhaps something was amiss. The spirit replied that everything was fine, that he should just take his well-deserved reward. Li Yi asked why it was said so emotionally. Then, from beneath the helmet of the armor, a sound resembling a cough was heard. The young man could not believe his ears. Immediately afterward, an iron gauntlet clamped tightly around his neck, and a quiet voice said that it was glad to welcome the master. So many years had passed that it had already given up hope of a reunion. A system notification appeared stating that the young man had been attacked by the soul of a level B stranger possessing certain shadow skills. He never let go of the miner's throat, even though the Lord of Chaos spread his arms and joyfully greeted Uncle Ming. The masked spirit shouted that he never would have thought the great and invincible master would be parasitizing in the body of some C rank. Our hero's mentor ordered Yi Ming to stop. He didn't like this treatment one bit. He continued to choke Li Yi and slowly said that the Lord of Chaos no longer had the right to command him. Ming reminded him that his soul had fallen asleep in this armor so that the master would come and awaken it, not so that he would obey him. And all because only a pitiful fragment, a shard of a soul, had returned. So now he had no choice but to be reborn, using his tormentor's resources. Li Yi was gasping for breath. He realized that the vessel for the stranger's soul could be not only this armor, but also his own body if the Lord of Chaos were defeated. He mentally turned to his mentor and asked if he could defeat Ming if he allowed the spirit to fully take possession of his body. This suggestion surprised the Lord, who asked if the boy wasn't afraid that he would use this opportunity to completely subjugate him. Li Yi noted that this was no time for jokes, thinking to himself that if the spirit could do that, it would have done so long ago. It seemed everything was leading to the master having to fight Ming, even though he didn't want to get involved in this confrontation. Finally, he made up his mind and possessed the boy's body, shouting that since that was the case, he simply had to do it. Our hero's face changed, becoming more determined and fierce, and a shadow energy appeared in his eyes. Immediately, this energy spread far beyond the body, which in a single second became much stronger and more resilient, flinging the armor backward. Ming laughed, saying it was a futile endeavor. In this frail body, the spirit would not be as powerful as before. Its maximum level was now a rank. The entropy skill activated, and our hero announced in the Lord's voice that even a rank strength would be enough to teach the insolent one a lesson. The shadow field activated, and fragments of stone formed by the energy release flew into the armor. The shadow realm, fully under the control of Li Yi and his temporary host, rejoiced. This was the second shadow level. Ming smirked. The master's powers were indeed incomparable to the past. He had long since taught him how to counter such attacks. Saying that he had more than one surprise in store, our hero sent a whole swarm of shadow swords at the enemy. The enemy shouted that this didn't scare him because he could always dodge, even when the blades were too numerous to count. The knight himself possessed the third shadow level. He swung his sword, realizing that this body wouldn't withstand the blow. The spirit used Shadow Walk and simply vanished before his former student's attack could land. He moved behind him with the intention of attacking before Ming could turn around. The latter looked back, asking what kind of skill this was. He had never encountered anything like it before, and there was wariness in his gaze. Li Yi attacked, but the stranger's soul managed to defend itself with a sword. The blade rang out from the blow but remained intact. A whole series of blows followed. The opponents fought with their swords, and Ming noted with satisfaction that the spirit was running out of strength. The spirit mentally addressed our hero and asked if he could hold out any longer. The young man assured him he could, that everything was fine, and they could continue. Then the Lord of Chaos delivered another series of blows. The enemy laughed, saying that even armor couldn't be pierced like that. The level was too low. He hadn't finished speaking when the spirit pushed off the ground and soared high into the air, as swift as lightning. The Lord of Chaos shouted that in that case he would simply shake Ming out of his armor, leaving him defenseless. The blow was so powerful that cracks appeared in the ground beneath the knight's feet, but he still managed to block it with his blade. A quiet standoff began, with each opponent using their own resources to the fullest. And the result was not long in coming. Under the onslaught of the master's fist, his former student's sword shattered into pieces. Without wasting a precious moment, our hero attacked again. This time the blow landed on the torso, but the knight defended himself with his gauntlets. The Lord of Chaos did not stop there, and shouting that he needed to add just a little more, struck again, knocking the soul out of the armor. This was exactly the result he had been aiming for. The spirit smiled. Now, there was no way he could let his former apprentice return. The master called out to Li Yi, who replied that he was fine. The Lord of Chaos knew that wasn't true. If the battle continued, the boy's soul and body might not withstand the high energies and burn out. Somehow the armor remained alive. Apparently the stranger's soul could split. He announced with a smile that he simply couldn't pass up such an opportunity. He burst into a deafening laugh, striking a theatrical pose. The former mentor asked when Ming had managed to become so vile. The enemy's attack was very powerful. Li Yi's face contorted in pain after the blow, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. The knight's fist was already very close. With a smirk, he declared that she shouldn't blame him for her own weakness. This attack was even more successful, and the spirit could not withstand it. Staggering, it began to slowly fall backward. The Lord of Chaos was forced to temporarily leave the young man's body to give him a chance to rest and recover a bit. He struck Ming, saying he had simply been waiting for the right moment. Ming was sent flying, landing upside down. Nevertheless, he also unleashed an energy strike. This counterattack did not go unanswered. The spirit shook, and a shadow rope wrapped itself around his neck. The master whispered that he never thought he would be bitten by the dog he had raised. It was a sad sight. Nevertheless, only the chosen few are capable of defeating a mentor. The Lord of Chaos rose above Ming and announced that he could now regain his former power. Li Yi slowly came to his senses. He began to gather shadow energy, and his spirit slowly approached. A new coil of shadow ropes immobilized his patron. Our hero suggested using it again but received a negative response. The body wouldn't hold out. Ming was extremely pleased with himself and declared that he would take the place once held by his master. The latter shouted at the young man to run away. He couldn't use his powers to help our hero, but he also didn't want his soul to be consumed while his body fell into the hands of a villain. Instead, Li Yi rushed to attack the knight, shouting for him to immediately release the Lord of Chaos. This caused an uncontrollable fit of laughter in the enemy. He understood perfectly well that the man's strength was incomparable to his own, but he still noted the man's loyalty. The hero prepared to strike, while Ming tried to demoralize him by pointing out that the Lord was simply using the young man for his own purposes. He called the guy an ant who dared to attack a tree, and anger slowly boiled up inside the knight. Ming summoned a surge of energy and simply hurled our hero as far back as possible. He landed on the rocks, sending debris flying in all directions. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain from the blow. Li Yi had never before taken such heavy damage in a single strike. The Lord of Chaos shouted that it was time to get out of there. The miner was only C rank and would die in vain if he didn't flee. The young man was determined and clearly very angry. He shouted that from the very beginning, the spirit had treated him like a slave. It had forced him to fight and win constantly in order to level up and strengthen his body. What he had become now, step by step, had been shaped by his mentor's hands and under his careful guidance. His memories shattered into fragments. But it wouldn't be like that anymore. He would decide for himself whether to leave or stay at the very least. He had earned the right to choose. With those words, Li Yi gathered all his energy and charged forward at the enemy. It seemed a new plan of action had taken shape in his mind. The hero shouted that his first move would be to absorb as much shadow energy as possible, which the enemy had in abundance, allowing him to deal with Ming first and then with Panther. This amused the lost soul, who declared that the boy's body simply wouldn't hold up. He didn't stand a chance of absorbing such power. Li Yi had already activated the corresponding skill and was drawing in the shadows like a sponge. He shouted that the state of his body was nobody's business but his own. The young man reached his limit and let out a piercing scream. It felt as though cracks were spreading throughout his entire body. The hero felt as if he were about to fall apart into pieces. There was no time to hesitate, and he raised his fist to strike. He was closing in on the knight, but even as he did so, he began to dissolve into his own shadows like melting ice. Watching this, Ming burst out laughing again. The foolish creature had been too short-sighted and had sacrificed himself in vain. The Lord of Chaos turned to Li Yi and asked him to stop the fight. It was a perfectly understandable move. The knight laughed, having just received an excellent source of energy for himself. The spirit had disintegrated just like the boy. With a satisfied look, he clenched his hands into fists, as if testing how much power he had gained. The result was excellent. All that remained of Li Yi was a black smudge of shadows, like a wet footprint. His enemy could not contain his joy at having won so easily. Suddenly, he noticed a black vortex in the distance. Shadows were gathering into something resembling a hurricane, and it was clearly no small thing. The villain tried to figure out what it was and what was going on at all. He looked, to put it mildly, perplexed. He fearfully surmised that this was Eternal Night, the Eternal Night provoked by the Lord of Chaos with his eternal shadow realm. The knight couldn't believe that his master and Li Yi had turned out to be stronger, but it was precisely in this unity that the main secret lay. A voice behind him grimly remarked that he should have listened to his words back then, at the very beginning. He would be eliminated, no matter how much he flattered his own ego. It was all just ripples on the water and empty dreams. The Lord of Chaos reconnected with our hero, and now he was full of energy. A whirlwind swept his opponent away. The opponent didn't even try to resist, realizing that it would be futile in this situation. He looked up the guy's stats and was stunned to see that he had reached the 3rd level of shadow manipulation and was now capable of creating a domain, manipulating energy, and devouring souls. How some C rank could surpass him in the art of shadow manipulation was completely baffling, but the opponent was stunned. He realized where this colossal shadow energy had come from. The souls trapped in this world had been absorbed by the spirit within Li Yi's body, or perhaps by the young man himself. Now it was clear where such strength and power came from. Fighting was completely useless, and the knight recoiled. The opponent pointed a hand at him and asked what a lost soul would do without this armor. It needed to be tested. He attacked with a surge of energy of incredible power. That should be enough to drive the essence out of the armor. Watching this deadly wave rush toward him, Ming froze. He whispered that he hadn't expected this. The enemy was thrown back. The armor began to slip off him. Coming loose, there was no way to resist. Li Yi moved behind the knight and reminded him once more that it was time to get out of that shell. It wouldn't help. He struck again. The knight screamed, realizing that this was the end of it all. Not only had he failed to rise to greatness, but he was about to die. The next attack was not long in coming. There was an explosion and something heavy fell to the ground. The armor turned out to be tougher than expected. The opponent got to his feet and asked spitefully what good was a 3rd-level mastery of shadows if Li Yi himself was still only C rank. Our hero replied with a smile that if the armor was too much for him, he should attack what was inside it. He charged forward. The knight shouted that this was utter madness, certain he could withstand one more attack. But why wait for a blow when he could strike first? The knight tried to reach the young man first. To his surprise, the guy simply vanished into the shadows, for he had activated his domain and could now take any form within its limits. The villain screamed that this was simply impossible. He was once again seriously frightened, while at the same time feeling deeply disappointed. Our hero began his shadow attack, slipping beneath the armor. His enemy screamed louder than ever before. That scream would have made his blood run cold if he had any, and Ming's soul began to crumble. In unbearable agony, he shed his knight's armor, trying to escape certain death. The armor remained below, and it no longer looked as though it could withstand an A-rank attack. The Shadow's black hands picked up the helmet. Now he could try it on himself or give it to his mentor. It became clear why Ming had been hiding behind the armor. It could absorb shadow energy, protecting the soul from harm. If you tried to draw out this creature's energy, you wouldn't get any stronger. The harsh reality hit him unexpectedly. But there was still hope for the heavenly fortress, a refuge where strangers could not enter. The villain perked up slightly and rushed upward toward salvation. Li Yi shouted that he wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Our hero's shadow chains rushed after Ming. In the very next moment, the enemy was completely immobilized and securely bound. It even became difficult for him to speak. The stranger smirked, saying that his soul was bound to the heavenly repository, so it could not be destroyed without harming himself. The young man reminded the enemy not to forget that souls are also shadow energy, and within the domain, he and he alone commands it. The Lord of Chaos left Li Yi's body. Without the protection of his armor, it was no trouble at all for him to completely destroy his former disciple. He smirked, stating that Ming would become a source for his restoration and growth, or rather, for Li Yi's growth. The young man intended to absorb the essence to improve his skills and rank, as well as his mastery of shadow manipulation. The Lord of Chaos told the former knight that he had underestimated the young man's thirst to become powerful and strong. Only the villain's head remained, but he hissed discontentedly that he shouldn't be mocked. It was insulting. He asked if it wasn't foolish to hope that, once he became great by devouring souls, his comrade would be spared and left alive. After these words, his face began to dissolve into the shadows, but he had managed to sow a seed of doubt before his death. Compared to the thirst for power, any moral principles would fade into the background. Li Yi covered his ears so he wouldn't have to hear it. He completely devoured the soul and screamed from the immense amount of energy that filled his body. Now the boy stood at the epicenter of the explosion, cracks spreading out from him across the ground, while the Lord of Chaos watched the events unfold from above with interest. Soon it was all over. An alert sounded, and the spirit looked intently at Li Yi below. Li Yi stood there, completely pleased with himself. He felt an incredible surge of power, all because he was now a B rank. He looked at his mentor and said that now he was interested in the heavenly fortress, a new goal, new means. Shadow ropes wrapped around the spirit. He froze in surprise. Had the boy really decided to change his role? Li Yi announced that the time had come for the Lord of Chaos to play a role in his new play, and he continued to entangle him with the ropes. The mentor hadn't expected this, but he didn't condemn a man who had tasted power and might. Our hero announced that he now understood what Yi Ming had meant, and he had absolutely no desire to put up with it. The young man continued to hold the Lord, intending to put armor on him. This would allow him to no longer surrender his body to the spirit. Our hero said he had seen through his true nature. It was utter darkness. If he had absorbed that energy, he would have definitely suffered from diarrhea. The armor began to reassemble around the spirit. He froze, realizing that this outcome wasn't so bad for him. After all, the armor could withstand even an A-rank attack. Now, under Li Yi's control and the influence of his entropy skill within the domain, the Lord had become a new being. His body was the armor, and the creature had attained a rank while retaining its skills. The young man allowed himself to joke that his mentor now looked far too gloomy and sullen. He added that the armor was huge and ugly anyway, so he would never have worn it, and that the Lord shouldn't thank him too much for the gift. On the second level of the tower, the bandits continued to fight the monsters. One of the guys fell victim to a snake and begged the boss for help. The boss replied that he would end the suffering of both the man and the monster in an instant, preparing another fire attack. The unfortunate thug realized he was doomed and screamed in terror, but that didn't stop Panther from attacking. The man turned and walked away, saying that such trash didn't deserve to be saved. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. He didn't want to look back, so the leader of the Black Panthers simply glanced over his shoulder. Li Yi slowly walked toward the enemy. He noticed that the B rank had done his job well, neutralizing the monsters as expected. The gangster's face twisted with rage. He uttered our hero's name with hatred, and it was clear that an attempt at revenge was about to be made. The panther leaped upward, launching his attack. He had already enveloped his fist in flame, but the young man didn't even try to dodge. Eyes full of shadow energy flashed from beneath the helmet. It seemed the Lord of Chaos wanted to test his limits. A single glance was enough to send the man flying back several meters, and the fire went out completely. Panther managed to stop himself, but he lacked the resolve to attack again. He realized he was facing an A rank. The entire second-floor landing was littered with the bodies of his gang members. But this didn't faze the leader in the least. He cared only about his own life. Li Yi alone posed no threat, but now he was accompanied by a stronger warrior. The young man asked if it wasn't time to pay for the bullying. The young man pointed at the spirit in armor and said that guys of his level were now just a warm-up for him. This insulted Panther. No one had ever dared to speak to him that way before. He was the main threat here, not some kid to warm up with. Li Yi added that he could immobilize his opponent to start with. A real battle wasn't on the cards anyway. After these words, our hero activated his shadow domain. He was eager to demonstrate his new abilities to the enemy. Panther prepared his signature flame attack. Declaring that these cheap tricks wouldn't work on him, the miner was still D rank. no matter what he said. The guy replied that his claim was untrue and lunged forward. He struck the thug in the solar plexus with a fist empowered by shadow energy. The man's eyes bulged from their sockets in pain. The villain quickly got to his feet, but the young man was already rushing toward him with his fist ready for another strike. The leader of the Black Panthers hissed through clenched teeth that no one dared look down on him, but Li Yi was already superior, if only physically. His face remained completely impassive. Only the flashes of energy in his eyes betrayed the colossal power the hero intended to pour into the attack. They collided in a terrifying confrontation, streams of shadow energy and flame battling each other just as fiercely as the opponents themselves. An explosion rang out, Panther was sent flying to the side, the stone floor shattered into pieces, and everything was engulfed in smoke. Nevertheless, he quickly got back up and asked in surprise, "Since when did you become a B rank, and how did you manage it?" "Our powers are equal." Li Yi replied that it was all thanks to his own efforts. The gangster had brought about this rapid rise in his status through his own actions, step by step. The enemy didn't care about anything. They were consumed by the desire to kill the young man, so even the fact that he had leveled up was no obstacle to their goal. Shouting that he didn't care that the kid was now B rank, the man lunged at him with his fists. He shouted that he was strong enough to take care of Li Yi, but the latter simply dodged and now watched to see what would happen next. An elbow strike followed, but the young man blocked it without much trouble, remaining just as unflappable. The Lord of Chaos reminded him that inside the domain, it wasn't necessary to expend his own energy. He suggested trying to control the energy around them. Li Yi nodded, and Panther had already managed to whip up a new whirlwind of flame. The spirit suggested using the enemy's power against him, such is the very essence of shadows. But our hero had to figure out how to do it on his own. The right solution came to mind completely unexpectedly, and our hero smiled, realizing he now understood. He added with a laugh that he had never taken the Lord of Chaos seriously as a teacher. Perhaps he should have. Meanwhile, Panther attacked again with fire, saying that he shouldn't think of himself as a genius. The kid wouldn't be able to learn to fly anyway. Li Yi began to command the surrounding energy and gather it around himself. It was mostly shadow energy, but the flames obeyed as well. The stream split into neat spheres, none of which harmed the young man. His opponent's mouth fell open in surprise. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Enveloped in a whirlwind of shadows, the young man felt immense pleasure. He felt almost omnipotent, a very pleasant sensation. It turned out the hero was preparing a counterattack. A second later, his shadow projectile was already hurtling toward the Panther. Still, the man was a B rank, so he managed to dodge it. But it must be noted that he was scared out of his wits. With a single flick of his wrist, Li Yi adjusted the trajectory of the energy stream and simply swept the thug aside. The thug decided there had been a mistake, so he praised him for his excellent resources and appalling aim. The fireball was already ready. Twisting shadow ropes with his hand, our hero replied that it wasn't a matter of accuracy, but rather that in trying to dodge, the opponent had let his guard down. The guy shouted that the last move was only necessary so that his fist could meet the enemy's face as quickly as possible, after which he attacked, and another explosion rang out. The flames died out instantly, but the shadows continued to swirl around the young man. His opponent had been knocked off his feet, unable to withstand the blow, and yet the man got back up. He was curious as to how such a thing was even possible, since their levels should be roughly equal. Despite the fact that the young man was expending energy and using his skills, he wasn't growing weaker. It was as if he'd found an eternal source of energy. This struck Panther as the most astonishing thing of all. Our hero approached him, saying he had expected more and was now even a little disappointed. He glared at his enemy and announced that the game would end right now, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Panther literally exploded with rage and shouted that he would take Li Yi with him. He wasn't going to die alone. Our hero said nothing in reply, simply raising his hand and beginning to gather shadows to carry out what he had to do. He attacked with his sword and moved with relentless speed, landing multiple strikes. His opponent fought to the limit of his abilities. He wasn't going to give up without a fight. A fight can go on for a long time, but not when you're left without arms. Li Yi had deprived the thug of the ability to continue. The man froze. The realization of what had happened didn't sink in immediately. In his shock, he didn't even have time to scream. He simply stared at his severed limbs, realizing that there was nothing more he could do. It was all over. The leader of the Black Panthers gang listened to our hero's footsteps, which were getting closer and closer. Finally, the tip of the blade pressed against the base of the enemy's skull. This meant only one thing. He could not escape now. The man exclaimed that the young man had proven stronger, so he shouldn't hesitate and should just kill him. The miner remained silent. When he spoke, he asked why the panther now wanted to die, since just a moment ago he had been certain of his victory. Holding the dagger to his opponent's throat, our hero said that death would be too easy an outcome for him. Alive, he could be of far greater use. The Lord of Chaos asked why Li Yi needed this man alive. He replied that it was for one purpose only, to obtain more information about Kui Shihao. Hearing this, the villain declared that he would not tell the young man anything, even under threat of death. It was clear that these were not empty words. Our hero said he understood, but that Qin Shaoshang would likely find a way to make him talk. Hearing this, Panther flinched, then shouted that the young man simply had to let him go. Kui Shihao in the NG group wouldn't let Li Yi go unpunished. Not wanting to hear this, the miner snapped his fingers and sealed the villain's mouth with a dense stream of shadows. He told the thug not to worry. Even if the enemies didn't come for him, he would come for them anyway. The Lord of Chaos said he could help the young man deal with the NG group's A-rankers. He could consider it a return gift for the armor. Li Yi replied that nothing could be done until he was certain that Ning Donghao was also involved in the experiment. Our hero turned and headed for the exit, adding that when it came to this place, it was best to rely only on himself. This was a personal matter. Military vehicles and soldiers began moving through the city. Despite the rainy weather, everyone was operating as efficiently as possible. Ning Donghao asked the mayor what was causing all this, but the mayor couldn't answer. He had no information. The man knew only that troops were converging on the main square from all the surrounding districts. Perhaps Xiaoshang would clarify the situation. He had a wide network of informants. The mayor turned to Mr. Quinn, who replied that Sheen had taken Panther hostage today. She was unharmed and the criminal had already been dealt with, but they needed to keep their dogs on a tight leash. The man slammed his hand down on the armrest so hard that sparks flew, then stood up. He nervously stated that under these circumstances, he had no way of knowing what was happening with the army and the military. Queen Xian's father approached Ning Donghao and asked how he could explain that he had no control over his own men. If the head of the NG groups lacks the skill to train them, then President Qin knows how to fix everything and can do it for him. Erang was clearly not pleased with what he heard and asked President Qin how he was to understand this. Xiaoshang snorted and remarked that it would be better for a high-ranking official to know nothing at all about his subordinates' dirty dealings. Otherwise, he would have to deal with him as well. Ning Donghao immediately began gathering his energy and angrily asked if Mr. Quinn was overestimating his capabilities. Quinn replied that this could be put to the test. Another man entered the room saying he felt relieved to see them so active. It was the region's supreme commander. He added that their enthusiasm would come in handy given what was happening in the city and the danger looming over them. They entered the conference room and took their seats. The military officer announced that the reason everyone had been summoned was very important. The man raised his hand and ordered his assistant to explain the details. The assistant nodded readily. All the A-rankers present had taken part in the battle against the monsters from the second-level rift 10 years ago. There was no need to explain to them what A and S-class monsters were. The assistant added that he would not remind the battle participants of the full power and danger they had faced back then. The reasons why this rift appeared and then disappeared on its own have not yet been determined. Nevertheless, their organization has been monitoring radiation fluctuations at the site where it all happened all this time. 5 years ago, noticeable spikes began again. Now at their peak, they reached levels seen a decade ago. All three A ranks looked at the assistant with concern. Each knew full well what this might mean. The mayor asked General Hong to voice the assumption that could be made based on what had been presented. The man replied that everything pointed to the city of Haicheng soon having to relive its past experience. He clasped his hands and concluded that the opening of a rift into the second dimension was a matter of mere hours. For some reason, upon hearing these words, one of those present imagined not monsters, but spirits we won't reveal who exactly just yet. Everyone went outside. They needed to prepare for the coming catastrophe. If the rift did indeed open, they would have to act quickly. Before getting into the car, the general promised that the army would do everything possible, but he hoped that the three main families would put aside their feuds and unite in the fight against the catastrophe. Queen replied that he wouldn't mind if certain people weren't pulling their sneaky tricks behind his back. Hong replied that the situation was tense, and if anyone failed to rise to the occasion due to personal ambitions, extreme measures would be taken. He personally asked Qin Shaoshang to lend a hand and put past grievances aside. Chin had no choice but to agree. Both men got into the car and drove off. The mayor and Ning Donghao stayed behind to begin preparations on the spot. It seemed they had been indirectly hinted that Xiaoshang and the military were working together. It remained to be seen what the consequences might be. The mayor reported that they now needed to be more cautious with the Black Panthers. Because of them, Mr. Chin had fallen out of favor. Donghao asked, looking surprised, what this gang had to do with him personally. The mayor replied that he wanted to believe there was none, but that further developments would clarify a lot. Donghao returned to his office. His secretary immediately offered him a summary of the latest news, and the man dialed a number and called Shihao. He stated that he had long turned a blind eye to his dealings with the Black Panthers. But now there was an army in the city, and all because the gangsters had dared to kidnap Miss Quinn. The news reported that the hostage had been released and the gang members were on the run, so it would be best for Kui not to be involved in this. The mustachioed man assured his boss that he would never have dared to act without his approval, so he had nothing to worry about. Dong Hao ordered him to secure Xian's forgiveness by any means necessary, even if it killed him, and to cut all ties with the Panther, because otherwise even he wouldn't be able to protect Shihao. The call ended there. The villain crumpled the cell phone in his hand in a rage, furious that a stupid thug had acted behind his back. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Suin went to the hospital to visit Duanao. He hadn't regained consciousness, but he was still alive, and the doctors assured them there was a chance. The girl sighed and decided to pray for her assistant's recovery when someone else entered the room. It was Kui Hahuo. Spreading his arms in greeting, he shouted that he was glad to see Miss Quinn was all right. Panther had signed his own death warrant by daring to lay a hand on her. Li Yi looked at his enemy in surprise. Did he really not know what Panther was up to? Or was he just pretending? Xiao Hao assured the heroes that his ties to the gangsters were purely business-related, but that was over now, and the NG group would help find and arrest the gang members. The young man asked what that had been sincere remorse, or had they simply decided to sacrifice a pawn to save the queen. Usopp reminded the guy that you have to know when to stop. What he stole from Panther would ensure a comfortable life until old age, and he was wrong to decide to fight to the end. Our hero replied that he had asked purely out of curiosity. All he wanted was his enemy's life, not money. Xiao Hao turned to Miss Quinn and asked if all members of her family shared this view. He looked grim. The beauty folded her arms across her chest and looked the scoundrel straight in the eye, then suggested he guess for himself. The man muttered that in that case they had nothing more to discuss, and turned to leave. As he left, the villain told Li Yi not to forget that he was part of the NG group, so without proof, no one would dare touch him. Shakhtar remarked that in that case he'd better pray the Panther's men didn't find him, or else he'd be in for a rough time. The man hissed that it all depended on how you looked at it. In the secret laboratory, an order was given to inject the surviving members of the Black Panther gang with a drug codenamed God's Blood. The lab technician filled a syringe and approached one of the men. He was tied to the bed and asked what was going on, saying they worked for the Panther and must not be harmed. No one listened to him. The needle went straight into his vein, and soon the syringe was empty. His resistance had been in vain. The transformation began instantly. The gangster's face contorted, but not just with a grimace of pain, it was literally changing before their eyes. His body, too, filled with energy and began to grow. Now the guy had enough strength to rip the straps apart with a single twist of his torso. The same thing happened to the other members of the Black Panther gang. They turned into mutants. Xiao Hao didn't end the call even after the order was carried out, and a roar echoed through the receiver. I wonder what the news will be like tomorrow morning. There were two possibilities. Either the Panther gang had gone berserk after taking drugs, or the gangsters had turned into berserkers to avenge their boss. The mustachioed man had completed the call. Meanwhile, Xian's father and the general were driving in a car. Quinn asked why Hong was so eager to meet Li Yi. He pointed to the young man's rapid progress and access to special weapons. A creature clearly endowed with superpowers was catching up to the car. The men noticed it too late. The military man thought he wasn't the only one in such a hurry to see our hero. He frowned, trying to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, Mr. Quinn reported that after examining Li Yi's swords, he was disappointed there was nothing special about them. Hong assured him that wasn't the case. He would soon see for himself. He began to describe the incredible combat power of this material, which only met with disbelief from his companion. The soldier noticed that Arang had become too relaxed and had lost his former sharpness of perception. This did not bode well. The car stopped right in front of him. On the road was Li Yi. The young man was clearly expecting this visit. The young man asked only how such a humble hero as himself could have piqued the interest of such influential guests. Hong smiled and said he was surprised that Li Yi could still recognize him after so many years had passed. Our hero joked that even 9 lives wouldn't have saved him if he dared not to recognize the general. The general smiled and asked if the young man would invite him inside, since that was the case. The young man smiled awkwardly, saying it would be an honor for him. But the two of them had arrived at a rather inconvenient time. Hong asked him not to worry, saying the military would take care of everything. This puzzled Li Yi a bit, and the situation was heating up. Without a second thought, he invited the visitors inside. He didn't really have a choice anyway. The men were determined. They settled into the observation room. An aide entered and reported to the general that the troops were fully prepared. Li Yi respectfully noted that he didn't sense the presence of anyone powerful nearby and didn't understand why the soldiers were there. The man replied that this was true, but he would allow ordinary soldiers to face those who had evolved. Hong decided that the guy was holding his own well and wasn't pestering him with questions. Our hero wondered if the man really didn't care about the soldiers' lives. The general sighed loudly and gave the order to begin the operation. His aide nodded, showing that everyone had been waiting for the command. The capture team and the drone team took their positions and reported full readiness to command. The silhouettes of the bandits emerged from the thickets. Li Yi thought they looked strange, and besides, they had fully recovered after the fight with him. The spirit appeared and noticed that their condition had definitely been affected by an external factor. He assumed it had something to do with a drug. He didn't say which one, adding only that he simply couldn't allow such a thing to exist in our hero's world. The command to begin the attack was given, and the machine gunners immediately opened fire on the bandits. An ordinary person had no chance of surviving such a barrage. The first line of enemies fell to the ground, but others were lurking in the treetops, ready to attack from above. And these were no longer ordinary people. Their eyes glowed, and their abilities allowed them to use energy to attack. Noticing the glow, the soldiers prepared to fire into the sky. They needed drone support to ensure they didn't miss. Now all that remained was to take aim and hit the multiple targets above before they attacked first. Every move the evolved gangsters made was tracked. The surveillance team was doing an excellent job. But the Black Panthers could see all the aerial objects too, so they didn't waste time waiting for the right moment. They opened fire, but fortunately, the general had also taken care of the soldiers' protection in advance by activating the shields. They needed to regroup and take out the aerial targets before they launched another attack. The shots pierced the mutant right through. The bullets penetrated his armor with little effort, which was unexpected. Everything went smoothly, and the capture team received orders to advance at the fastest possible pace. Watching the events unfold, our hero realized that the protective shields and the bullets capable of striking even S ranks were made from the material he had sold to Quinn. Father Cian had the same thought and asked the general if the sword materials had indeed been used. The general confirmed his guess, adding that he wouldn't have sent the soldiers without it. Li Yi laughed, noting that the soldiers had proven to be exceptionally strong, an excellent result, and he was pleased. After saying this, the young man looked up and added that despite this, there was still work to be done. A fire flared up there, indicating that the soldiers were continuing their sweep quite successfully. But there was still a rather big fish that had managed to slip through the net, so to speak. Hong laughed, saying that wasn't quite right. It wasn't a matter of someone being more agile or quick. This fish had been left untouched specifically for the young man. Li prepared a shadow dagger, its sharp spikes already hurtling toward him. Li Yi easily parried the attack and asked why it was necessary to so blatantly demonstrate his presence here. Let the enemy show himself at last. The very same thug who had mutated first appeared. He was clearly stronger than the rest and announced that our hero would now meet his death. The man's face was utterly deranged, as if he had lost all his humanity. All he wanted was to kill. A new volley of stone spikes flew at the guy. The glass was shattered, but he continued to stare calmly at his opponent. The enemy decided to demonstrate the full extent of his capabilities and prepared a simply gigantic stone spike. Li Yi decided that if he didn't leave the Cian villa, it would simply be destroyed, so he rushed outside as fast as he could. The tip of the dagger met the point of the stone spike. Few could boast such precision. The projectile shattered into pieces, and the young man moved forward to attack the evolved bandit. The bandit jumped back a little, but clearly had no intention of ending the confrontation so easily. He was merely increasing the distance between them. Hong muttered that the kid's abilities were on the verge of advancing from rank B to rank A. Quinn snorted that they shouldn't be overestimated. The general remarked that if he didn't believe his words, he should believe his own eyes. Li Yi wasn't even fighting at full strength. To defend himself, the mutant used a stone shield. Everyone was curious to see if it would help him survive the attack. It turned out that our hero had no trouble shattering such a defense in a split second. Shards flew around like hail. The young man pushed his opponent back. He was surprised at how the other had managed to level up to B rank, apparently. He knew some excellent potions. The other guy didn't answer. Instead, he knocked the young man back to a safe distance, saying that he would kill him anyway. Li Yi got to his feet, deciding that it looked as though the thug had finally lost his mind, since it was clear their strengths were unequal. The man continued to show off, spreading his flame-engulfed arms wide, and he cackled so menacingly that everyone felt uneasy. Shouting that he was no longer human, the mutant began to turn his entire body to stone, not realizing that this would not make him any less vulnerable. He grew several times larger and loomed over our hero, but the latter simply realized that in that case there was no need to let the enemy live. At the last moment, Li Yi thought it best not to reveal his full power in front of those two A ranks. The enemy had already raised his fist to strike. Deciding that the power of the first level of the art of shadow control would be enough, the young man summoned the corresponding blade. Within seconds, all that remained of the thug was a pile of scattered stones. He had been left completely vulnerable. The general and Mr. Quinn approached, saying that they had thought the information about Li Yi's abilities was exaggerated, but in reality, his capabilities were far greater. The young man looked back and asked the general if they hadn't come here themselves to help him deal with these minions. Hong replied that he wanted to demonstrate the capabilities of weapons made from that material and asked for more to be procured. The hero pointed out that they had samples, so why not synthesize the substance themselves? The man explained that it would take time. The general added that he couldn't say much, but a second-level rift might appear in the city area. Given their current level of training, they wouldn't be able to handle this threat on their own. Li Yi's eyes flashed. The fact was that the young man could sense the Lord of Chaos beginning to grow angry at the mere mention of a rift. General Hong placed his gloved hand on the young man's shoulder. It seemed he was about to ask for a favor. The man explained that they would be unable to prevent a catastrophic loss of civilian lives unless they obtained the materials immediately and manufactured armor and ammunition. Li Yi promised to try to procure weapons within 3 days, but he couldn't make any guarantees, especially regarding the quantity. Hong promised to reward our hero handsomely. It seemed he was trying to seize any opportunity. The man couldn't offer the young man money, but instead wanted to promise him a position in the army. Alternatively, he could marry Xian and receive shares in the Queen Group. The latter offer did not please our hero. These words provoked a wave of anger from the girl's father, so Li Yi simply replied that it was his duty to protect the city. The rest was unnecessary. Hong was surprised since the offer was very good, to which the young man replied that he would sort out his personal life without outside help. The spirit in the training tower couldn't settle down at the thought of a second rift from another world that might appear. He realized that the bandits had been infected with the blood of the god serum. It was no surprise that these people were on the verge of opening a rift. The Lord of Chaos's distress did not go unnoticed, and Li Yi immediately asked what was wrong with him. The shadow mentor explained that such matters were no joke. If he wanted to stay alive, he should flee from here as far and as fast as possible. The young man asked what the rift could possibly hold that would require fleeing. He was puzzled by the spirit's words. The Lord of Chaos informed him that, first and foremost, there were countless A-rank beasts and monsters there. Then he looked the hero straight in the eye and added that there would be no fewer S-rank creatures there. The city's military department's temporary base was quite large, and the events unfolding there were not public knowledge. Upon arrival, General Hong asked Quinn not to interfere in the conflict with the Black Panthers, leaving the matter to the military. The man asked in surprise what he should do then, wondering what matter could be more serious right now. The reply was that the murder of Li Yi's parents and the escalation of the situation were now closely linked. They needed to find out why, as the NG group was clearly involved. We also need to find out what drug the gang members took. There's a possibility that all these events are closely connected. The Panther was walking alone. Soldiers were carrying his slain comrades on stretchers. Hong hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words. If Ning Donghao is indeed involved here, it's better to act covertly while the military remains in the open. The general added that he could also use this cover to motivate Li Yi to do the military a favor. Meanwhile, our hero was in the training tower. He was curious how much his abilities would increase if he cleared the 3rd level. The spirit replied that clearing the level would be difficult even for an A rank, and since the boy was only a B rank so far, he would need to use weapons. The hero asked how many swords he could obtain there. The Lord of Chaos replied that if Li Yi was wondering whether these weapons could save humanity, then yes. Their number was practically limitless. The information fully satisfied the young man, and he headed for the entrance, declaring that in that case there was no point in wasting time. The shadow mentor was in no hurry to follow him, and our hero looked back, asking what was wrong. The mentor replied that before entering the third level of the training tower, there was something he needed to know. The Lord of Chaos explained that he had already spoken of another dimension, a prison larger than the human world, which also had 3 levels. The outer level, the one where the portals from here lead, is inhabited by B-rank monsters and lower. Beyond that lies the level of A and S-rank monsters, and at the core, inside, are the monarchs and gate masters. The Shadow Clan guards this prison to ensure the prisoners cannot escape. That is their primary mission. Li Yi asked if everything is really as the spirit says. Why do rifts and portals to this prison appear? The Lord replied that there was a traitor among his clan of entropic silence of shadows. It was his doing. He joined forces with the prisoners of the core and started a rebellion, the consequences of which are still being felt to this day. The goal was to break through the passage into the human world, to seize it, and to live as they pleased. Realizing he was unable to stop the rebellion, the Lord of Chaos decided to seal the passage and thus thwart the enemy's plans. But millions of years passed, and the energy sealing the portals began to weaken. The seal was no longer as strong. The young man realized that this explained the appearance of the cracks, but he couldn't understand the connection to the third level of the training tower. The spirit explained that once Li Yi passed the trials, he would become a participant in the entropic silence of shadows and thus a target and enemy to all creatures of the other dimension. The young man fell into thought. He was pleased that his mentor was concerned about this, but whether that meant he was entirely on his side was a big question. But until he passed the level, our hero remained powerless against the core creatures. At least, that was what he had decided. So he would simply have to stand aside and watch as monsters destroyed his city and people perished. The spirit remained silent, so Li Yi announced that he was heading to the third level immediately, no matter what awaited him there. He may not be a saint, but he won't sit idly by while a threat hangs over humanity. Better to die than to be idle. The Lord of Chaos's eyes flashed and he sighed heavily. On the whole, he supported the young man's stance. He announced that he would go there right away as well. Whatever awaited them on the third level, the training tower hadn't changed in millions of years, so there wouldn't be any major surprises. Our hero stepped resolutely through the portal, completely unaware of what might await him beyond. The spirit explained that the third level was an inner world called the Sea of Souls, the core of the tower. He told Li Yi that all these souls were warriors from the Engi clan who had perished in the great battle against evil. Until he defeated every single one of them, he would not pass the level. It would also grant the ability to master the second shadow skill. The young man was intrigued by this possibility, though he didn't know what it entailed. The spirit explained that this is the ability to awaken after the soul has been properly tempered, but everyone awakens differently. For example, the Lord of Chaos can create a shadow clone. Even if he himself perishes, he will remain alive as long as the clone lives, and so on ad infinitum. The main body ceases to exist for a time, but the stronger the clone, the greater the chance that life will continue. Li Yi asked if this meant that what he was seeing before him now was not the true essence of the Lord of Chaos, but his clone. The Lord replied that he didn't know what had become of his true essence. Perhaps it was still here, or perhaps it had turned to ashes thousands of years ago. In any case, the boy should hurry and enter, otherwise they would never know what abilities would awaken within him. He assured him that he would not disappoint his mentor. The Lord of Chaos thought he was lucky with this little B rank. He hoped that powers different from his own would awaken in the hero. Li Yi walked on the water. Everything around him seemed to have frozen, with shards of crystal suspended in the air all around. It seemed as though they might rain down on the young man if anything went wrong. Our hero reached out toward one of the shards. He decided that these were the very sleeping souls the Lord of Chaos had spoken of, and tried to pick one up. The fragment immediately crumbled into smaller pieces. It became clear that it was better not to touch it at all. Unfortunately, it was too late. Something began to happen, and Li Yi's face contorted with surprise and fear. The warriors of entropy appeared, declaring that regardless of what had become of their souls, they must defend the portal from the intrusion of outsiders, even at the cost of their lives. These were memories of the battle with the monsters. The clan's shadow warrior was far from the top of the ranks, but he intended to fulfill his duty. They managed to repel the monsters almost immediately, but it was obvious that this was far from the end of the confrontation. His comrades were just as determined. Each of them thought only of defending their honor and protecting the portal. The leader ordered them to fight as if nothing existed but death. They must not allow the monsters to take a single step forward. Li Yi found himself right in the thick of the battle. The deafening thoughts of all the combatants were splitting his head open. He realized that these were the events of the greatest battle of the past, one that was unknown even in his own world. Suddenly, the shadow warriors began to seem to melt away. The young man couldn't figure out what was happening. He tried to grasp the dark energy with his hand, but it simply passed through his fingers. It wasn't real. Suddenly, these shadows coalesced into a massive figure of Li Yi himself, who suggested the young man take a closer look. These fallen warriors were far stronger than he was. The former miner remained silent, so the giant stepped closer and repeated his question, this time with even more sarcasm in his voice. The fake hero asked who had allowed a B rank to come here and attempt trials that were clearly beyond his capabilities. The giant loomed over the young man as if he intended to crush him. A mocking smirk froze on his face, hidden in the darkness, his eyes flashing. Our hero replied that even if he was a B rank, so what? He was worthy of showing what he was capable of. Because there are people he wants to protect, he has something to fight for and something to give his life for if necessary. A massive hand reached out toward Li Yi, to the giant. Those words sounded simply repulsive. The young man didn't flinch. He continued to stand calmly and look at his potential opponent. He needed to understand where his strength lay. When the hand was very close and almost engulfed the hero, he shouted that the giant could mock him all he wanted. Li Yi added that even if his opponent was 1,000 times stronger, he wouldn't stand idly by or run away, and then he charged into the attack. The young man struck right in the center of the palm. A surge of energy bounced off it and struck downward, but even that was already an achievement. The Lord of Chaos watched what was happening. He assessed the intense emotional fluctuations the young man was experiencing. He thought that Li Yi might indeed surprise him. This man's potential was truly limitless. The opponent decided to counterattack. Enough energy had already gathered in the center of his hand, and he believed the kid had overestimated his strength. Realizing that he simply had to dodge now, the hero began to calculate the trajectory of his jump. The choice was made. The young man managed just in time to avoid being instantly destroyed. He leaped high into the air and then landed to the side, planning his next moves in case the attack was repeated immediately. The giant swung his fist to strike, declaring that his power was based on Li Yi's fear, so the latter would not be able to withstand it. The young man froze. He realized that his first priority was not to think about attacks, but about his own mental state. The enormous hand was very close. He had to immediately figure out how to resist it. Then it dawned on our hero. He sensed that he wasn't alone. All the soul fragments were on his side, which meant he could harness their energy. The two fists collided. The young man poured all the strength of the heroes who had sacrificed themselves for a greater cause, just as he was doing now, into the blow. He managed to leave a dent. The efforts of those who had once been real heroes helped Li Yi. He suddenly realized that his opponent was merely his inner demon, which meant that defeating him was entirely possible. The young man's next blow completely shattered the giant fist. As soon as he had figured out the enemy's true nature, everything fell into place. Don't think it was easy, but the former miner wasn't afraid to take a risk and emerged victorious. Looking at the shards of souls around him, our hero whispered that nothing lasts forever under the moon. But there are things that simply pass by without touching the essence. Suddenly, the crystal fragments began to turn into shadows. Li Yi thought that these were the souls of the Entropy clan taking on their true form. A message appeared stating that he had reached the second level in the art of shadow manipulation and had acquired the skill of soul protection, something like a blessing. Shadow figures materialized around him, many of them bowing respectfully to the young man. The soul protection skill allowed the commander to boost the strength of all team members, protect and heal them, summon weapons, share his abilities, and so on. The voice of the Lord of Chaos rang in Li Yi's head. He reported that the little B rank had truly managed to surprise him. An arch and a portal appeared ahead. All the clan members respectfully knelt, and our hero asked what kind of door it was. The spirit explained that it was the entrance to the Entropy clan's arsenal and medical storehouse. If he wanted, he could go take a look. The young man asked how much was stored there. There was no reply, and it became clear that the clan's resources were practically limitless. The Lord of Chaos said there were enough weapons to face an army of 100,000, or perhaps even more. He should just go and see for himself. Li Yi said it felt like he'd hit the jackpot. He was curious about what was on the 4th and 5th levels, which turned out to be a prison simulation, but they'd discuss that later. Then the young man asked about the sixth level. If they were preparing him to face the core monsters, it was clearly for a reason. The spirit replied that the hero wasn't ready to find out what was there yet. And besides, it would be better if he didn't have to figure it out the hard way. The young man thought he wouldn't be surprised if there was nothing at all on the sixth level. His mentor did not take kindly to such thoughts. Meanwhile, Mr. Qishihao was informed that all members of the Black Panther group infected with the drug had been captured or killed. This was the work of the military. The mustachioed man was very surprised and immediately asked how Li Yi had managed to secure the army's support. There was also information that Panther himself had been captured and was being held in a special prison. Upon hearing that the gang leader was alive, Shihao became furious. His eyes flashed at the thought that Panther knew too much and would most likely betray them at the first opportunity. Kui ordered the second rift to be activated immediately. His assistant protested that the designated area had not yet been cleared or evacuated. The mustache man shouted that there was no need to worry about the lives of pathetic little people. He should just follow orders. The countdown began. The greatest event was about to take place, one that would lead to catastrophe. Just then, a pink portal to another world opened. The opening was circular, and a pink glow of energy immediately poured out of it. Shihao's people, wearing protective suits, saw similar figures inside the glow. They couldn't understand what was happening. It turned out that the radiation levels were off the charts. The sensors immediately began beeping, warning of mortal danger. The workers stared at the numbers in horror, refusing to believe it wasn't a mistake. Under these circumstances, they simply had no chance of survival. Those who remained outside the portal recoiled, but wouldn't let their colleagues leave the area. The men began screaming and begging for help. Someone suggested running, but none of that mattered anymore. Those who were closer to the pink glow managed to turn around and run back, urging their colleagues to follow their example. The assistant reported the incident to Shihao. The radioactive zone now spanned a 10-kilometer radius. He ordered that it be kept secret so that not a word would leak out. When asked what to do if the radiation spread further, there was no answer. At this rate, it would reach the city in 36 hours. Kui asked only how much time remained until the second fault line fully opened. The assistant reported that it would be 48 hours. Then the mustachioed man asked that they ensure no one found out anything during those 2 days. Let everything take its course. Shihao also ordered that what was happening in the mines, where there were also many deaths due to radiation, be kept secret. The villain's eyes flashed again as he mentally addressed his boss, Dong Hao, who still hadn't figured him out but would now become a target for criticism and a scapegoat in the press. Trucks loaded with weapons pulled into the military's temporary base. There were quite a few of them, and the convoy moved slowly. After passing through security, the vehicles drove into an area where, under other circumstances, they would never have been allowed. General Hong asked how much material Li Yi had managed to bring in. The young man replied that it was about 600 tons. The man was very pleased and told the young man that he had been very productive and generous. An assistant brought over a paper bag, and the general suggested taking a look inside. The young man asked what was in it. Hong explained that his parents' death had not been an accident. Kui Shihao had hired the Black Panthers to kill them and cover their tracks. The young man picked up the sheets of paper and asked what exactly the villains were trying to hide. He sensed that the answer would not please him. The man replied that the true motives were still not entirely clear, but they were working on it because there was very little time left. Li Yi asked why, instead of investigating, they didn't simply arrest Shihao and interrogate him about everything. The general reported that the mustached man and his men had gone on the run, and besides, the hero was not a member of the military, so this information was not available to him. Then our hero asked about Ning Donghao. To what extent was he involved in the crimes in question? The general replied that he couldn't answer that question, but even if the head of the NG groups was involved, what could the guy do? Orang looked at Li Yi from under his eyebrows and asked what the chances were that our hero could kill Dong Hao. Even if that happened, nothing good would come of it. The young man would only bring a lot of trouble upon himself. Our hero smiled and asked what valuable advice Hong had in store for him. He was listening intently. The general replied that everything was simple. If the young man joined the military, he would be able to avoid complications in such matters. Li Yi smiled. It seemed he had already guessed that the man had his own interests, which he was quietly advancing. The young man surmised that the matter wouldn't end with him joining the army. There was something else that would need to be done. Hong replied that this wasn't the case. He was asking him to join the army and become a soldier to protect the young man, nothing more. He started rambling on about support, duty, and shared goals, but it was clear that these were just empty words. Just then, Hong's assistant's earpiece beeped. It seemed something had happened that required the general's immediate attention. He reported that information had come in from the research center. The man replied that everyone here was on their side, so let them report. They activated the transmitter, and a military officer appeared on the screen, reporting that strong radiation fluctuations and a monster invasion had been detected near the city. He presented a map marking the areas where similar events had also occurred. Our hero's eyes widened. He saw familiar names. He had to warn his friends. Longman Hospital was listed in the danger zone, the very hospital where Xian's assistant was. He had to evacuate Duanao and the girl who was right next to him immediately before the monsters showed up there. Li Yi's contact lit up on the screen. The beauty apologized and answered the call, sensing that it was important. The girl greeted him with a smile and asked what was going on. A huge insect was already flying outside the hospital window. Our hero shouted for her to get Duanao out of the hospital as soon as possible, but Jinyan couldn't hear him anymore. The monster smashed the window and burst inside. A security guard shielded her from the shards and ordered the young lady to step aside immediately. The man managed to grab the insect. Zijin and Duanao had to run away as fast as they could before the monster gave chase. The girl helped the patient to his feet, but he was still too weak to walk at the necessary pace. Miss Quinn wasn't the type to give up easily. She did her utmost to lead her friend to a safer place. But even in the hallway they had entered, there were already insectoids. Patients and doctors were frantically trying to flee toward the exit. Duanao suggested leaving him behind and escaping, but Xin refused. All she cared about was where the monsters had come from in the hospital. It turned out her assistant was so badly injured that he didn't even fully understand what was happening around him. The girl kept dragging him, declaring she wouldn't abandon him, while a monster was already creeping up behind them. It struck swiftly and Jinyan was flung aside, splattering blood on the wall. Duanao was unharmed but nearly fell. The beauty jumped as far away as she could and didn't land very well, but she didn't sustain any serious injuries. She tried to reach the debris of the doorway to fight, but her assistant shouted for her to leave him and run away immediately. There was a monster behind him, but all Duanao cared about was the safety of young Miss Quinn. A piece of wood flew right at the insect's nose, distracting it from the man lying on the floor. It was Xian, who announced that even though she wasn't skilled in martial arts, it didn't matter, because she was still a B rank, which meant she was capable of protecting herself and her friend. Shouting that she couldn't run away and abandon Duanao, the girl charged at the monster with a splinter of a wooden post in her hand. With a single swipe of its claw, the insectoid broke her makeshift weapon, which threw the heroine into a bit of confusion. With a second movement, the monster struck the girl so hard that she flew into the wall, terrifying her assistant to death. Li Yi rushed toward the hospital as soon as he realized his friend had been attacked. It seemed like a chance to try out his new ability. He activated the soul shield, and a blue glow enveloped the part of the city where Longman Hospital was located. Jin was now glowing blue as well. She began to slowly rise from the floor, coughing constantly. She suddenly heard Li Yi's voice calling out to her and asking her to get up. The beauty's surprise knew no bounds. A vision appeared. Our hero assured his friend that he would help her defeat the enemy and asked her to trust him. She whispered that she believed him, feeling a surge of strength and combat power. The beetle was preparing to attack. The young man assured Xian that she would have no trouble dealing with it, and she assumed a defensive stance. The soul defense skill activated, and now the girl was able to control the flow of energy that Li Yi had transferred to her. With a shout that she would now show what she was capable of, she fearlessly grabbed the monster by one of its paws. The beauty had enough strength to flip the monster over her and slam it into the ground. It became clear that just a little more, and she would have simply crushed it. The blow was so powerful that it broke through the floor. Xian lost her balance and, carried by momentum, began to fall as well. She couldn't believe she now possessed such devastating power and was a little frightened. The very next moment, the young man caught Miss Quinn in his arms, preventing her from falling, and praised her courage. The girl couldn't handle the emotional strain and began to cry. Our hero tried to comfort his friend, noting that she had done an excellent job. Xian couldn't pull herself together. She admitted that she was afraid of dying and never seeing Li Yi again. Tom felt a little uneasy upon hearing this, but the hero promised that he would always protect his girlfriend. Just then, an assistant appeared and asked for their help, saying they could show their affection a little later. Both of them blushed deeply. Soon, all the monsters in the hospital had been cleared out, and the patients and staff evacuated. The building was left with gaping holes from the monster's attack. In addition, Li Yi handed out healing potions he had obtained from the Entropy clan's vault. Everyone drained the bottles immediately. Jin and Duanao also used the potions. The effect was simply amazing, and both of them were almost completely restored. Just then, a hospital worker ran up, saying that it wasn't over yet. A group of staff members was trapped in Sector 7, which was literally swarming with insectoids. Shin reported that this sector belonged to the NG group and the mines there were supposed to have been cleared of monsters. Li Yi said he knew the place, it was nearby, and it seemed that was exactly where the monsters had entered the hospital. The girl replied that it sounded very likely. The three of them rushed toward the indicated sector to see how things were going in the NG group's territory. The portal was cordoned off with tape. The military wouldn't let anyone inside, even though many of the evacuees were shouting that their relatives and friends were still trapped there. A man announced over a loudspeaker that there was chaos inside and many monsters, so no one should approach. He ranted that they shouldn't blame them if people died because of their own stupidity, but keeping the crowd back turned out to be no easy task. One of the workers showed his phone. His brother had sent a video showing the monsters, and he didn't understand why the miners couldn't be saved. The man with the megaphone tried to explain that the more people there were in the danger zone, the more people would need to be rescued, and resources were limited. He ordered the soldiers to arrest the people who were causing panic and stirring up trouble. Otherwise, trouble was inevitable. Suddenly, the crowd began to part, revealing the silhouettes of three people, one of whom loudly praised the might of the NG groups, sarcastically, of course. The man with the megaphone flew into a rage and shouted that no one dared speak that way about their company. Li Yi ignored the remark and asked if the speaker would move out of the way himself or if he needed help. Either way, they needed to pass. The bald man recognized Miss Quinn and reminded the girl that this territory was outside her corporation's sphere of influence. Jin reported that there were people trapped inside, and if no one here was going to rescue them, then it directly concerned her company. The NG group employees began rubbing their hands together maliciously, noting that if they wanted to go inside so badly, then by all means, but they shouldn't blame them for their deaths later. The girl's assistant moved forward, but Li Yi was faster, using shadow teleportation. He pressed a dagger to the manager's throat and informed him that they were going inside no matter what, so he should just tell his people to step aside. The man hissed at the hero that he was the vice president of the NG group, so he should at least say who he was, and then they could talk. Li Yi replied that he was just an E-rank miner with no special connections, but that didn't mean he could be intimidated. He activated his new skill and expanded the area of effect around himself. A blue glow appeared again, but then the vice president decided to attack. The flash became so bright that the young man had to cover his eyes with his hands. He had slightly misjudged the power. The force of the blast threw the guy far backward, and he slammed his back into a rock. Debris flew in all directions. Nevertheless, the hero managed to fend off the attack and suffered no injuries at all. He remained completely calm. Ning Donghao appeared. He was curious about what was happening, and the vice president briefly described the situation. The head of the NG group was seriously angry and asked Zijian to provide a reasonable explanation for her actions. The girl pressed herself against Li Yi, seeking protection, and replied that inside was a team of their medics who needed protection from monsters. Donghao threw up his hands, shouting that his company had cleared this sector of monsters several years ago. Miss Quinn and our hero didn't know how else to argue their case. It seemed the head of the NG group really wasn't aware of what was going on. The man calmed down a bit and said that today he would forgive their audacity out of respect for Shoushang. Our hero lost his temper and shouted that Ning had lost his sense of subordination and was generally acting unreasonably. The guy asked, since when the head of the NG group had stopped caring about the fates and lives of ordinary people, like miners and doctors. The A-ranker got angry and attacked the guy, shouting that it wasn't his place to tell the head of the largest organization how to behave. Li Yi used his shadow skill and shouted that the mines were right behind the head. If he didn't believe him, let him go through the portal and see for himself. Donghao blocked the young man's path and said he wasn't going to waste his time on such nonsense. A spirit appeared behind our hero and asked if he needed help. The young man replied that he could handle it on his own. He simply used a shadow teleport and carried a rang through the portal. Only the stones beneath their feet flew away. Once on the other side, Ning simply asked what was going on. By some miracle, he had become completely calm. Li Yi didn't need to explain anything. The advanced user glanced back and immediately saw the raging insectoid behind him. The man instantly waved his hand and activated one of his core skills. Gravity manipulation. The A-rank simply smashed the monster, slamming it into the ground. The vile green slime splattered in all directions. Our hero commented on the situation by saying that sometimes it's best to take advice to heart and verify information for yourself. The crowd didn't stay on the sidelines either. They saw through the portal what had happened inside and began demanding once again to be let in to save the people. Some people started filming, others were pushing through the security guards, and the vice president was shouting again that no one was to dare cross the barrier tape. Li Yi turned to Dong Hao again and asked if he would stop them now or let them through to save the people. President Ning headed straight for the security cordon. It seemed he had made the right decision. The bald man shouted that they simply couldn't let these strangers in. He looked perplexed. Dong Hao pushed his deputy aside, saying he would deal with him later after he had dealt with the problem in this sector. He asked the guards what they were still blocking here. They should go inside and destroy the insectoids. Jin was worried. She asked Li Yi if he was okay, and the guy replied that everything was fine. Let the girl and her assistant stay here while he heads to Sector 7 to take care of the people in trouble. The beauty was a little worried, but she didn't argue, agreeing to wait on this side of the passage. Inside the sector, a real catastrophe was unfolding. There were so many insectoids that you couldn't even see the ground beneath them anymore. The vice president was stunned. He asked Dong Hao what to do, since they couldn't handle this on their own. Ning ordered them to call the advanced units and gather reinforcements. Li Yi appeared and pointed out that while they waited for help, many people would die. Wouldn't it be easier to go inside themselves and save more lives? The deputy shouted that A-rank status was too high and influential. It would be a tragedy for the company if he were to come to harm. Our hero suggested that the head of the NG group simply hadn't fought in so long that he was now simply unwilling to risk engaging the monsters. The guy said it wasn't a problem for him to go inside, so why not join the company on such an important mission? The man reminded him that Li Yi was only C rank. Didn't he fear dying just like that, of his own free will? The young man said he had no intention of dying. He activated his shadow skill and suggested either coming with him or staying out of the way. Our hero rushed forward and told him to watch closely to see who would be killing whom. In a matter of seconds, Li Yi wiped out an entire swarm of insects, advancing relentlessly. The monsters were blown to pieces in a whirlwind of shadows. Destroying them was no trouble at all. The spirit noticed that something was off about these monsters, so our hero activated his shadow vision to verify the information. It turned out that these insectoids were indeed different from the ones he had fought before. But that didn't mean he should spare them. The young man activated his shadow weapon once more. He struck blow after blow with his sword, but the monsters kept appearing again and again. It seemed they would never end. The Lord of Chaos reported that these monsters weren't inhabitants of the mine at all. It seemed they had all been born just today. Li Yi kept fighting. He was already drenched in sweat. And besides, it was hard to believe that monsters could be born as C ranks right away. The spirit explained that this was possible if someone used the blood of the gods. The boy was hearing that name for the first time. He continued the battle, but asked his mentor to explain in more detail what it was. He needed to know what he was dealing with. The shadow mentor explained that it was a toxin that multiplied the power and combat skills of any creature many times over, driving it mad until it died of exhaustion. The spirit noticed that several broods had been infected. He'd seen this before, and monsters could even be born at rank A and above. Li Yi continued to fight the insects, and all he cared about was how this substance could have appeared here. No answer came, and the hero decided he would figure it out later. For now, he needed to save the people. The miners and doctors were trapped in one of the rooms. The noise outside terrified them, and rocks were falling from the ceiling and walls. Everyone was getting nervous. They couldn't tell if the sounds were caused by monsters or by those who had come to rescue them. The wounded were moaning and didn't want to die. The medical staff supported them as best they could, promising that help would arrive soon and everyone would be saved. Suddenly, the body of a beetle-like monster smashed through the wall. Someone had hurled it with such force that it shattered the stone. It turned out there was nothing to fear. Standing proudly atop the monster was the one who had destroyed it, as well as the rest of the insectoids. It was Li Yi who exclaimed with a proud smile that he had finally managed to find the people trapped in the trap, and now everything would be all right. He was met with thunderous applause. The people welcomed the advanced one who had come to save them with joyful shouts. Representatives of the NG groups appeared. Dong Hao couldn't understand how an S rank had managed to destroy the monsters and still retain a decent reserve of energy. The young man didn't look tired. The man suspected that the young man was actually B rank, or perhaps even A rank like himself. The spirit continued to assist the young man and informed Li Yi that the iron door on the side was worth checking. There was something strange behind it. Our hero immediately headed there and the vice president, somewhat panicked, tried to stop him. The man shouted that these were their company's secret warehouses, and the young man wasn't even allowed to approach the door. The young man activated the sensor. Inside, he clearly sensed a brood or something similar. The metal was poorly conducting the signal. The vice president kept pressing him, arguing that if any valuable items were damaged, Li Yi would have to pay for the damage. Upon hearing that there were powerful, important developments inside, our hero narrowed his eyes slyly. He already realized that something was fishy here. The hero turned to the man and asked which NG groups were involved in developing bug monsters. The vice president objected, saying that was complete nonsense. Then the young man said that it was very easy to find out whether he was talking nonsense or not. All they had to do was open the door. Ning Donghao became interested and ordered his deputy to immediately do as Li Yi advised. The man asked anxiously if this was an order, and A Rang repeated once more that the door should be opened. The vice president then said that only the supervisor knew the password. If necessary, he could contact him, but not now. There was no connection here. Our hero summoned his shadow sword and declared that the task at hand was actually not difficult at all. He decided to use a faster and more effective way to get through the door. His blade was at the ready. One strike wasn't enough. The young man delivered a whole series of blows, his movements lightning fast. The door collapsed. Li Yi peered inside, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. What he saw bore little resemblance to important research. They were the bodies of people in protective suits, and they had clearly been dead for a long time. So this was what the NG group considered serious equipment. The guy hissed through clenched teeth that now he knew how his parents had died, apparently the same way as these unfortunate miners. He pointed his sword at Donghao and asked if human lives really meant nothing to his corporation. A Rang remained silent, and our hero grew even angrier, ordering the man to answer the question immediately. People rushed inside. One of the miners recognized the name on the old man's suit. He was supposedly killed in an accident 2 years ago. Then someone spotted another familiar miner, and the head of the NG group roared that he didn't understand what the hell had happened here. Li Yi pointed his sword at him again, saying that it was obvious. Someone had fed people to the monster that had spawned all these bugs. Donghao demanded an explanation from his deputy, who burst into tears, claiming he had simply been acting in the interests of the NG group. They had finished work on that mine about 3 years ago. He knew nothing of the events that followed. Who could have known that a monster capable of spawning so many others would appear inside? What happened was a pure accident. Li Yi's eyes flashed with fury. He lunged at the men, shouting that no one dared to simply feed people to monsters. The vice president begged for mercy, and Donghao stepped forward and asked what our hero intended to do. Ning reminded them that this was an internal matter for his corporation, in which no outsider had the right to interfere. The young man pointed out that hundreds, if not thousands, of people had died here. Was a Rang really going to keep covering for his vice president? The miners behind them began shouting that it was unfair, that their lives were being treated as worthless. The deputy head began calling on security to intervene. He was trying to protect himself at any cost. The man also addressed President Ning, saying that he simply had no choice in this situation. The Lord of Chaos appeared and offered to destroy this trash with his own hands, but Li Yi replied that there was no need for that. Our hero explained that now was a perfect opportunity to let him experience firsthand what it was like to be food for the bugs. The young man headed deeper into the room, where there was something resembling a cave. Donghao tried to track his route. The vice president tried to explain that the bug queen's level was only B. He didn't know that when she was hungry, she went into a berserk state. Besides, the mine had been closed and sealed off. Who could have imagined things would turn out this way? His primary concern had been the interests of the NG groups. Ning flew into a rage and swung to strike the insolent man, who cared only about his own gain, and keeping his position that much was obvious. He didn't have time to finish what he'd started. A huge flash of pink light distracted everyone present from what was happening. The men looked back and saw the enormous monster that had spawned all the insectoids and defeated Li Yi in the mine. The monster looked simply repulsive, and its size was literally mind-boggling. Even Donghao felt uneasy. Screaming that he didn't want to die, his deputy rushed to flee. He didn't realize that his chances of survival were, in any case, virtually zero. The mother beetle's antennae grabbed the vice president instantly and dragged him into the monster's mouth. No one rushed to help. The unfortunate man, gasping for breath, begged President Ning to save him, But the president did not respond to these tearful pleas. In the end, the boss merely said that the vice president's life only cast a shadow on their corporation, so everyone would be better off without him. Dong Hao stretched out his hand and pointed his finger at the vice president, declaring that he would now go to hell right along with that creature. Arang activated his gravity manipulation skill and prepared to carry out his threat immediately. He slammed the monster into the rocks with such force that it simply shattered into pieces, along with the man it hadn't had time to eat. Li Yi appeared. The guy feigned surprise, noting that he hadn't expected the mother of the monsters to be able to run out of the cave so quickly. The hero thanked the heavens that the head of the NG groups was unharmed, for things could have ended much more tragically. Arang immediately realized that it was Li Yi who had flung the monster out. The young man assured him that he had only been trying to take a leak. The young man added that it wasn't just Dong Hao Company's employees who broke the rules. The bugs they raised were exactly the same. The head of the NG group was furious and ordered Li Yi to shut up immediately. The hero asked if he was planning to attack him. Our hero advised him to save his strength. The media had already found out what had happened here, so he should channel all his energy into solving this problem. The man hissed through clenched teeth that sooner or later he would make the young man pay the price for what he had just done. The young man calmly replied that he would look forward to that moment. He himself wanted everyone to get what they deserved. Upon returning, Li Yi read the news to the Lord of Chaos. He was certain that the corporation would once again blame it all on an accident, buy off the witnesses, and issue a public apology. The spirit didn't comment, and it dawned on the young man that he had promised to tell him about God's blood and explain everything. The mentor replied that this substance was available to members of the Blood Clan who lived on the third level of another world, so he had no idea how it could have ended up here. Our hero was surprised that he had never heard of such a clan. The spirit explained that they were in the heart of the prison, so it was no wonder. Upon hearing that even the weakest among them were S rank, Li Yi asked if he was referring to newborns. The Lord of Chaos didn't appreciate the joke. He explained that it wasn't exactly a clan, but rather a category of beings who had managed to adapt to the blood of the gods and survive. The young man decided it was simply impossible for anyone from the clan to have left the prison, but he saw no other explanation for the elixir's appearance in his world. The spirit confirmed that if such a thing had happened, the human world would have been destroyed by this creature long ago. He opened a portal and stepped inside. Li Yi was surprised that his mentor had decided to vanish right in the middle of their conversation, but he was told that it was best not to interfere with the affairs of the young. It turned out that the Lord of Chaos already knew that a visitor, or rather, a female visitor, was about to enter the room. Our hero, however, had no idea. It only dawned on him when the figure of Shin and her assistant with a suitcase appeared at the house. The girl waved cheerfully. She rushed to hug the young man the moment she crossed the threshold of his home. Miss Quinn was in high spirits and literally stunned Li Yi with the news that she was moving in with him too. The young man remarked, somewhat embarrassed, that the idea wasn't very good, because the beauty's father would simply kill him for it. Jin turned her back on him with a gloomy expression and asked him not to mention that man to her anymore. The girl sat down on the couch and explained that Xiaoshang knows how to awaken new skills, but doesn't share this secret with her so as not to put her in danger. Li Yi pointed out that she was already strong enough, clearly no lower than B rank, and had recently destroyed an insectoid all by herself. Jin asked him not to joke about it. She knew that he had cast buffs on her that day, and in reality her combat skills were almost the same as those of an ordinary person. The beauty declared resolutely that she wanted to become stronger so as not to be a burden to our hero. The girl looked straight into Li Yi's eyes with hope. He was initially flustered, searching for the right words. Finally, he stroked her hair and assured her that she would never be a burden to him in any way. Behind the young couple, Qin Xiaoshang appeared. He was furious. Xinyan blushed and yelled at her father. The daughter and her father argued for a while. The girl had overheard the conversation with General Hong, but the argument came to nothing. Realizing he could no longer blame it on a misunderstanding, the head of the Queen Group promised to tell everything. Li Yi was also extremely curious. Arang reported that 10 years ago, when the first rift opened, some people managed to awaken special abilities and level up very quickly. They studied the phenomenon for a long time and found that radiation was to blame. Not many survive, but those who do become stronger. The man said sadly that this was why he hadn't told Xian anything. He had no intention of risking her life. It then dawned on Li Yi that in that case, the appearance of the second rift might be linked to the activities of some people who had succeeded in their research. Xiao Shang replied that he and General Hong believed this might be the work of Kui Shihao, but they very much hoped that their guess was wrong. After all, in that case, the research would have cost the lives of a huge number of people, and it wasn't certain that all of them had agreed to the experiment voluntarily. In fact, that was exactly what had happened. Shihao and his assistant had conducted inhumane experiments on people, completely unconcerned with whether they would survive or not. The test subjects were convinced that radiation would turn them into powerful superheroes, so they diligently did everything they were told. One of the A-rank test subjects begged for medicine. The radiation was simply killing him, and the man screamed that he could still be useful to President Kui. The man with a sly smile remarked that without this medicine, not even the H-ranks could survive the effects of the radiation. He lamented that there weren't enough people to feed those they had managed to create. Xiao Hao intended to create an entire army of S-ranks and higher to conquer the world. He already had several specimens. They began to gradually increase the radiation level. They needed to bring the experiment to its logical conclusion. When the numbers reached 98 and 99%, respectively, the mustachioed man's eyes lit up with impatience. He wanted to see the result. Finally, the number 100 appeared on the screen. The second split was fully open, and no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Xiao Hao was simply overjoyed. He felt a tremendous surge of energy for the past 10 years. This was all he had dreamed of. He spread his arms wide and shouted that it was a success. They had managed to achieve the impossible, and the others applauded. No sooner had the joyful shouts died down than an alarm sounded. The system reported a massive incursion of creatures from another dimension. A huge clawed paw emerged from the fissure. This monster was at least as big as an entire building. Others followed, resembling wild predatory beasts, yet possessing anthropomorphic features as well. Kui and his assistant stood calmly, observing the unexpected visitors as if they posed no threat at all. The staff scattered in panic upon seeing the beasts, but Shihao was unafraid, trusting in the strength of the protective shield. Noticing the panic of the people, who were frightened by the S-rank monsters, the man asked in bewilderment what was going on. Of course, the monsters looked imposing and dangerous, but one mustn't forget that the humans had come here prepared. The blood of the gods potion was already coursing through the veins of everyone present, so the monsters would sense the familiar energy and not attack those who had used it. More and more otherworldly creatures kept appearing, all of them looking very ferocious and powerful. The assistant approached Shihao and whispered that, if they didn't stop the flood of monsters, they would soon reach the city and simply wipe it off the face of the earth. Kui replied that that would be wonderful. The beast would do all the dirty work for them, then added that he felt he was about to reach S-rank. The radiation was working. His eyes flashing, the mustachioed man exclaimed that when that happened, he would completely and utterly change the established order here. Meanwhile, General Hong's soldiers continued to patrol the surrounding areas, remaining as vigilant as possible. Suddenly, the captain froze. His assistant hurried to calm him down. They'd been through this area several times already, but the boss didn't respond. The man repeated once more that there was absolutely no danger here, but the captain was too frightened to utter a word. The rest of the squad followed his gaze. Now everyone was just as frightened as their commander. As if out of nowhere, the thunder wolf of the A-Rang appeared before them. It was so enormous that they had to tilt their heads back to get a full view. The soldiers panicked, but someone had the presence of mind to send a distress signal to alert headquarters. Meanwhile, at Li Yi's house, Mr. Quinn was trying by every means to persuade his daughter to go with him. Li Yi had other things on his mind. He sensed that something momentous had happened, and his spirit confirmed that it, too, sensed danger. Without saying a word, our hero headed for the door. Suen watched him go with a puzzled look. Instantly, a blade appeared in each of the hero's hands. He merely shouted for Duan Ao to protect the lady, while the girl didn't understand what was happening. The young man went outside and warned everyone that there was a B-rank monster here, a tiger wolf. It didn't seem to pose much of a threat while it was alone, of course. The young man rushed toward the enemy, swinging his blades one after another, but so far to no avail. The beast turned out to be very fast and easily dodged even shadow attacks. A change in tactics was needed. Shousheng came to the rescue, using his lightning skills just in time, one might say. Father Xian asked in surprise where such a creature could have come from. Li Yi had no answer to this question, or at least, the hero was in no hurry to voice it. An alarm sent by the military sounded instantly, and the young man said meaningfully that the monsters weren't just here. Flares from the city patrols shot into the air, and Li Yi reported that he sensed the presence of the creatures there as well. The military sprang into action immediately. General Hong's troops were ready to carry out any of his orders. while Quinn and Li Yi watched the events unfold. Most of the creatures had been held back behind the defensive structures. So far, there had been breaches in only 2 places. While reinforcements were being sent there, another breach by A-rank beasts was reported. Combat power needed to be reinforced. Monsters had also appeared within the city. There were only a few for now, but events were unfolding rapidly. Li Yi still didn't understand why there were so many monsters, scattered across different locations. Xiaoshang didn't have an answer to that question either. General Hong entered the room. He had arrived just in time to assess the situation and issue new orders. The man informed Xian's father that he must go with him to the front lines. Aran would be very useful there. Hong also ordered the girl to head to the Queen Corporation base. Having someone experienced there wouldn't hurt, as problems could arise without a strong leader. The girl asked Li Yi if he would go with her. Our hero replied that either option would suit him, and he would follow her lead. General Hong said he had another assignment for the young man, so he wouldn't be able to accompany Sin. Then the guy gave his friend a wyvern, saying that if anything serious happened, it would help her. The beauty was surprised. The little monster was small and very cute. It was completely unclear how it could possibly stand up to rank monsters. Li Yi ruffled Xian's hair once more and told her to take care of herself. This gesture drove Xiaoshang into a rage. The heroes waved goodbye to each other, promising that they would be all right. The girl's father clutched his head, and Hong remarked that being young was wonderful. The man pointed out the location of the most powerful monsters and said that if they broke through, the A ranks and S ranks needed to be on standby. Li Yi asked him to explain in more detail what exactly was required of him in this situation. Hong lowered his eyes and replied that he hoped the young man would be able to handle the monsters that had broken into the military academy and save the students. Our hero gladly agreed. The general was surprised that he didn't even ask about the monsters' ranks, to which the hero remarked that there were only a few A ranks there. He could sense it. The former miner added that he would handle the task without any trouble. Everyone nodded, saying that in that case they were counting on him to bring back good news. Xiaoshang was shaking. He didn't understand why the assistant had stopped him just as he was about to teach the insolent boy a lesson. Hong asked everyone to calm down. Besides, it was unlikely that any of them would be able to defeat Li Yi. To be honest, this surprised Quinn. The A rank reminded everyone who he was. The general ominously announced that he had long sensed the kid was at least S rank. He was very powerful. The military academy students were in the tent. One of the guys was sharing details about his studies, while the other was complaining about the noise from the animals outside. Just then, a soldier entered the tent and reported that reinforcements were on their way. The guys asked which of the A ranks had volunteered to help. The messenger looked at the papers and reported that, according to his information, an E rank miner had been sent here. He looked very puzzled as he did so. The blonde guy shouted that this was just madness, that the leadership had lost their minds. It had to be some kind of joke. The students said that in that case, they could handle it themselves. At least 2 of them were B ranks, so they would lead the defense operation. No one had spotted the monster. While one of the guys was yelling at the soldier to kick the E ranker out of there, the soldier was trying to get the students' attention to the fact that there was a monster in their tent. Fortunately, Li Yi appeared. Our hero rushed past the bewildered people and immediately attacked the beast, which had crept up very close. Defeating it wasn't that easy. The hero had to perform a whole series of strikes and jumps, moving very quickly. The students screamed in terror, completely forgetting that they had just suggested sending the man who had come to their aid far away. During this time, Li Yi managed to thin out the ranks of the beasts that had closed in on the military academy students' base. He realized that with such poor vigilance, they wouldn't survive. One of them asked again if the newcomer was indeed a Y rank and a miner, since he had been able to destroy B rank monsters with a single blow. The messenger confirmed that this was exactly what was written. Our hero informed them that they must stay here and watch each other's backs. He would take care of everything else on his own. With that, the young man dashed through the forest, keeping an eye out to see if the beasts would pursue him. There were plenty of them. Many of the monsters were smarter. They hid in the shadows, waiting for a better opportunity to attack. A spirit appeared and reminded him that S-rank monsters were just as intelligent as he was. Li Yi asked whether the spirit was praising him or trying to humiliate him. With a single leap, the young man jumped onto the roof of the nearest house. It turned out that the situation was much clearer from there. He noticed that one of the beasts was preparing to attack one of the students. The boy clearly had nowhere to hide. It seemed that his long flight had been unsuccessful, and now the guy simply didn't know what to do. He was just trying to catch his breath. Then his gaze fell on a metal canister nearby. Li Yi thought this was a great opportunity to turn the metal into a weapon. It turned out that the student possessed the necessary skill himself. A second later, the canister began to move. This advanced user was able to use his ability properly. Now he was holding a decent sword in his hands. Our hero thought that this C rank had quite useful abilities. Besides, something like this was rare. The beast didn't hesitate either, and began closing in on the young man. It turned out that its combat skills weren't as good as its ability to transform objects. Nevertheless, the student managed to pull himself together and overcome his fear. He swung his blade to parry the blow. The monster's strength was far greater. A single swipe of its muscular paw was enough to knock the man off his feet. The young man slammed into the wall, leaving a decent dent in it. He was in pain, but the hero didn't lose consciousness. But what good is it to watch your own death approach? The student was on the verge of tears, realizing he didn't know how to fight. He was an S rank, but what good was that when his skill had nothing to do with the ability to use a weapon as intended? It was very bitter and humiliating. The young man's self-esteem was already low, and now he considered himself useless trash as the threat closed in. Just then, he heard someone say that whether he was useful or not depended solely on how he applied his abilities. It was Li Yi, who had rushed to confront the monster. Our hero added that it wasn't always worth listening to what others said. Our hero held out his hand, saying that search teams were nearby. He could join them or go with him and save many lives. The student said he would go with the veteran. He knew where other guys who needed help might be hiding. The young men shook hands and introduced themselves. The guy's name was Luo He, and he was a cadet training to be an infantryman. Several students had barricaded themselves in one of the warehouses. They were discussing how not everyone had been lucky enough to find shelter. Luo He most likely hadn't. One of them remarked that such trash was completely useless, so the unlucky ones were most likely already dead. The blonde man's name was Lu Hao, and upon hearing this remark, his comrade was genuinely outraged. How could anyone even say such a thing? He added that he regretted not going with Luo He. That way, he could have been of some use instead of hiding here. Lu Hao replied that they were C rank, so it was much wiser to stay in hiding and protect the others if necessary. Li Yi appeared in the doorway, saying that it was very convenient to hide behind good intentions so that no one would notice your fear. The blonde got angry and immediately activated his skill to attack the offender. He hadn't yet realized who he was dealing with. The slap landed faster than the guy could swing his arm. His eyes bulged in surprise and indignation. But that wasn't all. Our hero struck the other cheek, and the brat flew several meters to the side. He tried to get up, but noticing that Li Yi was approaching, he shouted not to dare come near him, or his father would deal with this. Our hero turned around, saying he didn't care who the blonde guy's father was, but if he didn't shut up, there would be one less student left alive. The rest of the guys greeted Luo He joyfully. They were glad that help had arrived just in time. Suddenly, Li Yi grew serious and decided to clarify the situation. He hadn't come here to save them. The hero explained that he had come here to turn them into real soldiers. They would arm themselves and go fight monsters. This came as a surprise. One of the girls mentioned that there were B-rank beasts in the area. Even the military couldn't always handle them. The former miner's eyes flashed, and he exclaimed that they weren't civilians but cadets at a military academy. They mustn't forget that. He reminded them that sooner or later everyone would have to go into battle, so why not do it now? They would find the rest of their comrades, and together they would destroy the monsters. After saying this, the young man activated his shadow skill and promised that, for his part, he would do everything possible to ensure everyone remained safe and sound. It turned out the hero had taken out that very weapon he'd obtained on the second level. He ordered Luo He to turn it into arrows and a shield. The student activated the corresponding skill. If he could work with this material, the cadets would clearly succeed in their fight against the monsters. Everything went smoothly, and within a second, the young man had excellent arrows and a rather impressive +1 shield in his hands. Li Yi ordered the girls, who weren't very experienced, to keep their distance and shoot his arrows from their bows. Only they could kill these beasts. The guy who was defending the infantry cadet from the blonde man was D rank, so our hero assigned him the role of a tank and handed him a shield. Luo He himself received a sword and an offer to be at the forefront of the attack alongside Li Yi. Together they would be very successful, though the student was clearly not thrilled with the assigned role. Luo Hao tried again to taunt his classmate, whose combat skills had always left much to be desired. The former miner remarked that they shouldn't pay attention to this nonsense. It was high time to gather their courage and face the monsters. They didn't have to go far. On the roof of the gym, the guy spotted one of the beasts prowling in search of easy prey. The tiger wolf easily smashed through the glass roof as soon as it spotted people below. Its rank was B. The cadets trembled with fear at the sight of this ferocious beast. Their enthusiasm evaporated instantly as soon as it became clear that a battle was about to begin. Li Yi activated his soul protection skill, covering the guys' backs. They didn't need to know about it. The hero promised that as long as they believed in themselves, everything would be fine. Their combat skills and stamina surged instantly. The students felt they had what it took to handle this monster and took heart. The former miner decided to immobilize the monster with chains to make it easier for Luo He to deal with it. The young man nodded and rushed into the attack, making an incredible leap. Everyone froze watching what was happening. The young man attacked with all his might, but all he managed to do was scratch the beast's skin. Immediately, Li Yi gave the order for the girls to shoot, and arrows made of exceptionally durable material with special tips flew toward their target. The tiger wolf roared in pain and rage. He clearly hadn't expected such an attack. The beast jerked and broke some of the chains. They flew toward the students, but just in the nick of time, their comrade with the shield appeared, taking the damage upon himself. Li Yi joined the fight as well, praising the students for their excellent teamwork. Now all that remained was to kill the monster. He landed several blows and shouted at Luo He to use his skill. The sword in his hand could become any weapon. It could be a chain or a massive hammer, almost as huge as the hammer of shadows the hero himself had summoned. After striking the tiger wolf, the young man suggested transforming the sword into anything, as long as the weapon gave him an advantage in the situation. The information surprised the cadet a little. He had never thought that he could actually transform metal into any convenient form. The student decided to follow his senior comrade's example and transformed his blade into a massive slab, then charged forward. He thrust this improvised metal creation straight into the monster's mouth, preventing it from closing its jaws. Teeth cracked and began to fall out. The monster was furious but could do nothing to free itself. Then the cadet activated his metal melting skill, and the metal became liquid, losing all shape. His plan was not yet clear. He pulled the stream of metal toward himself, and it began to grow in length, turning into a huge cable of incredible strength. Soon the tiger wolf was securely wrapped several times. Its eyes burned with confusion. The creature had never encountered such a weapon before. Luo He was inspired and believed in himself. He pulled with all his might on the free end of the cable, and the monster fell to the ground. Li Yi arrived just in time to deliver the final blow with his shadow spear. It was a clear victory. The cadets were ecstatic. It dawned on them that monsters, even B-rank ones, weren't so scary if everyone worked together. Our hero took advantage of this euphoria to announce the start of their counterattack against the creatures. Luo He asked the blonde guy who had been picking on him if he wanted to join their group. He was clearly in a friendly mood. The other replied that if anyone wanted to go to their certain death, they should go ahead. He would stay here and wait for the help his father was sending. Li Yi declared that there was no time to waste when people could be saved, but the student didn't want to leave his classmate behind, even if he wasn't exactly pleasant to be around. Our hero pointed out that it wasn't them leaving Lu Hao behind. It was he who was leaving them without support and dooming himself to certain death. Meanwhile, the soldiers weren't wasting any time either. Upon encountering the monster, they quickly took up the necessary positions to repel the attack, acting with the utmost precision. The enormous beast delivered one blow after another, but the shields made of durable material withstood even these claw attacks. The leader ordered a simultaneous attack on a single point. All the advanced soldiers prepared their fireballs and took aim. Finally, the advanced soldier gave the order to fire, and everyone as one launched their projectiles in unison. Every shot hit its mark, and the tiger wolf howled in pain. Victory was still far off, but the beast was wounded, there was no doubt about that. One of the fighters decided to use a special skill and bind the enemy with streams of sticky green slime. He could control them. It turned out to be a pretty good idea. Now the monster couldn't move freely on its own. At least that's how it seemed until the moment it spread its shoulders, tearing through those flimsy bonds. The soldiers gasped in surprise. For a moment, they all felt completely helpless and defenseless. The tiger wolf lunged toward the squad, and the commander immediately ordered everyone to scatter across the terrain. Almost everyone managed to jump back to a safe distance, and the commander took the brunt of the damage, managing to put up a shield. The man couldn't stay on his feet. Though he was unharmed, he now lay on the ground right in front of the enormous creature, which was creeping closer and closer. The soldiers couldn't leave their leader without support and immediately began firing at the monster. A deafening volley rang out. The bullets didn't pierce the monster's hide. The commander shouted for everyone to run away, leaving him behind. He would take care of everything himself. The tiger wolf towered over the man and, with a deafening roar, swung its paws, displaying all its claws and fangs in full view. The commander raised his arm to shield himself and closed his eyes tightly. He knew he was doomed and would die now. A black shadow appeared behind the monster, a sword raised high. Li Yi praised the instructor for his courage and for setting an excellent example for the soldiers. He struck with his massive blade and the creature's head flew off to the side. Our hero realized he had acted just in time. The man he had saved was impressed. Since the advanced fighter had killed a B-rank monster with a single blow, that meant he himself was at least A rank. The rest of the squad arrived and the leader asked who was standing before him. He wanted to know the rescuer's name. Then Luo He appeared and told instructor Yang that this was Li Yi, sent by the military to help them. Our hero asked how many other people were left at the academy. Yang replied that not counting the 9 of them, there were 63 people, but now he wasn't sure if they were all still alive. The young man got seriously angry and grabbed the instructor by the collar, shouting that he'd better take care of all the students. The man put on a sorrowful face and explained that he had planned to do just that, but certain circumstances had prevented him from carrying out his plan. The other instructors and Director Wu were also sitting in the shelter. They were all glad they could leave the battle with the monsters to others and waited out here in peace. One of them was about to say that this was going too far, at which point the others suggested he go outside and join the cadets if he was so smart. Director Wu explained that his best decision was to send the students out in teams of 10 with an instructor. This would give the leadership the best chance of survival. And since the people gathered here were the future of the country, capable of becoming generals, they all began to thank him. They promised they would remember this kind gesture forever and repay him in kind at the first opportunity. Li appeared in the doorway and asked if the rest of the cadets had really been treacherously sent to their certain death just so that a couple of scoundrels could survive. Our hero was impressed by scoundrels capable of becoming useful in the future and repaying such kindness. One of the men stepped forward and asked who this hero was anyway and what right he had to speak on the matter. The instructor whom the young man had saved turned to the director, saying that it was a disgrace to sit here with the rest and do nothing. The men shouted that Luo He and Song Kui had disobeyed orders. Under Yang's command, they were supposed to be guarding the perimeter instead of hanging around here. The director asked the cadets why the 2 of them had left his son unprotected, since they were supposed to be helping him level up on monsters to reach C rank. Luo, he replied that Lu Hao had claimed he was tired and refused to leave the shelter and go outside. The man became agitated and lunged at the boys, shouting that he had to find Lu Hao, that he was in grave danger, and that they shouldn't have left him. The cadets explained that the boy was in the east wing of the gymnasium. He had refused to go with them, so they had no choice. The principal hissed that they would be held accountable for this. He swung his fist to strike Luo He, declaring that this was a well-deserved punishment for disobeying orders and acting on his own. At the last second, Li Yi stepped right in front of Wu's fist. He simply couldn't let the student be punished. Our hero's fist met the principal's, and a flash of energy showed that both had struck with tremendous force. And yet the boy turned out to be far more powerful, and Wu was sent flying backward, skidding hard across the floor as sparks flew from beneath his feet. His astonishment knew no bounds. The soldier couldn't understand who this kid was or why he was so strong. Li Yi explained that, as an advanced B rank, Wu was simply obligated to protect the students rather than send them to their deaths. The man noted that this was a strategy, a special training tactic, and besides, the young man had no right to question orders. Our hero replied that, in that case, his order to spare Wu's son was also a strategic necessity. The director realized he was dealing with at least an A rank, and considering his age, he concluded that Li Yi came from a noble family and it would be best not to get into a dispute with him. He waved his hand at Instructor Yang and replied that he and his squad must now escort Wu to the operation to rescue his son. No one listened to him. Our hero ordered the instructor to contact the other cadets via radio and summon them all here. Li Yi ordered Luo He and his team to gather all available weapons and armor. The cadet immediately agreed. The director asked who had given the young man the authority to issue orders. The more people gathered here, the greater the likelihood that they would attract the monster's attention. The young man looked at him and asked him not to test his patience, because if this went on much longer, he would simply have to kill Wu. Soon, almost everything was ready. Our hero climbed onto a raised platform to better oversee the process, an automatic rifle appearing in his hand. All the cadets lined up in front of Li Yi, who informed them that everyone was well aware of the threat from outside and that each of them could choose one of two options. The first was to continue hiding here in the hope that the beast simply wouldn't find them. The young people frowned. The second was to go with him and defeat every single monster, proving they were capable of fighting for their lives. The director appeared with the other instructors and noted that this call to arms had been delivered quite effectively. But this weapon is useless against B-rank monsters, so it's still unclear which of the two was sending the cadets to their deaths. Li Yi realized that since he himself was B-rank, he now had a chance to test the weapon's effectiveness personally, and a shot rang out. Director Wu managed to raise his shield, but it was clear that he was having a hard time deflecting the projectile flying toward him. The bullet pierced the armor. The man's face was filled with utter surprise. This simply wasn't supposed to happen. Li Yi explained to the cadets that the bullets were made of a special material. If they stayed close to Luo He, they would receive as many as needed to destroy the monsters. This caused a storm of excitement among the guys. They hadn't even dreamed of having fun on a B-rank monster safari. Holding his wounded shoulder, the director reminded our hero that he worked for the city's ruler and should think about how this might turn out for him. The guy replied that the director should be grateful it was a B-rank monster, and perhaps even useful to the students, otherwise he would have been fed to the beasts long ago. This sparked a new wave of anger. The instructors prepared to punish Li Yi for his insolence, and were just waiting for the boss's signal. Wu realized that the opponent was A-rank and that they currently stood no chance against him, so he decided to deal with the guy later. Our hero activated his soul protection skill and announced that he would go ahead with a small group to ensure the safety of the others and scout the path. After receiving buffs, the remaining cadets were to split into groups according to their specialties and follow behind. Li Yi reminded them that this wasn't a training battle but a real fight, so taking a break or asking for a second chance wouldn't be possible. He asked Inspector Yang to take command of the rest. The man had no objection. As expected, the soul defense skill didn't work on people who were hostile toward the guy, but he still asked the B-rankers to be on the front lines. Li Yi noted that this wasn't a second chance for the director, but merely an opportunity to atone for his guilt before the students. The young man concluded by saying that if the man dared to take any unauthorized actions, he would be killed on the spot without warning. In the city, the military tried to fight the monsters on their own, and a swarm of drones took to the air to scout the situation. They also observed the military academy grounds and were very surprised that the cadets had managed to organize themselves and resist the beast invasion. Not only that, but the instructors turned out to be surprisingly strong, just like the cadets themselves, and they achieved excellent results. It became clear that the strange guy, the E-rank miner with incredible abilities, was involved in what was happening. He led the students' operation and succeeded, but it remained completely unclear what kind of person he was. Meanwhile, Li Yi used his shadow vision to coordinate the instructors' actions, relaying the coordinates of all the enemies to them. At the right moment, the students split into smaller groups and eliminated the monsters before they could attack first. The students were shooting better and better, and the bullets made of a special material were doing their job, wounding the beasts. The cadets managed to kill B-rank creatures and press forward. It looked like a scene from a movie, not reality. Our hero took the brunt of the attack, setting an example for the others, but reminding them that everyone must be ready for a surprise attack. When the monsters became too numerous, the young man activated additional shadow skills, such as teleportation. He moved right into the thick of the action and personally dealt with the monsters, protecting the students from excessive danger. Li Yi was so inspired that he fought with total dedication. He felt an incredible power within himself. Every strike was like an apocalypse. Now the guy could destroy several B-rank creatures at a time. The cadets had never seen anything like it. They whispered to each other that Mr. Li was at least a rank, and perhaps even higher. The hero himself didn't understand what level he was at either. But the Lord of Chaos informed him that the transition to A rank wasn't complete yet. He needed to fight more. The spirit explained that these abilities were currently being granted by a shadow buff, but the boy couldn't yet handle an A-rank opponent without his help. Li Yi replied that once he finished working with the students, he would test his strength against tiger wolves of the appropriate level. He was very curious. Once the area had been cleared, the hero suggested the cadets take a break. Only then did they notice that the director had disappeared with a small group of people. They assumed the man had gone to the West Wing to rescue Wu Hao. Perhaps they should follow him. Li Yi replied that they could forget about that. They would have to cross the open terrain of the training field, which was dangerous, so they needed to find another way. Meanwhile, several cadets were moving forward under the director's leadership. They were scared and had no confidence that it was safe. Wu replied that the guy had already cleared this area earlier, so there was nothing dangerous about splitting off from the main group and heading here. Just then, the scout turned a corner and froze, seeing something ahead of him. The others asked what was wrong. The director also approached the spot. The students simply stated that there was a huge monster in front of them, or rather several. Wu realized that these creatures were of a higher rank. Moreover, there were so many of them that there was no doubt the passage hadn't been cleared earlier. He had heard that such monsters take breaks to recover and eat. It seemed that was exactly what was happening. His hunch proved correct. The monsters were about to feast on a student who was screaming in terror. One of the guys asked the director what to do: turn back or help their comrades, since it was obvious they wouldn't make it to the stadium without a fight. Wu replied that he had a plan. All they needed to do was divert the creature's attention to Li Yi and his group. They had just gathered in one of the rooms to discuss their next steps. They were still about 3 kilometers away from the first group of students, and high-ranking monsters remained on the premises. They decided to rest for 15 minutes and then move out. But just then an explosion thundered, disrupting their plans. Yang contacted the military to find out what was going on. It looked like someone was using hand grenades. The instructor reported in a panic that someone was throwing grenades at their position. He tried to get at least some explanation. No one knew anything, so the command suggested they try to see who was doing it, but even through binoculars, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Finally, Yang managed to find the right direction and focus the binoculars. It turned out to be those very same missing cadets with the director. The latter was firing rounds with particular force and undisguised pleasure. The instructor couldn't believe his eyes. Monsters fleeing the explosions also came into view. Now the scene didn't look quite so surreal. Looking more closely at the monsters, Yang suddenly realized that they were A rank. It was an unpleasant discovery. The cadets from Wu's group continued to praise the intelligence of the man who had so easily driven the monsters away from them. The director happily announced that now they had enough time, while Li Yi dealt with his problem, to reach his son. The A-rank beasts instantly smashed through the glass wall and burst into the room where our hero's group was. He was already aware of the impending danger and had hidden around the corner to launch a surprise attack, taking advantage of this opportunity. The young man reported that there were about a dozen B-rank beasts and a couple of A-rank beasts. They needed to get out of there as soon as possible or put up a fight. Yang, like the others, tried to hide, but he knew full well that sooner or later they would be found. They needed to decide what to do immediately. Li Yi suggested that the only sensible option was to distract the beasts and escape while he fought them. The guys shouted that it was too dangerous and that they wanted to stay with him rather than run away. The former miner assured the cadets that he could fend for himself and that they should evacuate under Yang's protection. Once they reached their destination, they should take care of the other students. That was the top priority for everyone. Li Yi stepped forward, and the hero added as a final note that even if he couldn't kill all the monsters on his own, he would always have time to slip out of their clutches. Meanwhile, the military received fresh footage from the drones. They froze in place, realizing that A-rank monsters were on the military academy grounds. An order was immediately issued to request A-rank support, but Li Yi appeared on the screen, and his actions puzzled the leadership. Even if the guy were A-rank, he wouldn't be able to defeat that many creatures. It was pure madness. Watching the former miner rush into the fray, the men unanimously concluded that he had lost his mind. Nevertheless, the first few minutes of the battle went quite well for our hero, and the observers continued to track his every move. The A-rank beast stepped forward to protect its weaker kin. Against it, Li Yi's blade was not very effective. And yet the young man did not give up trying to defeat the beast. He lunged at it again and again, many times in a row, sparks flying in all directions. The battle was so intense that the ground split beneath the opponent's feet, leaving a sizable dent in the rock. The second monster decided to cover for its kindred and appeared behind Li Yi. Fortunately, this did not go unnoticed. The boy managed to parry the blow of the huge paw clenched into a fist, but now he wasn't having as much fun as before. The spirit asked if the little B-rank was sure he could handle 2 A-rank monsters at once. Our hero guessed that the Lord of Chaos was craving a fight and wouldn't mind joining the battle himself, but the Lord began to deny it. Li Yi asked his mentor for help. Not only that, he pretended to beg him for such a favor. When both tiger wolves got as close as possible, the boy realized that the moment had come. He had to act right now. He threw the dagger at the one behind him without even looking back to aim at the enemy. The young man also activated the shadow domain and suggested that the spirit deal with the most troublesome monster first. The soldiers weren't sitting idly by either. They were moving forward, loudly proclaiming their readiness to take anyone in need of help under their protection. This did not go unnoticed by Instructor Yang and the cadets. Luo, he asked the man to look back. They sensed the influence of Li Yi's skill. It was no longer just a buff, but something more profound. The former miner's abilities were astonishing. His true power was immense. Yang and his protege froze in place, staring at the glow of shadow energy. The man whispered that he had no idea who this person really was. Meanwhile, the Lord of Chaos announced that he would take on the 2 A ranks. While the young man should deal with all the B ranks, there were far more of them. The monsters rushed into the attack. It seemed they had absolutely no intention of following the plan the spirit had devised for them. It was then decided to hold a contest to see who could destroy more B ranks first. This idea also appealed to Li Yi. The young man charged at the monsters, leaving a trail of defeated creatures in his wake in a matter of seconds. His shadow mentor kept up. He was just as fast and just as strong, and the contest ended in a tie. Then the partners decided to increase the efficiency of their attack, but they did so simultaneously, so the result remained the same. Only 2 A-rank monsters remained, which had already closed in very close and were preparing to attack. Li Yi shouted that they take 1 each and that the spirit shouldn't even think about stealing his target. The spirit nodded. The Lord replied that he would take the bigger one, but the boy reminded him that they couldn't eat their prey, so size didn't matter. The warrior had a point. Rushing at the monster, he declared that it, at the very least, looked more imposing than the kid's opponent. Before striking, the spirit froze for some reason. It seemed he was deciding exactly how to strike the monster. The thing was, the beast turned out to be very agile and moved very quickly, and it was clearly strong as well. The Lord of Chaos spat and began the fight, while Li Yi was also heading toward the A-rank creature he was supposed to defeat. He wondered why it hadn't attacked yet, since the battle had been raging for quite some time. Something was clearly off. The provocation worked. The beast instantly sprang into action, literally glowing with excess energy. This became obvious because with every leap forward, streams of yellow light burst from beneath the monster's paws. Li Yi activated his shadow energies and leaped upward to strike with his sword. He was curious to see how good the enemy's defense was. He slashed, leaving a trail of shadow energy in the wake of his blade. It was too early to tell the results. The tiger wolf unleashed a counterattack from its maw, a blue glow hurtling toward the young man. He realized he wouldn't have time to dodge. Besides, the counterattack turned out to be surprisingly powerful and unexpected. The young man used shadow teleportation, and that saved him, but he needed to rethink his combat tactics. Li Yi used shadow vision to identify this A-rank's weak points, if he had any, of course. The opponent was glowing with blue energy. Our hero jumped up again. It seemed he had a plan. However, he was unable to carry it out. The monster swiped with its paw and simply knocked the former miner right out of the air. As he fell, the young man noticed that this A-rang's electrical energy had a paralyzing effect. For a few seconds, he thought he wouldn't be able to recover, but the shadow domain was still handling the task perfectly. Meanwhile, the Lord of Chaos was succeeding in his battle against a larger A-rank. He was completely calm. Noticing his partner's situation, the spirit said that if he was unable to kill the monster, he shouldn't hesitate to ask for his help. To this, Li Yi replied that everything was fine. He had simply decided to cool off a bit and take a breather. Their banter was growing increasingly sarcastic. Saying that the real fun was about to begin, the young man headed toward his opponent. The spirit was distracted by the conversation and didn't notice that his own opponent had taken advantage of the confusion to attack. This was a fatal mistake. The huge monster managed to strike him with such force that it sent him flying into the air. Amid the clouds of dust, Li Yi couldn't see how his mentor would resolve the situation, but he wasn't too worried, knowing that the armor could withstand an A-rank attack. He cheerfully told the Lord of Chaos that he too could ask for help if he couldn't handle it. It was unnecessary. The spirit had just appeared within sight, and judging by his proud posture, everything had ended well. He was already ready for a new attack and simply shouted to the boy to watch how an A-rank battle unfolded. The experience would come in handy later. The Lord made a whole series of sword swings. The monster roared viciously, not expecting such agility. The opponent decided he would break through the beast's defenses anyway, so he kept slashing with his blade, even though the beast was actively defending itself. And so it turned out. Now a vicious grimace of pain was frozen on the tiger wolf's snout. It was wounded, which never ceased to amaze him, but it continued the fight nonetheless. A new electric projectile was already glowing in the monster's maw. In a moment, it would launch it at our hero's shadow mentor. This attack was extremely powerful and sent the opponent flying far backward. The force of the energy blast nearly tore his cloak from his armor. Suddenly, the monster's eyes burned brighter. It looked as though it had looked death itself in the eye. A huge spirit clone loomed over it, saying that one shouldn't bark at someone who knows how to handle shadows. A massive foot came closer and closer, ready to simply crush the beast right where it stood. The monster was stunned. It realized there was no way to avoid the damage, but couldn't gauge its strength. So the tiger wolf raised an electric shield, hoping that the giant clone was weaker than its summoner. The spirit's face hardened, and he said only that this defense wouldn't last long. But if it wanted to, let it try. The giant began leaping at the dome, intending to break through it, while the monster continued to hold the charge. Li Yi knew it was a bad habit to approach people from behind, but he needed to replenish his shadow energy a bit, and his mentor had it in abundance. Having replenished his energy, our hero turned back to face his opponent. He knew that the Lord of Chaos was about to finish him off. The guy activated his Shadow Walk skill and was right in front of the tiger wolf's nose. Such a quick movement caught it off guard. The creature wasn't one to think twice, so the monster struck instantly. Fortunately, the hero managed to use his shield. Now the battle had become even more interesting. Li Yi was confident he could handle the task faster than his mentor. Meanwhile, Director Wu and his group had finally made it to the exit, where the soldiers greeted them joyfully. The man didn't beat around the bush and immediately set about finding out where the squad commander was. It turned out to be a second lieutenant who had graduated from that very academy a few years ago. He greeted the head of the educational institution warmly. The latter pretended to recognize the young man and patted him on the shoulder. Now Wu had a chance to give orders to the soldiers as well. The commander asked how things were going on the ground, and the man replied that they had made their way here past the A-rank monsters. He had done everything he could to save the students. Then the director dramatically sniffed and added that his resources were limited, which is why he had only managed to evacuate this group. The rest of the cadets were still on the grounds. The military reported that he had done everything he could, and the students confirmed that this was true. It was in their best interest to cover for the villain as a token of gratitude for their rescue. One of the soldiers reported that there had just been a message about another dozen cadets leaving the premises. These were cadets from Inspector Yang's group. They requested assistance from Mr. Li, who was currently fighting 2 A-rank monsters. He insisted that this be reported to base. Director Wu was annoyed these people were not supposed to survive. The son asked what they should do if the students started talking. The man replied that silencing them wouldn't be a problem. Dealing with Li Yi was far more important. He recalled how our hero had promised to kill Wu if he disobeyed orders or deserted. Clearly, the guy wasn't joking. This sent the director into a rage, and he shouted that he simply had to destroy that vile, insolent man. But first, he had to take care of the others. The director walked toward Yang's group with open arms, shouting that he was happy to see them safe. Seeing Wu Hao with his father, Luo He and his commander were stunned that someone could behave so hypocritically. Yang shouted that it wasn't enough for the scoundrel to simply abandon his students. Now he was pretending to care about anyone other than his own son. The director grabbed the man by the neck, saying that he had no idea what he was asking for. He lifted the inspector up. The latter tried to break free, but not very successfully after all. Wu was a B rank. The principal narrowed his eyes and asked if the squad commander was truly dissatisfied with his tactical retreat to save the students. Wu ordered the commander, Gao Ao, to request heavy artillery support. Yang shouted that it was impossible, as Mr. Li was still on the premises. The former cadet wasn't thrilled either. You can't fire shells at residential areas. It's forbidden. The director insisted, arguing that if A-rank monsters broke into the city, no one would be happy about it. The other cadets also started shouting that under no circumstances should they fire while Mr. Li Wai was still there. Wu shoved the man aside, shouting that since our hero had decided to sacrifice himself for their sake, there was no need to act smart. It was his choice. The cadets caught Instructor Yang before he could fall. Everyone was in deep shock at what was happening. The director suggested that the military arrest these students who had dared to violate the chain of command, or at the very least remove them from the premises. He continued to insist on requesting heavy artillery support, convincing his former student that it was necessary and not dangerous. The man whispered that the reward for defeating 2 A ranks would be excellent, and the commander nodded in thanks. Wu also ordered the press to be gathered. He wanted to honor the memory of Li and the one who sacrificed himself, a very noble gesture. Meanwhile, our hero continued his battle with the enormous tiger wolf, with the fight going back and forth. The young man fought desperately and had already entered that state where a second wind kicks in and fatigue recedes. After his attacks, the ground beneath his feet cracked and buckled, but breaking through the beast's defenses was no easy task. The young man glanced to the side. He constantly felt that some factor remained unaccounted for. He had completely forgotten that his opponent could fire electric bolts. One such bolt was just now glowing in the monster's mouth. This time, the attack was more powerful than all the previous ones. Everything around turned blue due to the creature's energy surge. An explosion rang out, but it was closer to the monster than to Li Yi. It seemed he had managed to deflect the projectile back. A vicious grimace froze on the tiger wolf's snout. It was already tired of this long standoff with the man. Behind it, the silhouette of our hero appeared, shrouded in shadow energy. He reported that he had nearly died just moments ago. But the battle with such a powerful beast helped him realize something, which is why his life wasn't cut short prematurely. Outside the shadow domain, he can do more than just control shadow energy. Something far more interesting is happening. The shadows were becoming a part of him. To prove it, Li Yi raised his fist for another strike, confident of victory. Two enormous spheres, one of shadow and one of electricity, hurtled toward each other. Their power was roughly equal. The young man froze. Now all that remained was to wait for the moment when it would become clear which of the opponents was stronger. It turned out that the human had won this confrontation. The monster was thrown forward, flying through the air and somersaulting. Not only that, but the shadow sphere continued to pursue the enemy, draining all his strength and life energy. Finally, the tiger wolf collapsed to the ground. It was dead. Li stood motionless, trying to catch his breath. The Lord of Chaos appeared nearby. He praised the young man, but noted that he wasn't yet as fast as he was, and besides, he was pretty battered. The young man replied that the remark seemed out of place. Surely his mentor hadn't noticed that they had a new problem. It was a missile that was getting closer and closer with every passing second. It seemed the commander had managed to carry out Wu's order. Da replied that the blast would be massive. He wondered who had given the order to fire, but they would be safe if they hid in the shadow training tower. Li Yi's eyes flashed, and he declared that whoever it was, he would make them pay a heavy price for that decision. Meanwhile, the cadets from Yang's group were outraged by what was happening. They realized that everything had been staged to hide the truth. Luo, he exclaimed that they had to stop the military and save Mr. Li. The others backed him up. Just then, soldiers entered the room. One of them declared that they shouldn't stir up trouble, and that now everyone was responsible only for themselves. They threatened to court-martial the students. Soldiers have no right to question orders, and a gloomy Yang stood to the side. Suddenly, he hissed that there was only one person here who should be court-martialed immediately.
It's Wu and his henchmen. With those words, the instructor unleashed a torrent of slime at the soldiers, preventing them from firing.
The man told the students that he would go with them to save Li Yi. The guys were genuinely delighted. Then Yang added that as the group leader, he would take full responsibility for what happened next. The bound soldiers tried to shout something about orders, but the cadets and their commander were already heading for the exit. Just then, an explosion rang out and plaster rained down on them. The guys gasped, realizing that everything was happening too fast. Yang replied that there was an initial round of fire, and the first missiles rarely hit the target they were aimed at. They ran outside. The military academy grounds were ablaze. It seemed there was now no way to save Li, and his comrades couldn't believe it. Director Wu and his henchmen were on their way to an interview. The cadets were amazed by his influence and connections. The man laughed, saying that sometimes you have to exchange a few words with the right people to get what you want. The reporter asked for more details about how Mr. Wu and his son had saved dozens of academy students from the monsters. The man coughed and replied that they had acted like true soldiers, risking their lives to save the people who had been trapped. He also thanked Lieutenant Gao and his men, who had managed to defeat two A-rank monsters. Just then, the guys from Yang's group burst into the interview and shouted that it was all a complete lie. The inspector shouted that it was his boss who had abandoned the students to certain death, and to cover it up, had ordered the bombing of the school grounds and Mr. Li Yi. Wu launched an attack on Yang, shouting that they were deserters who had dared to disobey his orders. He was strong, and for a while the guys had to fall silent, trying to fend off the attack. The principal asked sternly if they were familiar with the concept of military discipline and respect for superiors. A familiar voice remarked that one shouldn't jump to conclusions. There were still many unresolved issues in this matter. It was Li Yi who was making his way through the crowd toward the journalists. He looked quite alive and well, cheerfully teasing Wu. He greeted Luo He. The cadets in his group nearly jumped for joy. They couldn't believe it was possible to survive the bombing. Principal Wu was just as stunned. He asked in bewilderment how the young man had managed to survive. Our hero asked what surprised the villain more, the fact that he had survived, or that the truth would now come to light. The man quickly recovered and raised the young man's hand, asking everyone to cheer for the hero who had personally killed 2 A-rank monsters. Li Yi brushed the scoundrel's hand aside and said he hadn't become a hero simply because the director had decided to cast him in that role. The man couldn't understand what was wrong and even began offering monetary compensation, but the former miner replied that he wasn't interested in money or fame at all. This shocked Wu, and he asked what conditions would satisfy our hero in that case. He was ready to offer a lot. Li Yi's eyes flashed and he cheerfully declared that all he wanted was for the director to tell the truth. He instantly activated the shadow domain. Energy slipped beneath his enemy's feet, but they couldn't see it. Shadows crept up the villain's legs. They sensed it, so they shouted that they couldn't be attacked in front of the press. Li Yi replied that he wasn't stupid enough to do it openly. His attack was invisible to everyone present, and yet with the help of the shadows he could shatter the bones and internal organs of his enemies. Wu, his son, and everyone else would die if they didn't confess, and this young man could guarantee that he would spare none of these traitors and liars. Our hero stepped closer and asked what it felt like to have something squeezing your bones. The director and his son couldn't understand why Li Yi was doing this, what they had done to deserve such a terrible death. Journalists approached and asked Mr. Li to tell his version of what happened. It seemed many details were missing. The man replied that what he said would depend entirely on whether these people were willing to tell the truth. He looked at Director Wu and asked him to think carefully about which version of events to choose. It was clear that our hero wanted the villains to confess on their own. He reminded them that his patience was not unlimited. Gao Ao jumped forward. The lieutenant realized he was doomed and volunteered to tell the truth, causing the director to curse. The guy claimed he wasn't too involved, so it was better to confess than to die, which made perfect sense. The soldier fell to his knees and declared that Director Wu was to blame for everything. He had betrayed the boys, thrown them to the monsters, and then ordered the artillery to cover their tracks. Listening to all his own misdeeds, the man showed no remorse whatsoever. He was only angry that the deception had been exposed. The journalists hadn't expected such a turn of events. In fact, the new version of events turned out to be far more interesting and gripping. They asked the director if this was true and how the head of the educational institution had managed to arrange the bombing, as this was not within his authority. Out of desperation, Wu could think of nothing better than to claim that everything said about him was untrue. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and it became clear that Li Yi's threat continued to hang over the lives of the scoundrels. Father and son felt that in another second, our hero would simply kill them, forcing the organ to stop working. The boy fell to his knees and began begging him to tell the truth. He was still too young to die like this. The director didn't want to die either. He clenched his teeth and hissed that he didn't want to die either. He had no choice, and the man confessed that everything had indeed happened just as Lieutenant Gao had described. Li Yi nodded and asked Inspector Yang what the punishment was for desertion and other offenses. The man replied that given the martial law, the punishment must be very severe and merciless. Our hero stepped forward and remarked that in that case, he would take care of it himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. He activated the shadow chains, which instantly moved toward the director and his son to prevent them from escaping. Wu was frightened, but even more angry. He didn't understand how they could punish him after forcing him to confess to the crime. The man collapsed to his knees and began begging for mercy. He understood that his future was now at stake. Li Yi was unyielding and replied that the time had come to settle the score. Since they had tried to kill him, why not return the favor? The scoundrel tried to loosen the chain around his neck and declared that the operation to destroy the monsters was over, so he couldn't be judged under martial law. He lifted the enemy's body up. The man began to choke and scream that one couldn't treat someone who worked for the city's leader this way. Wu clutched his throat and begged him to stop the former miner, offering anything in return. The soldiers showed not the slightest interest in him. They all felt only immense revulsion. The chains ended in sharp spikes, which immediately turned toward Wu. Li Yi noted that the soldiers, unlike the director, were not nearly as corrupt. That was the end of Lu Hao's father's life. The boy washed his face with his blood, still unable to believe that what had happened was real. The leadership was informed that the rescue operation at the military academy was complete. All 67 students were safe, and 2 A-rank monsters and numerous B-rank monsters had been neutralized. General Hong remarked to Queen and the mayor that this was exactly what he had been talking about. Li Yi is very powerful. The envoy also reported that a conflict had arisen after the operation ended. Our hero had killed the academy director, whose surname was Wu. Upon hearing this, the city governor grabbed the unfortunate reporter by the collar and began shaking him. He demanded that the military officer explain in detail exactly what had happened. The officer suggested watching the news, as the media had covered it all. All the photos and videos flashed by in just a few minutes. It all looked truly terrible. The mayor shouted that this public lynching was nothing less than an unjust and brutal murder. He was furious. The man was seething with rage and ordered someone to be sent immediately to arrest Li Yi. He would deal with him personally, with his own hands. The general was surprised by such impulsiveness and suggested that the official calm down. What had happened was beyond his jurisdiction. The mayor spun around sharply and asked what he meant, and in general to explain what all this meant. Hong explained that he had personally hired the young man to work for the military, and since he was now a member of the military, he was accountable solely to military authorities. The general also demanded an explanation of the exact nature of the relationship between the late director and the mayor, asking why the latter had become so agitated. He was also curious as to how the rockets had been launched over the academy's grounds without his knowledge. Hong ordered Xiaoshang to bring the boy to him immediately. Xiaoshang nodded. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Meanwhile, Li Yi was sitting in the military tent. He described everything that had happened in detail, and they nodded and handed the young man some water. They also asked the young man to be understanding about the need to wait there until orders were received from headquarters. Just then, Xian's father peeked into the tent, saying that her friend knew exactly what to do about the trouble. The soldiers saluted Xiaoshang, and he told them they were free to go. Li Yi would accompany him to the general. Our hero remarked that Hong apparently didn't hold a grudge against him. Quinn replied that they'd see when they met. The boy replied that he certainly wouldn't be punished. Otherwise, the mayor's men would have stormed in here and arrested him. President Quinn praised the boy for his sharp mind and asked why they couldn't have handed Director Wu over to the military instead of killing him so publicly. Li Yi replied that he had killed the scoundrel solely to gauge the military's stance. Father Jian, looking pleased, remarked that he had underestimated the hero. Soon both appeared before the general. Xiaoshang proudly reported that he had carried out the assignment without any particular trouble. Hong informed him that for now, Quinn could go free, and Quinn nodded. He didn't want to interrupt the serious conversation between the two military officers. The man reported that more than 3,000 people had died today fighting monsters. If it weren't for the NG group, the mayor, and Xiaoshang, that number would have been several times higher. Our hero asked if that meant he would now be accused of murdering Director Wu, who was clearly connected to the city's ruler. Hong replied that he had a personal grudge against the official, so the military's anger could very well be taken out on Li Yi. Li Yi didn't understand what he was talking about. The general explained that somehow the city authorities had found a way to use the shells without the military's knowledge, which meant they could be useful to him. Our hero said he wasn't a politician, so he'd simply acted as he saw fit, trying not to strike first. The general praised the young man. He was glad that he was so sensible, otherwise he would never have been fit for the next mission. Our hero asked to cool off. He wasn't part of the army, so why on earth was the general assigning him special tasks? The man replied that the young man himself was interested in going on this mission. The number of monsters was constantly growing. Not only that, but the monsters' levels were getting higher and higher. They needed to find the second rift immediately and seal it. He had the exact coordinates, but the difficulty lay in the fact that these territories had long been abandoned. This was the place where Kui Shihao was last seen, as well as the very territory where Li Yi's parents had perished. The young man asked if the villain was still continuing his experiments, and Hong replied that they would have to find out soon. The young man agreed to go on this mission, and Hong happily announced that Qin Xiaoshang would fill him in on the details. The area where the second rift is located has a radius of about 60 kilometers, and the radiation there is so high that even the advanced ones cannot stay in the zone for long. One group will be led by Ning Donghao and the mayor, and the second by Li Yi and Xiaoshang, so the search for the fissure will be more efficient. And here's their team, 5 B ranks. None of them greeted Li respectfully, considering the guy too green and inexperienced. President Quinn announced that our hero could take these guys, while he himself preferred to work alone. Looking at these hapless soldiers, the young man decided they would be a burden to him, and in that case, he would have to spend time protecting them. This sparked a storm of indignation. The B rank's eyes flashed, and now each of them wanted only one thing: to punish the hero for those words. Looking into their faces, Li Yi announced that he was ordering the guys to follow him. Judging by their personalities, they would work well together.